Kia ora and welcome back for day number 4 here of the Wild Rift SCA Champs, as we are one step closer now to figuring out the teams that may be getting out of these brackets. We've already got a team qualified for the bracket in Bracket A, but it's now a chance for us to start looking and deep diving into Bracket B as well as Bracket C. My name is Skimmy, I'll be your host as always. We've got Contra on the desk here joining me and returning, but we've also got a new face in Infinity. Welcome to the show. What have you made of the game so far?
Thank you very much. Well, so far it has been an amazing week, and to be clear, I'm actually quite excited and nervous as well because I don't know what's going to happen, because at this point, all of these teams have been dominant so far.
What about yourself, Contra?
Well, yesterday's matches were absolutely lit, where we have a lot of chaotic fights and a little bit of a rocky road for some of the teams out there, but I believe that today should be much more smooth sailing. So I'm definitely looking forward to some of the matches to come.
For sure, for sure. And before we do jump into those matches, it's a chance for you at home to be a bit of a star as well. So be sure to use the hashtag SEAChamps. That could be on Twitter, that could be on Facebook. You can get excited, you can post your memes in, because, look, do you want to get reviewed by these two handsome gentlemen? Of course you do. It's a star, it's a chance, it's a moment to become a little bit famous, because we've had some bangers so far. We've had the Kha'Zix, maybe a bug spray to try and persuade him from not getting a pentakill. We've seen the Bajaya Dragons perhaps get a rename to the Bajaya Heralds. So look, you know, get yourself on the screen and get excited about it. Now, guys, let's sort of talk about yesterday a little bit more, because we have a montage reel pop up in just a second. So let's look at some of those plays from yesterday, because it was back-to-back 3-0s to start with. It looked like it was going to be a perfect day of clean sweeps, but at the very end there, Saigon Phantom were able to bring back a win, Contra.
Yeah, I think that series definitely was pretty intense, as we saw them coming in with some pretty hot picks out there. And Invade, we saw that there was many chances for them to actually come back up, but let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, it's Divine Esports being very dominant in their series, having a 3-0 up against Bajaya Dragons. This is where it started on those interesting picks, specifically onto Kha'Zix being picked up by Divine Esports, very dominant into the jungle. And I think the casters has mentioned it yesterday. He built up onto sort of an offensive and defensive item as well. So I think we can expect something more of this from these teams coming into the next days to build up onto adapting against the enemy team when it comes to the item builds.
Yeah, we saw a better showing coming from Bajaya Dragons, but Divine Esports was a little bit too clean on some of their approaches. And this was a fight which they possibly were having their last stand out there, and Divine have taken 3 back-to-back win, with them having a little bit more of a prowess when it comes down to team fighting.
Now here for BRU, I think this is another 3-0 series up against Boom Esports. Now they have been very, very aggressive here in this respective series. They've seen and picked up onto those team fights, which was very, very exceptional from them.
Tell you
Yeah.
what, a lot of big chances there, weren't there, Contra, for them to try and showcase what they could do. I mean, we saw some situations where we got some wild builds, perhaps the Redemptions in Zal. Maybe that's something a little bit too spicy for us to handle, because I think we might get a taste of some spicy builds later on in this night, because we can bring up those groups, we can showcase where we are with the brackets, because you know, the planes have been a bit of a journey, a bit of a marathon with upsets along the way. You touched on the sort of the return to form there from Divine Esports, but it hasn't always been that way for them, has it?
Yeah, it hasn't been all too clear cut for them, especially when Boom Esports knocked them down towards the low bracket. Now they have to face off yet again, so it's going to be a little bit more of a rematch on that low bracket in bracket A. Well, Brum United definitely look like the best team so far. They haven't dropped a game in any of the series that they've played, and I'm looking forward to see if Boom still has any more of those spicy drafts to come back here to surprise Divine Esports.
Yeah, it has been a dominant run. But here for bracket B, you have Fennel Adversity, Flash Wolves in the winner upper bracket finals. Fennel Adversity lost one against Invite. Flash Wolves, though, has been very, very dominant. And now, key characteristics from these two teams have been very, very aggressive. Fennel Adversity having that controlled aggression, and I think we can expect that the same thing. And the one who loses this will battle out against Invite Esports in the lower bracket.
Yep, today we're going to be looking at Fennel Adversity taking on Flash Wolves as well. I think nobody wants to miss this matchup here. Both sides looking pretty clean. And now moving into bracket C, that's where we see a lot of great picks into the jungle for Team Banana, as today they'll be taking on Team Flash on that first series. Meanwhile, QWQ as well as looking for Daddy is on that lower bracket. So I wonder who will be the one that make it out.
Yeah, a lot of expectations for this bracket, especially on Banana and Team Flash into the upper bracket. I think this will be a battle of Baron laners. So I think that is something that we could look at when it comes down into the series.
Could be quite exciting because we have had our fair share of excitement from bracket A through to bracket B and C, and you know, today is where all the excitement concludes, because we do start off the show here with back-to-back upper bracket finals, a chance for one of these teams, well I should say two, given it is going to be two chances, two of these teams to advance through to their respective bracket grand finals. Top of the show, it starts off with the Singapore seed in Banana up against Team Flash. That's then going to be followed up by Flash Wolves taking on Fennel Adversity. Don't want to miss those two. Top of the show, it's where all the fun will be found. And then to close out the night, and an elimination bracket C fight off, looking for Daddy, taking on QWQ coming out of Hong Kong. It's a 5 p.m. Singapore time closer. And I tell you what, I mean, it's going to be quite obvious here, gentlemen, that games 1 and 2 are the ones to look for. But are we thinking anything different here, Infinity?
Yeah, I mean, LFD and QWQ, I think they've shown us, especially on Wolf, for looking for Daddy. I think that is someone that we need to look at, and also PP, who manhandled onto Shy 3 games in a row last time, and QWQ up against them is also something that we need to look at, specifically Ash, that has been showing up.
Yeah, and I guess that you're right, Skimmy. The first two matchup is where I'm looking at them securing that final spot in the upper bracket run, and then they'll be able to just take that leap forward to get into the grand finals of this play-ins. So definitely the stakes are pretty high, but yet again, I think there's good chances for either one of these teams in the first or two series that we're going to be getting. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and you should be excited, because let's bring up their first team of the night. It is going to be known as Team Banana. They're going to, well, I say they sort of defied expectations here. They want 3-0 in the group. They had the standout performance there from Vendetta in the jungle, picking up the MVP, and it wasn't meant to be this way, was it, Contra? I mean, it was an upset that I don't think any of us really saw coming.
Yeah, especially we didn't expect a Darius in the jungle, but it has been played out in the PC meta back in the days. And bringing that back definitely relives some of all these great moments out there when we have iNitrogen, who has been playing relatively well on the Baron lane. So I wonder if there's more surprises coming from Vendetta today. They like to run a death ball composition, so they just play it from front to back, and they don't really have too much of worries. With Tails, he has been able to play a very safe marksman role, so I wonder if the likes of Team Flash here could actually handle all the surprises that Banana can bring up.
And Vendetta, high skills for Team Banana. On top of that, you have just to look at their playstyle. Tails, Soul, and Vendetta. These three players coming from Banana has been very consistent and has been very dominant in those team fights. So I think when it comes down to it, it will boil down into those aggressive playstyle from this team.
Let's see some of the highlights, sort of the moments that they've displayed in this tournament so far. So let's bring it up now.
Yeah, this was some of the team fights that we saw coming in from Banana where they took on QWQ, and this was the very first time that we're seeing the pentakill happen, and it's Team Banana who secured it, and they leave no room for QWQ, taking this whole series by storm, 3-0, and you saw how clean they actually play in some of these team fights, even with QWQ going for some really oppressive picks. They managed to weather the storm, and not only that, they look to be actually sweeping them in many of all these team fights quite cleanly. And even when you look at the sort of retake on objective control, especially on this Baron here, Scarlet Petal being their backbone of Team Banana is something to look for, because he can play tank supports and enchanter supports in most of these recent matches.
Yeah, they're being quick, they're being efficient for Team Banana, and really we could expect a lot of things if they could not stabilize against Shy later on against Team Flash. That would be something that we need to look at.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Scarlet Petal probably the one to look for, because let me just tell you this, guys. The KDA so far, 2, 1, and 48. That means Scarlet Petal's KDA is 50. That's illegal.
Wow.
How does that happen? How does the support get that much done? Is it just the Enchanter buff, where you're not having to really engage? Maybe that is the case. Play Lulu, play Nami, sit back, let the rest of your team pop off, and have a grand old time. Let's bring up their opposition tonight. It is Team Flash. They came in and sort of salvaged the reputation perhaps for Vietnam starting off this tournament, because it wasn't looking too good to start with. But as you mentioned, Infinity, Shy really is that standout player.
Yeah, I think Shy has been very, very dominant and very, very aggressive so far. He's been playing Renekton, he's been playing Camille, he's been playing Irelia, and I think he is currently one of the best Baron laners so far in the tournament. He has been showing up, so I think that is someone we need to highlight later on.
Yeah, on top of that, I think that Joyce being the person to enable him as well, all you gotta look for Team Flash is how well they play that early game. So if they really want to pry open that top lane, just go in for Herald like BJD do, and maybe they could perform a lot better. And look at Shy. He's got 97 kills thus far, but they don't really have the fastest matches out there. They like to go in for mid-game spike and just overwhelm their opponents. So other than Shy here that we're looking at, probably we just want to have a look out for that mid lane showdown as well.
Oh, I'm looking at Ellie straight away, aren't I? Because it's a case of, look, you play Fizz. Okay, Ari, sure, Ari's fantastic, but it has to be Infinity, the Aurelian Soul. I mean, we can talk about ego picks, but that was the flashiest of them all.
Yeah, I think Aurelion Sol was on the fringe edge. It's like gonna be a very, very amazing playstyle. But however, I think Aurelion Sol being there can give you a lot of map control because of flexibility onto roaming in other lanes. And I think that is something that this team wants to do. They want to roam elsewhere to be able to impact other lanes as well.
You know, by now, I won't be surprised even if they go for Teemo and still win games, because they've been looking pretty much in a good form. But one thing's for sure, Team Flash, they sometimes may not be able to juggle with map pressure all too much, but when it comes down to team fighting, you know the Vietnamese region absolutely loves it. So this was a match between them as well as LFD, where they can still take really good control, and they just sandwich LFD in many of all these scenarios and just force them out. So don't give Shy the Camille, whenever the case is. So I don't know if Team Flash would still be able to cope here, because Team Banana definitely a much stronger opponent as compared to what we saw from LFD.
Yeah, their cleanup is very, very clean. At this point, you're looking at how they're playing LFD's position. It's actually quite amazing.
I'm excited for this one because we've seen a fair bit from this roster that they are quite keen to draft for aggression, that they're not afraid to take those fights, that, yeah, maybe they're looking to try and run things into the mid game, but there's certainly a case of, you know, if we have the aggression, if it works, it's one of those momentum-based games where games one can then translate into two. Maybe the pedals get, you know, pushed a little bit if the opposition is pushing back quite hard with their own aggression, but I think Banana could throw them the curveball with a lot of these unique champions. But that aside, let's see what Team Flash had to say leading into this matchup tonight.
IKC là một trải nghiệm rất là tuyệt vời đối với em. Em mong là dịch sẽ mau hết để bọn em có thể quay lại sân thi đấu. Các trận đấu yêu thích của em thì đó là trận đấu với lại Ego esports ở vòng loại IKC Việt Nam. Đó là trận mà bọn em đã lật ngược thế cờ và giành chiến thắng. Em rất là vui. Em nghĩ thành công và trở ngại lớn nhất của em trong giải đấu này đó là tâm lý. Tại vì đôi khi tâm lý thăng hoa thì mình có thể thi đấu tốt, còn những trận thua thì có thể làm cho tâm lý bọn em giảm xuống và thi đấu không được tốt như lúc bình thường. Mình nghĩ là đối với em thì đội nào cũng là đội hàng đầu trong giải C Championship này cả, vì đội nào cũng có khả năng giành chức vô địch trong giải này.
But that may have just been the safest answer he possibly could have given there. Every team is the top team on their day. It could possibly be the case because we have seen those form checks take place where teams are, you know, one moment falling behind, the next minute bouncing back, and you start to wonder really what Team Flash can do in this situation because they have had a few unique picks themselves. We talk about aggression coming from all different angles, but Bernard could certainly throw them a curveball, and I have to look towards that top lane. I feel like that's going to be the matchup that we have to look at. As you mentioned already, Infinity Shy has been smurfing, but Nitrogen certainly has an interesting champion pool himself.
Yeah, Garen Darius for Nitrogen has been picking this as an equalizer. He wants to be able to try and equalize his enemy team, especially considering that you have a lot of Baron lanes that has been dominant in the current meta here at patch 2.4c. But so far, Shy picking up huge KDA and gold per minute for his team. Participation for those team fights are off the roofs as well at 72.7%. So we're really expecting a lot of things onto this individual matchup into the Baron lane.
Yeah, and I think that iNitrogen here is not only a meat shield. When you go in for a Darius pick, you can still flex it over on the jungle, so he may be able to actually go for all these current meta champions out there as well. Garen generally can do well against Renekton. Maybe it might not be the clear winning matchup, but at least can hold him back for a little bit. So this is the top laners that I think that is going to impact the game, but iNitrogen here really got to stop Shy from moving around the map.
Yeah, my question then goes to you guys. You know, apart from the Garen pick, is that really their strategy for Banana? Is Nitrogen a case of saying you can pick the meta champions? I know and I respect your stats and what you bring to your roster, but I've shown the Jax. I can play the Dr. Mundo, maybe the Jarvan in the top lane as well. Is that what you'd love to see, do you think, Contra? Maybe a curveball thrown their way where we say that's not meta, that's odds, and then maybe sneak a win in there?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the direction both of these teams want to go with. But instead for Team Flash, it's always about that mid lane flashiness that we've seen from yesterday, right? So I like you bring up like things like Dr. Mundo that we have not seen all too much of. That Jax went on 1 versus 3 and kind of almost made it out alive. So I think that this is definitely something that we will look forward to if we were to go with this whole series, because I believe that this is going to be a pretty close one. But, well, I'm definitely having my own favorite.
Oh, you got your own favorite already? Okay, well, I believe we can bring up those predictions in just a second. We can see which way we're going. Now, last time... oh, okay. Bit of a split decision here. So I'm the only one that's a believer for Banana. Now, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what. Last time, I said Banana 3-0 for QWQ. It happened. Maybe I've got the winning cap on, you know, metaphorical. It's there, pretend, you know, use your imagination. So. I've got that cap on. I'm a believer that Banana can do it again. But Infinity, why have you gone for Team Flash?
Yeah, Team Flash, as we keep on stating, Shy has been very, very dominant. If they can capitalize onto the Baron lane, they can once again bring this win onto the Banana. Although, Banana can also bring this into a fourth game, into a fifth game. I think these two teams have been very, very close when it comes to individual prowess, and I think they could take it into a distance for the series.
You know, I'm voting for Team Flash here because I look at them having better control when it comes down to the early game. And you look at Team Banana, they just really want to group up, get that front to back sort of set up for team fights so that they can get things advanced. But if Team Flash just keeps coming at them in the early game, that's going to be pretty tough. Now, just looking at how the players are also coping, I like how in the interview that they've mentioned that they take each game as it goes, that every team has a chance to become champion. So they're not falling prey to the casual logo that they have and step on banana peels if that's going to be the case. So yeah, my vote's for Team Flash, and I'm thinking that it's still going to be a pretty cool series from the two.
Okay, so I suppose we put a bit of a highlight on this top lane as to what they could offer and some of the crazy champion picks that could be there. But let's look elsewhere. I mean, we've seen Tails go for the Xayah a fair few times right now. A nice safe pick, but the concern has been on the desk that it takes a bit of time to come online, right? You need a few items for that critical chance to really matter. How many times have we seen these team fights break out with the feathers go out, and then you're trying to recall back, but there is no damage. You've got this full wombo combo, Oriana's, Galio's, Jax's, and you're thinking it would be so good if we just had another 10 minutes. So do you think that is the safety net for him, that, Tails or, the bot lane in general, play an Enchanter, empower that, try and, cheat some tempo in a way with the likes of Ardent Sensor and so on? Because you'd imagine that Team Flash are going to have things like the Ziggs in their back pocket and the Varus, which have been so devastating already in this tournament.
Yeah, I could look at that because Xayah, I think, yes, he has like very, very late game power spike, 3 core items, but I think this would be a very great champion, a lot of potential to go for those outplays because of the Feathers and also the Feather Storm for safety. So definitely something that we could look at is Xayah can be picked up.
Yeah, I definitely think that if you don't want to go for a Xayah, you can still go for something as safe as Varus, but that's being banned away by Team Flash. They say, nope, you're not going to be able to hook from the distance. Now, no Lee Sin for Vendetta. He has to opt for something else, and perhaps Team Flash might just be happy to deal with a Darius instead, or something else, but we are already seeing the first pick being the Renekton. Yesterday, Team Flash was the one to put it in the jungle, so they won't be able to get that for themselves, while we see a Kai'Sa as well as a Nami. Extremely safe lane for Team Flash.
Although Kha'Zix is still played Kha'Zix as a jungler, and so far there has no team picking this up as of yet. But Banana picking up Zyra Khan, this is what we're looking for. This is the lovers duo that can really dominate into the bot lane. Huge potential up against Kai'Sa and Nami.
And they're not revealing all too much of the whole composition yet for Team Banana, as Team Flash opts to go for aggressive junglers once again. Kha'Zix now being picked up. Now, it's definitely all depending on how well Joyce could possibly find those early elites, and Team Flash so far has been able to arrive to majority of these objectives just at the moment that it spawns. Akali is going to be that flashy pick, still flexible to both Baron lane as well as mid lane. Now, if he wants to go against a Renekton or Twisted Fate, which one do you think that you'll be doing better against, Infinity?
Well, it looks like Twisted Fate's gonna be locking in, so in an individual matchup, I think Nami in the early game can actually just dash away when it comes to those crucial moments, but Twisted Fate, we all know the gold card is just too much when it comes to CC power, so I think this is what Banana wants, and that global presence could really affect them as well. With Rengar being the jungler for Banana, Team Flash needs a tanky, and Riven can be that tanky champion for Flash.
Okay, Infinity, I think this is going to be a match full of eliminations across the board. So it's all about who gets the leads first overall. So Banana, they do have a little bit more of a global presence, and that Twisted Fate pick can actually counter a Akali that's going to be hiding in the Shroud. Well, I think this is a genius draft coming from Team Banana. Something that's steady, hitting from early to late.
And this almost seems like these two teams are watching the same draft that we saw last night, right? It was Twisted Fate every single game. And then I said, please just ban the Twisted Fate. They did, but the Assassins still came out. But it has been a core discussion point that if you've got the Twisted Fate, the Assassins, they just don't have that much fun. So we've got it all. We've got the aggression. We've got what we've asked for. We've got the top lane matchup that should hopefully deliver. and it's now a chance for our casters to get excited. Let's introduce them and throw it over for game number 1. It's Grandin and Omo. Take it away, boys.
Thanks a bunch, Skimmy. We're looking forward to see how this one plays out. I know that we looked at the picks and bans and we had a couple ideas going into this one, Omo, but I have to say this is an exciting one. Looking at the first set, and from Team Banana, a team that we weren't quite sure where they stood going into the upper bracket at least. Still in bracket C, going up against Team Flash, I think we have to say, perhaps looking pretty decent from them.
Yeah, to be honest, Grandin, I think we still don't really know what to expect from them. Their last opponents, QWQ, it was kind of a wash. I was pleasantly surprised they even managed to get a win at all, but this is gonna be their first real test, and it's a serious test. Number 4 seed from Vietnam, Team Flash, and like you mentioned, right, I think that they're set up for success here. The draft looks really, really good. When the Akali and the Kazakhs came through, we were saying in the segment below that we were thinking TF Rengar here just counters everything, and it looks so good, right? And I'm hyped to see how this one's gonna play out. I think they have so many win conditions. They have so many counter picks as well across the board. As a team comp, they just counter Team Flash, and Team Flash will have to outplay them mechanically to succeed.
So many things on the line for both these teams. The first match of the day, of day 4. Of course, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be important to get that momentum going. And like Team Flash mentioned, any team can be the top team on their best day, on the top day. We're looking to see that happen again. You know, we've had a little bit of a discussion prior to this competition going, iNitrogen, he's more of a stable player. He's here to play tanks. But in this game, he's playing Renekton. He's looking to win this as we go into game number 1. Talk us through some of those win conditions here, Omo.
All right, let's go from top to bottom, right, Grandin? Renekton, I think this champion, why he's so good, he can do it all. But we might have to hold this thought as they might try to 3-man this.
I don't think it's
No
going to be all too
Okay.
much. It's just going to be a little bit of damage. Yeah, but flow the way things go in this game.
Exactly, and Akali is a bit too weak of a champion at level 1. If not, they might have gone for the bubble skill up there and try to snowball a bit of a mid advantage for Ellie, which can really get out of control. All right, so back to the point, right? Renekton, why he's such a good champion? He can do it all, right? You know what I mean? He protect, he attack. That's Renekton. He does it all. You want to play to his lane? You can do that. You want to play to your bot lane? Renekton can be stable. It's so hard to dive Renekton. He really does it all. Ellie here, so smart, holding on the spells. Yeah, really nice. Waiting out the gold card timing. Doing a little bit of punishment back and forth. Now, I want to point out the matchups from the side of Team Flash. None of these matchups are unwinnable. They are all just heavily skill reliant. Riven can beat Renekton. Akali can beat TF. You just have to be really aggressive, play like a madman, and mechanically outplay without going into too much details, right?
Sure, we saw in the draft when things first started out, you saw the Kazakhs, you were saying this was a great steal. This took away from Vendetta's champion pool.
Yes.
Instead, they replaced that with the Rengar coming in with an alternative.
Yeah, let me hit you with some statistics here,
Oh
Brandon.
boy, here we go.
So, I mean, the stats don't lie, right? That's the best part. Anything can lie to you. Narratives can lie to you. But the stats will never lie to you.
Wait a
They
minute.
always got your
Wait
back.
a minute. Oh
Okay.
my goodness. Vendetta's down the bot side. He
Vendetta.
secures the first kill. Gets in the tails. Puts that Maxima on the scholarship here, Omo.
Yeah, this man does not need to wait for level 5. He does not need to wait for the Rengar ultimate. Good setup from Scarlet Battle to get the tempo going. And I want to go back to the statistics really quickly. Kazakhs, his most played, 3-1 win rate in the regular season. But his third most played is Rengar with a 2-0 win rate as well. And Rengar is basically permabanned as a champion, which is why he never gets it. But when he does, Vendetta is so effective on these two champions. Yes, it was a good snatch, but you then picked up champions that were completely counted to Rengar combination. So it ends up still being a favorable draft situation for Banana as Vendetta hits 5 already.
Yeah, it's a fast one, and even looked like Joyce was trying to get some work done on the other side of the map. Gets a little bit of vision, but he doesn't go for the caps, and so Vendetta gets a comeback, relatively unpunished. Sure, they know where he is, but they would know where he was going to be anyway, right? They saw the blue bubbles up, he had to go there at some point. That being said, though, Banana going up against Team Flash here, now with First Blood, you know, we talk a little bit about the bot side. You said that Banana don't really like to play as a bot side win conditions. They didn't like to play for a more stable one, but looking at this, you know, getting the lead here, do you think this is going to change the way they play this game?
Look, I'll be very blunt here, right? I don't think that Banana's bot side is a win condition for multiple reasons. The
Well, this is
main one
Banana.
being that they're not stable carries. Alright, just a bit of trading back and forth. They have to be careful though, Joyce. Alright, they're gonna see Joyce's recall, and this is big because they know that on the recall bot side, you're gonna reset top side. So now they can track Joyce's jungle pathing very well. He's on the other side of the map from Vendetta, which means there is a timing window here for them to make a play somewhere bot side using Trill of the Hunt.
It might be important as well because the Dragon's coming up in just about half a minute, so something to watch out for both these teams. We see Banana play a little bit more towards the Dragon, though they are happy to trade for Rift Tower as well, so we'll just have to see the mood going into this game. I know talking about this, Team Banana, you know, they have a fair bit in the schedule. They're busy players, you know, but they make time to play this game either way.
Yeah, I mean, we have some fun facts about the locations and whatnot
yeah?
that Banana are playing in. It's far from a conducive, ideal environment, but they're looking good here.
Yeah, looks like Eyelight's just in for the fight. He pops the flash, pops the ultimate away from the ribbon.
Nice.
Has to trade for his own summoners, but he's gonna get away scot-free.
Yeah, and he spends a Joyce's time as well, and that's the big thing. He knows where he is, he tracks the jungler, he trades every spell, but now they're gonna get an inside track on this Dragon, and it looks like Banana gets it for free. I'm gonna even wager they have time to come up and contest this Herald.
Yeah, looks like after the Dragon, still gonna have some time there. Galapeto's a little bit ambitious, tries to get a
Trill
knockout,
of the
tries to
Hun
find
was
the pick.
popped, Grandin.
I think that's, well, is it? Well, yeah, it looks like that's gonna be the case because now they're gonna pop the Destiny as well.
It
They're
might
ready
time
to set
out.
this one out. They're moving in. It just barely does time out, but he has to brush by the river, so he's going to jump onto the Rift Tower either way. Soul's already in the thick of things, and they find the first catch on the Joyce. Ellie, the next to follow. Now they're on to Shelly. What a great start for Banana.
Really good start for Banana, like you mentioned, Grandin. Soul TPs right into the middle of two assassins. Riven, Akali, Kha'Zix, they were all surrounding him, but he managed to get out using that barrier, using that flash. Good choice of summoner spells, knowing he's going to be heavily aimed by this Kha'Zix, by this Akali, and it lets him get out. His team gets both objectives on the map. I would say I'm pleasantly surprised by this, but given the state of the team compositions, it kind of does make sense. Banana just have the answers to Team Flash. Now, on the other hand, though, Team Flash, I would say they do outscale. Look towards this Riven, look towards this Akali. We're trying to reach a point in the mid to late stages of the game where they just get enough items that no one can ever lane against them in the side lane. You have to send 2-3 people even down there, and when you do that, they trade you on the other side of the map.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this because Nitrogen, he's going to have to face off against Shy, and Shy is definitely not shy to take that fight. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup. Nitrogen, he's going for the bit of the Rune King early on.
Yep.
See, popping Dominus, and he gets so much additional stats off that. He's healthy, he's top back up. Looks like Ellie's trying to force the issue, but
Very
fortunately,
nice.
clears the wave just in time there.
Yes. Very, very nice presence of mind from Nitrogen. I really like it. He knows the play is coming in. He popped the Dominus to avoid being executed by the Riven and has the Fury, so he gets the empowered first skill off onto an entire minion wave, just clearing it out. Trill of the Hunt here.
Yeah, jumps on, goes on for the Nami first. Exhaust's gonna come through. Alcohol Prison's right
big
there.
exhaust.
Vendetta loses a lot of HP, but Soul's right around the corner, gets spotted out by the ward. Team Banana won't be able to find more. The Team Flash just grabbed the tower. They're gonna have to back away.
They don't even need to use the Herald right there. That was Vendetta on this Rengar, just shredding towers. We've talked about this before, Brandon. When Rengar gets time with your turrets, he can take it down in 2-3 creeps. Not even a full minion wave needed. Has the Essence Reaver, has the Stinger. This man is gonna start really doing a lot of damage here on this Rengar. And like we always talk about, right? What is the win condition of Banana? It is Vendetta on carry junglers and him just snowballing the game. He's going crit here, Brandon. This man is looking to do some damage.
Look, I'm starting to think, right? Yeah, Banana woke up on the right side a bit, feeling good. But you're looking like you're pretty happy as well. Who is this man?
Yes.
Who am I casting with right now? Singing high praise for Team Banana. Homo.
Look, I'm really surprised. They are playing very well. They have good presence of mind. They have good understanding of how they need to, how they want to play out their team composition. And they're not getting outplayed by Flash. This is what we talked about, right? How does Flash beat Banana? Be better players individually. How does Banana beat Team Flash? I think they steal a couple of games with some carry jungle picks from Vendetta, and if the team sets up well for him, he can carry a couple games. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, we are starting to see Team Flash make some use of the Kha'Zix. Unfortunately, I think things were just not just about there. For now, not too much to fight over, so Banana just going to be happy getting some control around the map, making sure Renekton's going to go ahead. They're also looking to jump onto Shy. Unfortunately, I think they are just out of range there.
All right, using Trill of the Hunt just to pick up a Gromp there, a bit of a heavy commitment, a heavy price to pay for that Toad here.
Well,
that frog.
No, toads and frogs are two different animals, Leonard. I can't let you make that mistake. You already got it right yesterday. Don't make yourself wrong today. Yeah?
I would get into this whole thing, but I have no idea what the difference is between a toad and a frog, so I will not engage.
Yes, that's right. Just know that the amphibians, just know that we already saw that happen. And for now, Dragon's going to come up pretty soon, and the Team Banana looking to get some control here. Team Flash have their number. They're going to move in quickly as well. But it's a different situation because it seems like Banana now with the 5,000 gold lead are going to be significantly stronger going to this fight, plus
Definitely.
the repair to boot.
Yeah, and that's the point I wanted to make, right? I can't tell the difference between a Toad and a Frog, but I can definitely tell you the difference here between Rengar's items and Kha'Zix's items. One entire Solari Blade up on the Kha'Zix. He's one full item ahead. You cannot take this fight here, Team Flash. Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, gotta watch out for the Herald, but at the same time, Team Flash trying to collapse in on the Dragon Pit. Nitrogen's gonna join in, force them away. Tidal Wave comes through first. Nice sidestep. Everyone's out here surfing, just gonna make sure they're safe. Pops the Gold Card onto the ribbon. That's a first cleanse. Nitrogen gets the stun. Back onto Ellie. He's immediately gone. They trade back off a Scarlet Petal, but it's not a worthwhile trade. It's the worst trade deal they could have ever had. Shy tries to jump back in by Nitrogen.
Choice.
He's right in for the kill. Vendetta, he's coming online now with the Destiny. They're gonna move back in. Nice stun out from Nitrogen. The last
So
one
is
attack's
one
not
hit.
gonna be enough. So low, but he's still out here looking for the kills. And they move on to the Nami. Glory will surely go down, and Tails has come online. The bot lane from Banana as they sweep up Team Ace.
I have no words right now, Grandin. I am high on Copium Banana. They're gonna make it to groups. Let's go. They get the mid lane turret as well. They get the dragon. They get the full ace, only losing their support and Baron laner. Banana, 8,000 gold ahead, getting the tempo in their favor. They have all the dragons. I'm a believer, Grandin.
Yeah, we've convinced you, and I'm starting to think that Skimmy might be the right person. Let's take a look back at the previous fight to see how this one played out.
Yeah, it was a botch engage from Rakan, but it doesn't matter because they're just so ahead. They have so much damage. There's enough CC, right? You got point and click from Twisted Fate, point and click from Rengar. They pop the Akali to start things off. They pop the Kha'Zix. The Riven can't find anything. He doesn't have enough items. This was so sketchy right here. Soul as well as Vendetta barely living on a tick of health. Tails with a very nice ultimate there to just clean up the team fight. And that's gonna be why Xayah beats Kai'Sa. I mean, I feel like Kai'Sa priority is way overrated. That champion is just not that good. So many counters available. And Ellie solo bolo.
Oh my goodness, this is the power of the Renekton. No, but he dashes the wrong way, and
Yeah.
sure can both get him to safety, but things are looking dicey there for Ellie. That being said,
Very
though,
much.
Leonard, oh my goodness, the fight's never really over, is it? Aqua Prison
Yeah,
catches
it
two,
is.
but Team Flash are the ones who have to run away. And yeah, talking about this Xayah Kai'Sa kind of supremacy, you know, it's interesting to see two different camps. TJ's all about Xayah being a weak marksman, and you're all about Kai'Sa being a weak marksman. Looks like both of them are weak enough that it's gonna balance out.
They're both weak in the right situations. They're both strong in the right situations. But this is going to be Banana here. Baron Nashor at 11 minutes. 10,000 gold lead. They are just sweeping the floor with Team Flash. I mean, I expected Banana to be able to steal 1 or 2 games, but I thought those would be hard-fought games. I didn't expect Banana to just come in here and just destroy them. This isn't even a Banana peel. They are just showing that they're the better team in Game 1.
Yeah, we thought bracket C was gonna be for bracket Clown, but instead now we have bracket C for bracket Banana, I guess.
C is for Banana, indeed.
C is for Banana. We never took
look,
we
okay.
never took spelling classes. We don't have to take spelling classes.
Yes, we only know how to count a tree. We definitely don't know the alphabet. That's a given.
Exactly.
Very good discipline here from Soul, knowing he shouldn't overpush this. Double assassins camping in the bush. Destiny's Gate not being available makes it an iffy situation for him, but he gets cover from Vendetta. Really, really good stuff here from Banana. Knowing their limits, knowing when they can and cannot push, it's really good.
Almost
Oh,
uncharacteristically good from Banana. It's just quite surprising to see just how well they're playing with the presence of mind. Now look at this better set up coming through from Tails. They're gonna jump in, going golden. He buys some time over to the back. They've come online, so he's here to fight this. They're jumping in Vendetta. He's playing around the brushes. The gold card lands onto the Kai'Sa. They're jumping back on. It's the ultimate
at
Apex
Vendetta.
Predator from Vendetta. One by one, they're all gonna fall. Shy's gonna get stunned up. He's just in range for Vendetta to come in. It's a triple kill for Soul, as everyone from Banana surely must find a multi-kill rampage.
Let's go, and that's gonna be Banana. They won the end here. They're calling Destiny's Gate. Let's go for the Nexus. That's gonna be 5 dead on the side of Team Flash. 10 seconds on the nearest death timer. I think they get this, Grandin.
Oh, it's only gonna be the Nami that's scoring the waves in. They still have the Baron. Nami, what can he do? Glory D, he has to try and hold on to this, and he will.
Oh, that's it.
Too much
Alright.
pressure from the fish.
Yeah, not opting to try to close out the game right there. It wasn't gonna be the timing. I thought they would be able to try to sneak it in time, but Banana opting for the safer play, not wanting to throw a game that they have secured already. Good call to just reset, go for the dragon here. And let's talk about how that situation started out. Ellie was trying to fish for a play onto Tails. He kind of missed the shuriken, but what mattered is he burned. That's the big thing here. With that done, the members of Team Flash, they called to just go all in. This is our last chance. Send it. Wasn't enough. And Banana, they managed to just get another dominant teamfight win.
And Banana looking to keep pressing on that, keep going, holding down the gas pedal, looks like.
Yep.
Gonna go get another Drake. Just making sure that they get all the possible win conditions, don't give Flash a chance to get back into the game. That being said, now if Superman is crashing in from the top side, gonna have to watch out for that Baron lane. Shy's gonna be on permanent wave clear duty because of that. He went for the QSS early on, so no teleport, no option to join into this fight. It's not gonna be the same as what Soul has.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be dialing.
I don't think Banana will looking to fight that, but it's a nice tidal wave to push them off either way. Nitrogen, he's gonna keep shoving down the bot side. Dragon Lane turret gonna be broken open pretty soon here, and Baron coming up in 30 seconds. That's one more thing Team Flash has to worry about.
Yeah, right now, Banana, their win condition is simple. It's secure. Leave Nitrogen here to just keep applying pressure.
Oh
Dialing.
my goodness, where did he go?
What?
Where did Dying
You didn't
go?
see?
Nah, there's no way he's gonna survive through that. He didn't see Vendetta running up to him.
That was the mark on your head, brother. There's a mark of Trill of the Hunt on you, and that's going to be a 4v5. They want to end the game here, Banana.
Yeah, you have to be careful giving Vendetta any assassin in the jungle, and that's what we're hoping to see from Banana. They are a one-threat team. They play towards the jungle, make Vendetta the monster that he is. And now, as they're breaking open the base, just one turret left. Nitrogen wants to lead the charge, gets exhausted. The turret's gonna go down eventually. Kelly's going into the thick of things with a perfect execution. The bubble does manage to catch on to Vendetta, but in the meantime, the assassins are dead. They can't even take down the carries. And it's just down to Soul to move in as Joyce and Glory D forced back into the base. Kaiser just respawning at this point, but all three inhibs taken down.
They're not calling to end. Banana here with the discipline, with the presence of mind, I would say, to know we don't have to commit for end. We have already won the game. Let's not risk a throw. Let's reset. Baron, we have just gonna come and end the game with the Baron. And I like this call from Banana, but I want to point out on the side of Team Flash, we saw that team fight. In fact, we saw a couple of team fights where Banana members were just taken down to blinking red health bars. If there wasn't such a massive goal lead for Team Flash, we could see how their comp could be successful. It makes sense. You have a bunch of assassins, you have a bunch of dive. Mechanics is the name of the game for Team Flash. Problem is they're just so far behind. Look at Vendetta's items. He is basically capped out, full damage, crit Rengar, jumping in, one-shotting your marksman, going golden, and there's nothing you can do about it. Next game, Team Flash, if they want to win it, they need to have a lot more restraint in draft. You want the carries, you can't overcommit for it. Ellie gets soloed out 1v4, that's fine.
Yeah, Nitrogen, he's gonna watch as Shy tries to jump onto him. Says you have to back away, mate. You can't take
He
this
scares
fight.
them away 1v4.
Yeah, I still want to see Skimmy make a Steve Irwin joke, but I'm gonna hold off on that. Let him have his chance. You know, look at his goal difference. You know, this is the difference between starting with Franco Templeton to start the game and not going for that. Banana pulling with a massive lead and now onto the Nexus. There's little that Team Flash can do to stop this. The Nexus looking low and get taken down. Banana pick up game one.
Banana pick up game one in dominant fashion, something that I did not expect myself to be saying here today. Several draft mistakes coming in from the side of Team Flash. Very well punished by Banana. Good execution. Good playing around Vendetta. The stars are aligning and they are identifying their win condition. They're doing exactly what they need to, and I'm very happy with the Banana we saw in game one.
That was an interesting game for sure. Banana pick up the first win. I'm starting to think that Skibby might be the right person. He's the lucky charm that the Singapore region needs to make sure that we qualify into the group stage and maybe take away the C championships. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's hand it over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Yes, it does feel good to vote for Banana. I'm a believer. I said it before and I'll say it again. Good start for the boys right there. Vendetta proving why he was the MVP in that previous series and showing a very strong performance once again. I have to say, Infinity, I mean, between the link-up of Vendetta and Soul, the mid-jungle, far too strong.
Yeah, definitely. I think they got in that early kill onto First Blood into the bottom lane. That already gave a stack onto Rengar. On top of that, I think Rengar got like, what, 5 stacks in the 8-minute mark so far. Banana just sweep that out. And as we all know, Team Flash went in for a squishy composition.
You know, Omo was absolutely right during that Dragon challenge. They shouldn't even consider that at all, because Vendetta, he got 2 full items up, while Joyce only had 1 item, which is the Dustplate of Raptor. Look at it go. Vendetta, the shining star of this match, getting almost full item in the span of what? This is a sub 20-minute game, and he's already crushing it so far. Now, if they're going with this, I don't know if Shy could even wrestle with the Crocodile up top.
That's my concern, though. It has to be. Is it too early to say? The fact that we have seen this Renekton Riven matchup time and time again. Renekton should be the lane bully, but we have then seen them stabilize where the Riven will find that angle. It's characteristic of what Team Flash are known for. Collapsing, engaging, and they certainly had that collapse potential, but the fact that he didn't get a single kill, 0, 4, and 5, Nitrogen had his number. Is it too early to say? Do you think that's a worrying sign in this series, Contra?
Definitely a little bit of a worrying sign, but Team Flash probably will change up the draft where they won't be feeling just as confident going for more of all these early game-centric assassins. So perhaps falling back to something that's pretty much neutral on all state of the game will do them a lot better. And they got to start considering, if you're not going to ban that Rengar, just go for the TF at the very least.
Yeah, TF needs to be removed. It's far too strong. I wonder if it will be. We have seen that teams are quite resistant to the idea until a potential match point comes about. As we go into the break, it's Banana that take the very first game in this best of 5 series, a chance to qualify for the top of the bracket. And welcome back for game number 2 of this upper bracket final, proudly brought to you by our sponsors, one in particular in this case with Franklin Templeton. So you can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Now, we speak about managers. How are they going to manage this situation here? Because that was a Rengar that was far too strong. A Rengar that really, in the early game, ran the entire map ragged. I mean, Infinity, I've never seen a Rengar that strong.
Yeah, it was a very dominant one. Got the first blood into the bottom lane in the first couple of minutes, and then stacked up in 5-stack passive at the 8-minute mark when they got the second dragon. And so far, I think what Team Flash could do is maybe to put in more of a tankier composition, build in onto someone else, or trade onto those objectives that is being taken by Banana in the first couple of minutes into the game.
Well, it felt like Team Banana at one point was just playing with the food already, especially with the Rengar being so huge. So Team Flash, perhaps they just really have to invest a little bit more effort onto Shy, who we saw on the other day had so much potential. So what they gotta do, secure that Rift Herald, because last game Team Banana has been able to take that away from Team Flash. I wonder if this is going to be the sort of changes. But if they were to be going on the blue side, then maybe that might favor a little bit more priority for Team Flash to maybe snatch up a few more dragons. But maybe it's just going down to the draft. Akali, I don't think she's in such a great state as of late, because it takes time for her to ramp up, and it takes a whole lot of energy bar just to get all the skills up in the early game. Not that much of a favorite matchup when it goes up against the Twisted Fate.
And that's something that we're a little bit critical of, was the lack of objective control coming out of Team Flash, and also the ability for them to identify those trades, whether that be picking off targets that are trying to be greedy, or going for turrets, syncing up waves and saying, well, if you're going to get that, we're at least going to get something back. Now, how much does that go towards the draft? I mean, we can see here Infinity, Rengar straight away banned.
Yeah, they don't want to fight against it. So dominant coming from Banana, but instead actually picking up Revenge, so stealing it away against Team Flash instead. Jarvan 4 now being locked in for Flash instead.
Going back to Team Banana here, they could still put the Riven up in the mid lane, you can put it on the top, or even the jungle, so that's going to be a really good flex pick. Remember this, when they ban out that Rengar, it opens up the Senna. So Team Banana, they might actually get that starting Senna right down the bottom lane to accompanied by this Gragas, who is likely to go into the support role, and still be flexing out. So I guess that is a plethora of options that Team Banana can still go with, not really telling too much to Team Flash.
Yeah, so far very, very flexible. 3 picks coming in from Banana, and Team Flash is now on the edge. What do they need to do? But Aurelia being hovered in by Team Flash has the potential to go for those outplays, being locked in already. Now, we could decipher on what Banana wants to do, as Ari is now being hovered as well. Potential Gragas support.
Yeah, and this is where I believe Omo as well as Brandon has been telling about the whole Garen up in the top lane. You don't know if this guy's gonna bring up the Infinity Edge, going for something offensive, but Team Flash
Asol
brings out the Celestial Dragon once more. So, Irelia, is this in the jungle? Is this in the Baron lane? I guess we'll soon find out.
Yeah, there is a potential for Aurelia to go either way, and Jarvan 4 to be an alternative onto those roles as well. But I think Team Flash picking up the Asol means that they wanna be reflective in parallel onto the aggression of Banana and early roams coming in from their jungler.
Well,
What do we like about these two drafts? So we are a fan of what we see, because I mean, from what I'm getting of Team Flash, once again, it is that very much we're banking on our mechanics to get ourselves into the game. If we are sacrificing these objectives, we know what we can do. We know how to find these outplays, and there were multiple times in the game contract where there were blinking health bars on Banana, or in the case of the Xayah, how much time was bought with the Featherstorm and the Barrier.
yeah, if I look into this whole draft right here, Team Flash definitely looking better when it comes down to team fight synergy. Team Flash probably won't be looking to get themselves a really good lead down the bottom lanes as well as the mid lane, if they could actually do that, because let's be honest here, there's nothing that you want to do to get the Garen up ahead, and if he does, what is he gonna be doing about that? So Flash possibly gonna be going for more challenges, but aggressively in that early game as well as the mid game.
Beautiful. Well, let's throw it over to our casters for game number 2. Boys, take it away.
Thanks a ton there, Skimmy. Looking forward to see how this one's gonna play out. We had an interesting game number 1, and Flash are coming back in here looking like they got a little bit of a better idea what they want to do. You know, first game, they were playing to the composition that everyone tells them, yeah, this is what standard Wild Rift is supposed to look like. This is how you're supposed to play the game. Now they're going into it, playing like how they want to play the game.
And Grandin, I think after that game 1, I have seen the light. Banana, they are gonna take this one. I think they have what it takes. They showed a really good game 1 performance, and I think they can do it here again with the kind of drop they have in game 2.
Wrap it up. I think we're done. You can't get any better than that. I think you gotta stop at a high point, yeah? But alright, fine. Let's talk a little bit about this game again. Banana going up against Team Flash. But take a look back at the compositions, you know. Banana, they've switched things up. They've gone back to their previous compositions. It's iNitrogen on this Garen. You know, you talked a little bit about this, Omo. Why don't you explain this idea?
Okay, I think if you look at the drafts across the board, right, what I think is really interesting is on the side of Team Flash, Joyce is picking up a kind of champion which he doesn't usually play. If you look at his statistics in the regular season, as well as in C-Champ so far, he likes to play duelists, Lee Sin, Rengar, Kha'Zix, things like this. But Jarvan, you're normally a tank bot. You go in, you engage for your team. That's basically it. That's your job done. So he's taking on a very different role this time to try to enable his teammates a little bit more.
And changing that role and changing that little playstyle, those small differences could be what it takes to change the results of this game. That being said, it's Banana versus Team Flash. We're going into game number 2. Banana with the first point up and giving us a little bit of hopium here, Omo. We're going to see how they make this second game play out.
I don't think it's copium, Grandin. After that amazing game 1 that we saw from them, I actually have a bit more hope. Now, knowing my track record with predictions, I might have jinxed it already, but we'll have to see how it plays out. I think the pieces are still in the right places. Your carry is on Vendetta. The rest of your team built around it. Solo on something that can roam, push, move, help your jungler get picks. Perfect. iNitrogen and Tails on picks which are hard to kill, hard to punish, and can do their job with, you know, even to low amount of resources. I think across the board, Banana looks good. Their draft fits how they want to play. On the side of Flash, they lose one of their traditional carries in Joyce, and they will have to rely more on the other members stepping up. The big one I'm looking out for is Shy on this Irelia.
Sure, so they've lost a little bit of pressure with Joyce going for a more defensive pick. It's down the bottom side to look at it. Maybe takedown dialing here. Ignite taking him down low. One more. Auto he flashes in, gets it, and the flag and drag will come in to secure the trade kill. But then a little bit too late in the response.
Yeah, and that fight started out with Tails taking a pretty bad trade there. It was a bit ambitious for him to step up that far, and Vendetta will come in a little bit too late, but it looks like we might have a skirmish here, Grandin.
Yeah, skirmish continues.
Oh,
Scarlet Battle,
no.
he's going to take a decent amount of damage. Has to flash away. Still going to get caught by the
Ellie's-
stun from the Aurelion Soul, but Vendetta, he's come online. Great knockups. The auto attacks are finally going to take down Scarlet Petal. Joyce finds something for his efforts, but flashes in. Oh my goodness, Vendetta. What a beast. What a monster going into game number 2 with the triple kill to start off game number 2.
And I don't want to hear anything from anyone trying to tell me that Vendetta is not the best player in C-Champs that we've seen so far. He's popping off every single game. That skirmish had started out with both marksmen trading their lives, right? Tails here with a bit of spacing. Pretty fancy.
Yeah, covering yourself there almost. Got him add in the best player in C-Champ so far.
Of course.
Grass on your dying barely saves
Look.
Tails there.
Look, Grandin, I have to say the best player in C-Champs so far because we haven't seen Shinsekai play yet.
Oh boy.
I'm high on the SG Copium right now, if you can't tell. And yeah, we'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out, but it's looking really good for Vendetta.
Yeah, if you haven't seen social media, haven't seen the posts, we were talking, Omo had a nice hot take saying that Alliance was the best team in the C-Champs. And if you guys want to join in on the interaction, talk to us a little bit, hashtag C-Champs on social media, and we'll maybe put up that message. We saw some pretty cool memes, so let's talk a little bit more about this game, because 4-2, strong start from Banana. How is this going to play out? And with the Dragon coming online, how is this going to work for Vendetta here?
Yeah, we always talk about the 4-minute timing, and leading up to that, it's the 3:15 plus timing, right? When do you get your resets in? Where do you get your setups? Which objectives are you fighting for? Big thing to take note of right now, Vendetta is sitting with the Black Cleaver already at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It's going to be on the map, going to be able to cover his lanes if they want to get a reset down. Fantastic timing from everyone. This is huge. Glory wastes his Rakan ultimate before the fight. He's not going to have it up. He's not going to be able to try to tie people up here.
And Nitrogen is actually going to take a decent amount of damage back from Shy.
can't kill him.
Unfortunately, You can't kill the Garen. He's
That's his
way too
job.
tanky. That's all he has
That's
to
his
do,
job,
really.
right? Brilliant. I love it because this is all you need to do. You know what Team Flash want to do. They want Shy to pop off. He took the Ignite. He wants to 1v1 you. Nitrogen is sitting here with a Garen. He's got the barrier ready. You know, he's doubling down. You are not going to kill me. And I love what we see.
Look,
But they
he's
do kill Tails.
Yeah, they find Tails down to bomb side. Dialing's losing a decent amount of HP to the Ignite as well. Scarapetto's still on the chase. Venom's going to come in here, clear out the way, make sure they're ready for this dragon. But yeah, talking about this top side, you know, Shy going up against iNitrogen. iNitrogen, he's a temp with a bad attitude. He clocks in, he checks in the work, but he doesn't do very much. He just makes sure that he's present. And then you just have to go and make sure that he's just there. You have to deal with him whenever you can. But that's pretty much all we're going to see. It will rotate down to the bomb site now. Team Flash, the ones with a little bit more initiative around these neutral objectives. Gotta move on
And
to
Soul here
Soul
gonna start the fight.
Yeah, this is interesting. Force the flash away from Joyce. Not quite sure what the intention was from the Javan.
Yeah, just wanted to go in very aggressively, a bit too aggressively. Nitrogen's rotation, though, is going to be costing them.
Yeah, they do get Dragon. Unfortunately, first turret. Or fortunately, he's a Team Flash fan. First turret going over to Team Flash, now grabbing the Rift turret as well. It looks like a decent amount of gold over to Team Flash. Look at that. They finally pulled ahead with the gold lead as well.
Yep. So this is really big for Team Flash, right? And it all starts out with Tails getting caught and dying there in the Dragon lane. That swung the tempo heavily back in the favor of Team Flash. Initially, the way this game was supposed to work, iNitrogen would just absorb all the pressure in the Baron lane. He doesn't care. He's staying on the turret. He's catching waves. You play around your bot lane. You move them out of lane. You get the Dragon. You control both objectives. And we see a repeat of last game. This game, that doesn't get to happen because you get a solo kill in the bot lane and Tails won't be able to participate. They get the tempo lead, and Flash, they swing things in their advantage. For the first time this series, they have the Herald, they have the top lane turret already, and things are looking good here.
Talk to me a little bit about what Scarapetto's doing here in the bomb side, Leonard, because looking at the Gragas right now, we've seen a lot of AP Gragas in the support role. Guys like Gov,
Yep.
they like to make sure they get the Rabadons early on. By this time, Scarapetto, he has a gold lead for a fasting setup, but he's going for the Sunfire Cape instead.
Honestly, I disagree with this. I think the AP Gragas build is just so strong. Well then,
I'm just gonna
execute.
leave it. Yep, it's a double execute. You just get the kill. It's
Nowhere to
pretty
go.
easy. Now the bomb side though, it looks like Soul's gonna go down again. The trade bag,
Yeah.
they're really looking to shut down the bomb side of the map.
I'm actually not sure how he got caught out there. He probably got charmed up and then CC chain. That's the most likely thing that could have happened, right? Because Ari with the triple dashes, you are just generally so safe, so
Right.
hard to catch and kill. But the problem is, he must have misplayed and gotten caught somewhere. We see some action in mid.
We'll look to see if Team Flash have misplayed, overstepping the bounds. Stepping forward into Banana doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to be able to back away. iNitrogen will be the one to match the Rift Herald. But that is the second turret for Team Flash. And looking like a third potentially as they start chipping away at the bottom side in a tier turret.
Yeah, it's gonna be a third, I think so as well. Not gonna be happening right now, right? But given this team composition that they have, they can easily send Shy down there, or when someone comes to try to catch Shy, they'll just trade objectives. That's the name of the game for Team Flash right now. They trust in Shy to at least be able to pull two members over, and they'll just be trying to trade. We do see some reshuffling of the lane assignments, which I think is pretty interesting. Tails here on the center are going to be dual laning with Soul in the mid lane, and you're putting both your tanks on the side lane, which I can understand. Given the team comp that Team Flash has, they want to catch you guys out. You're not going to let that happen, or at least you're going to make it really hard for that to happen if you put your beefy boys in the side lane. Bring them back to the point about Scarapetto and the Gragas, right? You have so many tanks already. Why do you need more tanks? The tanks are not going to save you from my
Shadow
She does 2
doesn't
damage.
quite save him, and Scarapetto losing health to the Ignite survives through with a happy hour just to clutch it. Nice little escape from Scarapetto, just seconds away, just a tick away from getting a solo kill.
Yeah, really, and Shy is starting to turn on the heat here in the Baron lane. He's putting on the pressure. But the unsung hero so far, we talked about Joyce and tanks. Oh,
Flash
That's
engage
huge.
with the
My
knockup
goodness.
onto two padded together with Yorin and Soul. That's one confirmed kill, and Soul running for his life, picks up Honeyfruit to try and keep himself topped up, but the wave's starting to crash in. Lots of pressure from Team Flash here. They're looking to jump back onto Scarapetto, but Vendetta, he's finally in these fights. He's gonna get caught up in the Cataclysm. Doesn't have enough damage to follow through. They're moving back onto the Radiant Soul. Ellie's gonna go down in one more
The
hit.
barrier
The
bait.
flash forward, but they finally find it with the broken wings and execute off an opponent.
they get one as a trade back, but it's still going to be a big win for Team Flash yet again. They're pulling more and more ahead as this game progresses, and you see the idea behind their team compositions. You're not able to match them on the side lanes. They'll get prio, they'll rotate mid, they'll jump on you. We see the combo from Glory D and Ellie. The stars align, huge ball into the Rakan Charm. That's brilliant. Cloud Drake now, this is going to be a big point of contention. I think Aurelion Sol, he's going to bring a big star over as well. You have to watch out for that one.
You know, this
Not
is
quite,
interesting.
I think.
We've figured out the formula almost. Skimmy is going to be a good lockjaw, and you're going to be the jinx for Team Flash. It seems like things aren't working
This is
well.
why I didn't want to vote for them.
Yeah, this is why you didn't vote for them to begin with. Thankfully, you know, Yada's there, so nothing is set in stone. That being said, though, interesting position coming through from both sides. A couple of big ultimates. Key ultimates already expanded by Banana right before this dragon starts. They do manage to find the first knockup. Scudder Pedal might be the target of focus. Vanguard's edge comes across. Fortunately, I don't think Aurelion is fighting all too much here. Banana's joining in now. He pops the ultimate. He's ready to jump in. Look at how low Flash are. They have to back away. Vendetta's online. And he's chasing after them. Oh, he's now moving on to Joyce, who finds the knockup. But by dialing, steps out a little bit too far forward. They do find the kill. Back in time with the Cataclysm now coming on. Soul's the only one left alive. It's Tails now having to back off. Banana losing 4 in exchange.
Such a close fight. This series has been so back and forth in terms of every fight. It's been everyone just surviving with a tick of health. The unsung hero of that fight, Ellie on the sidelines, had brilliant positioning. Banana started that fight off trying to catch him. He flashes away, his positions within the Baron pit, so his stars are hitting the entire team Banana the whole fight. And that fight was played on the limits from Vendetta, from Shy, from Joyce, all with a tick of health, trying to find that bit more of damage. Unable to do so in the end for Banana. Flash, they pull ahead yet again, close to 10k. Look at this, they tried to go on Ellie, but mistakes from the tank line of Banana. They get caught out way too early. He might be tanky, but Flash have damage. True damage coming in from Irelia, percentage health.
Oh yeah,
Kaisa,
look at that interactive gameplay from Aurelion so as well.
Yeah, he's just shredding their whole team with the stars on the sideline. He doesn't need to do anything more. Brilliant, brilliant stun there from Shy. This guy, we talked about him for a reason, right? He is the carry for Team Flash. And Joyce as well. I mean, he's been doing so much work on this full tank Jarvan. I believe he has the highest gold in the game right now. That's going to be a hard Jarvan to kill.
Oh, second highest, yeah. They try to flash in with the Vanguard's edge and he catches off Tails here in the mid-size Scudder Pedal. He pumps a Gargoyle Stone play, is quite tanky for now. Onyxian gonna make sure they have a little bit of space to work with. Joyce might go down. Vendetta trades back with the kill. Ellie is not able to move.
Ellie DC?
Oh no, I don't think they like this. Vendetta, they're trying to be nice about this. They're like, oh, we don't want to take this fight. Someone stop this. Someone stop this cottage. The minions are coming through though. Stop the cottage.
Minions are
stop
gonna
the
get
action.
him, no?
Oh, Banana.
It's a bit of a stare down here.
They're playing sportsman-like. Shy's making sure to clear
Shy's
the waves.
saving his teammate from the minions.
Shy's clearing the waves. He's making sure. Yeah. They just gotta clear the waves.
So all of Team Flash DC.
League Ops. Pause the game. Stop it.
No, Shy's here. Why is Shy still in the game?
Better internet connection on Shy, I guess.
So this is why he's the best player. On
This
Team
is
Flash.
why
he has the best internet connection.
Finally,
Why
we
did
get
that
that.
take so long? You hate to see it. And that's just gonna be Team Flash going for a technical break. It's gonna be I have word that it's gonna be coming back to us though, so you're gonna be seeing our lovely faces instead of the plays that we've been witnessing so far. I do want to point out, though things look really good for Team Flash. While we still have the scoreboard up, look at Vendetta's scoreline.
That's what I want to say too.
No, it's a beast, man. This guy's popping off.
You can say whatever you want. He can say whatever he wants. He can say he's team gap. He doesn't have to acknowledge any of his own faults. He gets to say that his team's the one holding him down. He's 7-1 after all. But that being said, KD's not everything in life. You know, it's not about the KDA. It's about what you're doing with the team, what you're able to enable. And with Vendetta coming in here, a lot of it has been down to him to make things happen by himself. A lot of the big fights that he's won has been as a result of his team being able to set up for him. Scudder Pedal now, you talk about this Gragas a little bit more, right? We've been seeing the Aurelion Sol, and going into this one, it seems like Banana are actually the ones with the more conventional draft. How do you feel like this is kind of playing out for them? Going for this tanky Gragas, has this built them out in any way?
Look, I think that's part of the problem, right? I'm really glad that you bring up the Gragas point, because I feel like the comp on the side of Team Banana lacks damage. They have no damage. It's all on Vendetta. Ari is a charm bot, basically, if you don't get a lead. She doesn't do that much damage. She does a decent amount, but, you know, it's like a 0.5. You have Senna, who's building tank, feeding the whole game, 0 and 5. He's not going to be doing any damage. Gragas is a tank. He's not doing any damage. Garen has that execute, but that's about it. So that leaves that Vendetta Riven as your only source of damage. How are you planning to win a game here?
You know, I have to agree with what you're saying there, and unfortunately, you know, that's a little bit too high level for me, I might say. I'm gonna give it over to the analysts instead, because I think they have a couple ideas on what kind of happened in that game. It's been an exciting start, and I want to hear them talk a little bit more about this already. And so we're gonna pass it over back to Skimmy, Contra, and Infinity to talk more about what happened in this game number 2.
Well, a lot of things have been happening in this game so far, so much so that we're seeing minions be denied to prevent the D-seed members from falling down. I love that sportsmanship first and foremost, but I think Omo mentioned a really good point, right? We have seen this fasting center build take place multiple times where you are looking to buff up a key carry. In this case, it's not going to really be the carry contra, it's going to be a tank Gragas, and I mean, Vendetta really is playing out of his mind, but how heavy are those shoulders? He's going to need a chiropractor after the series.
Yeah, it seems like the rest of Team Flash really cracking them all the way up. So I'm uncertain of how could they still actually come in safely into the late game. Now that Team Flash, of course, is pushing right in. So with that sort of technical pause, we can look into things on certain situations. I want to go back to the past Dragon fight, which we just saw the Order Soul was being left over on the other corner, trying to participate in that fight. They managed to halt him for a little tad bit, but they're still hanging right behind that Dragon Pit, just getting bottlenecked into this territory where they can't possibly take a good fight against Team Flash. And if you're not going to be getting that lead, you just got to let go of that Dragon completely. And instead, they choose to commit. They don't really have that much great resources to actually work with from that point onward. And suddenly you see this Aurelian Soul just showing up every corner.
Yeah, and I do agree. Although, what we talked about pre-draft or pre-game is how Team Flash needs to react towards the objectives, needs to react proactively onto how Banana was roaming. And so far, we've seen it through and through. Team Flash, rather, wove it in onto bot side, got the first kill. On top of all that, they get these sort of objectives for Team Flash, and I think this is where they're focusing on right now, which was exceptional for them.
Well, it looks like production have told us that the cast are back in the game, and we can continue on with the show. So, Gran and Omo, bring us back into the action.
And we are heading back into game here between Banana and Team Flash. I, for one, was kind of thrown off by the pause, but it was a very exciting and intense game. To bring you guys a bit up to speed, take a look at the scoreboards right now. This is basically Vendetta against the world. The movie, basically. Like, that's all we have to keep note of right here.
I don't think you can discredit his team that much, Jomo. I'm sure that you're talking.
I think we can.
You feel a little bit bad about how they're lacking some damage, but I don't think you can discredit it that much, as the whole galaxy is coming their way. Scarlet Battle surely is going to get caught in the start. Tails might get caught in the leeway as well. Loses a little bit of health to the damage to the soul, but that's just about it, Omo.
That's about it. Yeah, just a bit of damage.
It's a little underwhelming.
Message. Look, Brandon, I definitely can't discredit his team very, very much. Starting from, we'll start with Scalapato here, okay? Building for full tank Gragas when his team desperately needs the damage, failing that cask, which is critical as well to turn the game around. Tails getting caught constantly on the center. Soul getting caught when he rotated down to defend the Dragon Lane as an Ari with 3 dashes. He should not be missing that charm as well. It's Vendetta against the world.
Yeah, well, you know, either way, no matter what happens, even if things don't work out and you have to make an apology, you can always bring Team Banana out for some hot pot. Say you're sorry, say you're sorry for doubting them, and everything's gonna be good and everybody's gonna be happy again. So, going to this one, we're back in the game and it's Dragon in 20 seconds. Team Flash, they want to watch out for this Baron as well. You know, they have a little bit of power with the Kai'Sa. Gotta be a little bit cautious about the center scaling online now. Now, talk me through this a little bit, Omo, because we don't see the execution is
No, Grennan, I don't think they're concerned about the center scaling online. It's gonna be another 10 minutes at least, I think, before that's us. He has a Black
25-minute game, possibly, yeah.
It's gonna be a really, really long time. At this point, he's basically gonna be a utility bot. Catches are coming in. They're trying.
Okay, Joyce is over to the side. Shot misses again. Oh, look at the wombo combo. Lock them all into the cage. So it's the first casualty of the fight. And over to the back there, taking down Tails as well. It's Shy coming online as Vendetta. He's against the world. He's trying to take down Joyce in this process. One more hit will find it. Dialing jumps in. But look at the crit. The double kill. The triple kill. And finally, Shy takes him down, flashing forward the Blade Surge.
I'm feeling so sad for Vendetta right now. Just call him Scott Pilgrim because he's up against the world. It's so difficult for him. His teammates are not doing anything. I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I'm a bit disappointed in this performance because in game 1, we talked about how Banana did exactly what they needed to do. Top to bot, cross the board, everyone did their jobs. This game, complete opposite of that. They're dropping the ball, they're getting solo killed, they're getting caught, and I would point to iNitrogen as the last standing bastion in his team, right? He's doing his job on the Garen. He's not, and he's a full tank. That's all he can do. Look at the setup here. Brilliant stuff from Joyce. I thought he was caught, but Glory D on this on doing so much work, setting up the Cataclysm, setting up the stars from Aurelion Sol, and it's an easy cleanup of the team fight. Vendetta right here, look at him, he's just trying his best, but his best, unfortunately, is not enough. He really tried his best, he triple killed with nothing to work with.
Look at that fast fingers, Zomo. How do you move your fingers so fast, man? I have no idea. Once again, we're looking
I
at
can't do that with a mouse and a keyboard, so very impressive stuff from Vendetta.
Yeah, but now
we're
we're
gonna
looking at
see
both
the setup,
sides,
though.
right? Yeah, Soul's coming in here. They're maybe trying to find an engage to get the
Nice.
knockback onto Ellie. That could be the damage they were looking for, the cash they were looking for. And same with the Vanguard's
But
edge
Shy.
coming through. They're trying to block back Shy, stop him from getting online. But the Blaze is coming in. He's already taken down first. The Vendetta's gone. Souls did as well.
That's
Iron the
game.
next to follow, and that's gonna be a massive sweep. They've taken down 4 and escorting the Baron minion waves in. They're looking for a victory match, Omo.
They are indeed. The carpet is lined out. Everyone is dead except the full tank Gragas. They're gonna go for the Nexus here.
Pausing, taking a breath, holding on. They took a little bit of a breather, but Team Flash is back into the game and they're taking game number 2 to equalize things 1-1.
And we have a series on our hands here, Gaminism. Very good performance on Team Flash. This is what we expected from them coming into the series. I didn't expect them to get roped by Banana, and this is looking more like it. Mechanical outplays. Aurelion Sol, Jarvan the Fourth, and Rakan. These are the key picks in the series for them. They got on the backline, they did their jobs, huge stuns were set up, and he gave Shy the time of his life. He just rolled through those team fights with the Aurelion.
Really interesting stuff to see the Javelin so highly prioritized and then pop off so well. And to break down that game and just tell us exactly how Team Flash was able to equalize things 1-1, we're going to hand it over to Scheming, Contra, and Infinity, who are going to give us the down details.
That's exactly right, because I'm seeing a situation where Vendetta may just be stuck in Elo Hell. I mean, how much more does this guy need to do to try and win his team this game? There were only 11 kills for the side of Team Dana, and he had 10. Infinity, I mean, being in a position as a jungler, you're usually the one copying the blame, but I think it's now his time to say, team, do more.
Yeah, right. And I think it's just a matter of how Banana has drafted this specific composition. I think they're really going in for that late game, but the problem is Team Flash was just so aggressive in the early game and mid game. They were not able to scale down, and I think that is the reason why that it looks like only Vendetta was doing something for this team, while the rest was just not having that power spike in a good time in their life for that game.
Yeah, the chain combos coming out was definitely sublime, and you look at Ellie being the MVP of this matchup itself, then none of these members of Team Banana could cleanly get to him without taking all the full brunt of damage coming from Shy, Joyce, Dilling, and you just have this Rakan that could easily find his way out. And Team Banana, maybe it looks good when it comes down to laning phase and when it comes down to team fight. I don't really see the cohesiveness of what they're trying to pull out, especially when Omo pointed out that they are lacking in terms of damage, especially when an Ahri is behind. You're just going to be taking a little bit of HP bar, and that's just about it. There is not too much that can be offered from that point onwards because there's not too much of a crowd control coming from Team Banana anyways.
Look at the damage from that Aurelion Sol, though, Infinity. I mean, that just seems crazy to me.
Yeah, just a consistent amount of damage from his stars and amount of Galaxy that he goes in for CCs was phenomenal up against Banana in those specific valuable team fights, and I think that that is the reason why he was just so much when it comes to that specific game, providing so much for his team.
And it felt like a much more proactive game around this time for Team Flash their Contra. The fact that they were finding picks, that they were targeting those side lanes and then actually punishing it that much further with the likes of Heralds and Flashes. We're going to jump to another quick commercial break. This series, we've got a series on our hands. It's tied at 1-1 in this best of 5. And welcome back for our opening match of the day, thanks to our sponsor, One Esport, the home of esport heroes, where you can get your daily dose of esports action all the way over at oneesports.gg. So thanks to them, because we're having a good time here on the desk. It's 1-1 so far in this upper bracket final. A chance for one of these teams to advance through to the grand final and be that one step closer to going all the way through to making it into the group stage. Now, guys, let's talk about that game, because it was such a difference from game one. Team Flash really rose to the occasion, showed us why they are such a strong team in this conference, but also the fact that the bans and the picks and the priorities were so different too. I mean, we briefly touched on the Aurelion Sol and how strong that was, but the big thing for me here, Infinity, has to be the fact that we had such a shift come out from Banana. They've gone from the early game aggression of Renekton, then into the Garen. We then saw the Rakan become a tank Gragas when it could have honestly been an AP Gragas, and the Zarya no longer has the protection because you're playing a center that's just trying to live, trying to survive, trying to scale up. It wasn't a possibility.
Yeah, I think their strategy really is to go for the late game. It's to really go for a distance in that game number 2 up against Team Flash. Specifically because Rengar was banned away, they can't go for the Rengar Twisted Fate that they keep on showing up from that game number 1. And I think that was the start of this difference, this contrast in game number 2 for Team Flash and Banana. Because Team Flash, they have Aurelion Sol. Level 3, he can go roam elsewhere. And you see their jungler actually being proactive into the bottom lane as well, getting that first blood early lead for Flash.
Yeah, now I'm starting to question if it's actually necessary to ban Senna for so many of all these games. And Team Banana have just shown us that they got that pick, they didn't manage to utilize it into full effect. So long as Team Flash can just keep on going at this sort of speed and have a similar draft, they should be able to actually get more games off against Team Banana. So Team Banana gotta look at a sort of different picks that they want to go with. Maybe they might be bringing the Darius as a replacement for the Garen, because you're running double tank, you're not going to be having too much of a damage going on, and if you're going to be behind, that makes matters worse. So your health bar is going to melt regardless. So
yeah,
I'm
certainly a
not
champion
too
that can
sure.
build tanky, right? It can build tanky, but still output a ton of damage. I mean, that bleed true damage stacks are nothing to laugh at. But I mean, I think the casting team raised a fantastic point about the fact that picks like J4, Irelia, these bruises that have a lot of CC, complement to what Flash were looking for, right? Lock these immobile carries in place, make it very difficult for them to try and then play the game. And then Aurelion Sol just barreling down the lane with an orb the biggest, maybe as big as the size of our screen. And I mean, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. I mean, there's situations where he's literally running you down as the Aurelion Sol, with the passive getting bigger and bigger by the second. So it was a nice draft. I mean, TF was not banned away, so the priority for that seemed to sort of be chucked out the window and say, okay, you can pick these assassins, but we're not going to call that bluff.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call, because Aurelion Sol does essentially what the TF can do as well. Maybe it's not as rapid, but it can contribute in this 5 versus 5s better than what the TF can offer, which you just pure with the Destiny, lock one member down from the opposing side, but that's all you're probably going to get to enable your team. But when you have 2 teammates of yours who can already lock them up in place, then you just gotta come in as a cleanup crew, and I guess that's what they aim to do. Where I just felt that there were so many of all these great layers of defense already being set up by Team Flash, they got not too much to worry about.
Yeah, and I do agree. I mean, when they go for Twisted Fate, potentially in that game number 3, even if Rengar is banned away, you still have to take note, just the global presence of Twisted Fate is just a dominant thing to look at for this specific champion. And even though if Riven is not an assassin champion that Vendetta has been playing so far, I think it can still scale out when it comes to that late game and mid game to be on par with what they want, having that Senna and Gragas for that game number 2. So definitely having Twisted Fate into the mid lane could affect how Aurelion Sol can potentially roam elsewhere in that game number 2.
So we're saying then that we think the hype around Senna may just be a little bit too overrated. Is that product of recency bias, given the fact that it wasn't the AP Gragas, do you think?
Well, I definitely think that the build definitely needs to change up a little bit, especially when you kind of have a really strong synergy with the Senna, where you could consistently come up with all these sort of poke. So if you're going for full tank Gragas, yeah, a little bit of wasted opportunity. We saw Gov the other day from Boom Esports getting some sick plays, building some high levels of AP, and you saw what could actually go pretty well. So if they're looking for winning lanes, they just gotta ensure that they got the right setups being done.
Yeah. I mean, having the Gragas, you stated already, going for the AP, I think is much more favorable. They have Garen for the tanky already. Garen is probably one of the tankiest champion, if not the tankiest champion in the Rift right now. So Gragas going AP is much more favorable for them, because if Arya is not going to have that uptime in the early game, you still have Gragas as a consistent amount of damage output. And even considering then, Gragas has a lot of damage in explosive cast in the barrel. He also had the body stamp, so in that engage, you can one-shot the enemy team, specifically onto those squishy champions for Team Flash. ASOL cannot do anything at that point if you look towards the AP Gragas, which you can just burst down enemy team champions.
Do you think then the onus is now back on towards Banana to make the adaptations? Because, I mean, we can look at that pick and ban phase. The clear direction was to remove the Renekton and remove the Rengar as well. And the Camille has been a staple between both games so far. So a clear focus towards the top half of the draft here to try and limit the impact that Banana can have. But, I mean, the Zarya was open. I think for what we can imagine, when a center is let through, it seems so exciting to pick it. So I can understand why we went that direction. But you know, we're seeing in the mid lane for Sol, he's tried to go for the Ahri. It hasn't really worked out. Caught multiple times in those side lanes. His most played have been those two global champions in the Twisted Fate and the Galio. Do you think if we are going to see this Aurelion Sol be let through again, then they need to match with a global pressure themselves to try and answer back?
Yeah, I guess that if we go for that sort of stance, I think if you ban out the Aurelion Sol, it doesn't really make any sort of worth when you have this mid laner Ellie who could just go just about anything. We saw him yesterday going for things like, hey, if he wants to go for that Zed, he's gonna go for that Zed either ways. So I feel like the problem isn't entirely on that Aurelion Sol, because you look at all the other lockdowns that's also causing disruption in these team fight. Jarvan as well as Irelia. If you get caught by that Vanguard's Edge or even the Cataclysm, you have to invest in the summoner spells, whether you flash out or you just find a way to dash across. You're going to be giving so much more advantage, even if you don't get a catch onto any members of Team Banana. So they got to look at some of all these picks and think, hey, maybe this Jarvan could be picked up for ourselves. We don't have to ban it away, so that we can negate a really good pick going over to Team Flash, and you don't have that much more of a safety net for this Aurelion Sol, so it makes it a little bit more easy to deal with.
Yeah, and another thought onto having this type of compositions is I want to look at Banana. If they want to go for this same exact draft into K number 3, maybe leave Ziggs open for themselves, because it can be flexed into the mid lane or bot lane.
Agreed.
If they want to go for the APC, having that Senna already open as well, as Team Flash hugely respects Rengar. They could go for the Ziggs Senna into the bot lane. They could put even Ziggs into the mid lane and then just let Senna and Gragas into the bot lane. This would alleviate some of the damage that they're lacking from that game number 2 and still have a huge frontline potential in Garen, Riven, and Gragas if he opts to go for the tank composition once again for himself as a support role. Senna and Ziggs will just have a free time into the backside, giving up a lot of damage against Team Flash.
And I suppose really what you're getting at there, Infinity, is it's the bridge from the early game into the mid game, right? The fact that Ziggs can offer a fair bit, right? Obviously, he's going to scale, no doubt. 2-item spike. Ziggs is very scary, but it buys enough time then for the Senna to try and farm up safely rather than finding themselves, 0-5, I think we saw was the scoreline there. Not really the dream scenario for a Senna. Sure, you can go into the shadows, but you can still be found. So I think it's a valid point that you raised. Varus was let through in Game 2 whilst banned away in Game 1, and I think that could be a solid response if Team Flash were to answer to that call. So I'm curious really where that bot lane variation will be found, because we have seen a fair bit of that influence already so early on. I mean, you touched on the Jarvan, if that is going to be denied away. Do you feel like it's a bit of a waste if Vendetta was to lock that into the jungle, given the fact that he has been playing so well on these hard carrying champions?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I feel like he should still be going in for a majority of all these offensive champions in the early game. So just gotta look deeper down the list. If he wants to go for something like an Olaf is being left available, it's still very much of a good choice if Team Banana wants to consider options that's still somewhat beefy and offers just enough amount of damage. Now, we're going straight into the draft here. We're really looking at some of all these bans hovering onto what Vendetta has been offering with the Rengar, and also taking out that Rakan, meaning to say that if Banana wants to play it safe with Zaya, they won't be able to do that all too effectively.
Yeah, I think Flash at this point in time, they're really target banning onto the jungle bot lane dual synergy for Banana, or not dual synergy, but rather having that early roams from Banana is just so obnoxious. So banning the Rengar and Rakan disables the potential for an early aggression up here for Banana. So I think that is what Team Flash is targeting. And so far, Riven being a priority by these two teams in the series so far.
Yeah, later the XL. And actually take them down pretty quickly when they're low in some of these team fights. And Banana, they say, you know what? I don't need a Rakan to accompany me. I'm pretty much a grown woman myself. I'll take Nami along the journey. So this is still going to be a very good, safe option out there with good enough amount of heal with the ebb and flow, also giving her sustainability. It's more of the rest of the composition that Team Banana has to build around to ensure that they can get the death ball rolling. So, Team Flash going in with the Varus as well as Jarvan. I think that this is what they've been sticking to. Well, this is still very flexible when you have both the Riven as well as the Jarvan that can just swap into any of these lanes over on the upper portion of the map.
Do you think
Yeah,
it looks
they
like a
can
bit of an
switch.
oversight, Infinity, though? The fact that they've banned away the Zegs, they've let the Varus be picked up for free, they've gone for comfort, really. I mean, I'm looking at a Banana composition with lanes, pick sides swapped. They've gone for comfort as opposed to what actually may have been the problem last game.
Yeah, I think picking up the Varus could bring up Flash into more of the range potential, considering they picked up Jarvan 4, they picked up onto Riven. This could lead into CC chaining potentials onto those team fights and lead Varus into a safe position. Now with Banana though, I think they're reflecting onto their game 1 composition. Rather than Rengar, they picked up Kha'Zix, but still huge potential to roam into the bot lane at level 3, at level 5, to be able to try and impact in the dual lane.
Okay, what Team Flash is telling us here is that they want high kill pressure down on the bottom lane. They don't care about that level 5. If you want to get that kill on level 2, that's going to be very doable when you do have Varus, Jarvan, as well as the Thresh. Now, locking in the Irelia as well. So, Garen ideally will be going alright against a Riven or even a Jarvan, but I'm not too certain if he could win all too easily when he's dealing with the Irelia though. So, Team Banana, they got the final pick going, and we expect the fate to come right by.
Now, I think this is going to be very intense. I think Banana can utilize this because considering Varus, I think, is one of the ADC champions that doesn't really have an escape route, right? They don't have Blink, they don't have invisibility, unlike Kai'Sa, Ezreal, that has sort of some escape route. The only escape route for Varus on this game is going to be Thresh onto the Lantern. If Banana can disable Thresh onto giving a safe spot for Varus, they could utilize Kha'Zix and Twisted Fate to get that early rotations into the bot lane, get that first kill, disable Varus to scale.
Do you think, though, we're seeing the same sort of problems as last game that they contra? The fact that the Jarvan's been locked in once more, that the Irelia is there. Sure, they don't have the Rakan because it was banned, but the Thresh can fulfill similar jobs in the sense of flays and lanterns and hooks and all the rest to try and prevent the mosh pit of aggression that Banana will be trying to throw their way. We highlighted that maybe Twist of Fate could be a good addition for them to try and flex in at the end there, but it feels like Flash has said, we're going to go for blue pick, get the first pick priority, deny what worked for you, and then say, we're going to take away everything that allows you to try and, have fun in this game. I'm confused about this one. I'm not sure who else could be, because it is our casting team that can get excited. The series 1-1. Boys, take it away.
Thanks a bunch, Jimmy. We're excited. We're hyped. I'm getting floral. I'm going casual. I'm enjoying myself here. Banana versus Team Flash. There's no other way to go about it. I'm here with Omo. He has the big brain, the analysis that's going to bring some insight into how things are going to go. Looking at the draft so far, how are you feeling, Omo?
I think it's looking better for Banana. I think it was clear that the setup pick was a bit of a bait. He was just fooled the whole game. I'm glad he's back on Zaya. I'm glad to see a Kha'Zix on Vendetta. But on the other hand, right, I think that the members of Team Flash have really comfortable champions as well. I think we saw a Riven in there. The big standout for me, however, was the Thresh. I think I've been pretty vocal. I think Thresh is a bait pick. It looks good if you're going to smash your opponents anyways. I don't think the champion is that great right now unless you're just that much better, and I don't think that that's the case here from what we've seen. We saw some pretty good showings from the bottom lane of the side of Team Flash. We saw Glory D had some sick engages on Rakan. Not gonna quite be able to replicate that here on Thresh, and we need to see Banana members, please don't get caught again. Glad to see the Garen for Iron Nitrogen. I think that's a good pick to stabilize. But I think that the dive comp from Team Flash might get pretty counted here by the Xayah pick, by the Nami pick. At least I hope for that to be the case.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any survivorship bias when we see the Thresh going into games that are already winning. As we talk about going into games, we're going into game number 3. Team Flash going up against Banana. They're looking to take this one away and get the first team up to match point. We're still up in the upper brackets. Wasn't quite expecting to hear that from Miomo. But yeah, we're going into the upper brackets and Banana and Team Flash one apiece.
Yeah, I wasn't quite expecting Banana to be here comfortably in the upper bracket as well, having taken down another game from Team Flash. I think they're looking like a serious contender here. This time around, something that I kind of forgot to mention was the Twisted Fate pick. This was a big one for the game that Banana won. Destiny Gate is just so strong as a spell. You get to navigate the map so well. You get gold so easily. And we talk about the 2-3 item spike from TF being so effective and coming so early. I think that this is definitely a higher prio pick than Ahri. And we saw yesterday as well, right, Grandin? TF was the decider between Invade and who was that? Between Invade and Saigon Phantoms as well.
I have to ask though, Omo, do you feel like the Twisted Fate pick is especially empowered when you have assassins or assassins with stealth on the enemy team?
Definitely the case, right? It is better if you can review the stealth, but it's a luxury thing as we see some action.
Yeah, interesting start to the fight. Exhaust's gonna come through. Darling's gonna have most of his damage stifled, but unfortunately, it looks like Banana's still gonna take the worst end of that trade.
Yep. And this is going to be a big problem for Banana, right? We talk about how Trash is a bait pick, but it can do one thing very well. With a Varus, it can be lane dominant, and if you do land the hooks, you can find the picks really easily. We're going to see a trade of Scuttle Crabs here. Bot side has to give up everything because they're losing the trade so badly, and Tails is going to get dived.
He's level 2. He's going into this. The Ignite's already come through, and yeah, it's not even close. Joyce comes in with first blood.
Actually, I say that, but he could have gotten out. He had double sums. Scarlet Petal was back here. I think if he flashed, he could have gotten out, and now they're just going to get re-dived. This is so horrible.
It's a repeat. They're going back around. Shines up at the top side. He's going to face off against Vendetta.
Nice.
Gets a nice stun off. Stops the Kha'Zix in his tracks.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty good trade for Banana. That's a huge stacked wave in the Baron lane. It's going to make sure Shy gets his growth a little bit slowed, and I think that's highly important because we saw what his Irelia could pull off in the last game. If you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. He was team fighting like a monster. This Jarvan pick was instrumental as well, right? They were the dive buddies going in here together. This time around, it's going to be a little bit less effective. Bramble Vest on Iron Nitro, that's going to be a big pickup as well.
Grabbing an early Bramble Vest means they're gonna play for us the same kind of condition as the Garen last game, playing it safe, trying to skill up tanky, make sure he's
look at
a bit of a menace.
He popped the Broken Blade.
Yeah, here we go, starting things off early. Scarlet Petal's gonna face off against a lot of damage, likely gonna go down. Aqua Prison comes through, but still goes down. Destiny comes in, and they do find a damage to trade back for one, and it's gonna be a little bit late in the rotation.
That's a good trade. I think you're happy with that. They want a bit more on Ellie, but he has a flag and drag, so... Wait!
Stun card comes in, he catclips back into the fight, but he has the lantern. Gets out to safety.
Alright, gets out in the end, so that's going to be A-okay for him. But a bit of a tempo lead here for the side of Banana. You get a couple of kills, it's going to be a bit of a trade. But we do see some stabilization coming in from them. Joyce was so far ahead in gold. He's ahead of Vendetta for the first time this series in the early game, and he's gonna use that to try to snowball. So killing him there kind of puts a bit of a bumper in his tempo, and as well as him blowing his flash is gonna be very helpful for the dragon fight that's gonna be coming up in 30 seconds.
Look, but if you're a Vendetta fan, you're definitely quite happy about this. You're seeing the Kha'Zix show its head again. We saw this happen in his first game up against QWQ. They got a pentakill with that champion.
He did.
So surely, if you're a fan of Banana, fan of Vendetta, you're quite happy to see this. Even if he's a little bit behind the early game, he doesn't quite mind. He's still going to go in, trade off against Ellie, take a decent chunk of damage away from him, and just going to reset back in the jungle.
I think at this point, you should be calling to trade objectives here on the side of Banana. You are not in condition to fight.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah,
a little bit too ambitious there. That's the flag and drag onto two, and they get the catch onto Soul. He has double summoners. I'm not sure that's going to save him. He flashes from one end of the box to the other and still going to get caught out. And Vendetta burning down low to the Ignite barely survives.
Look, and this is a consequence of the bottom lane differential that we saw. The trades that they were taking were not going in their favor. They were losing fights in bot lane. This means that Glory D is full tempo advantage. He gets to be anywhere he wants. And I think it was Riku who brought this up, right? When you play a trash, what do you want to do? Two things, right? You want to win your lane, and you want to move with your jungler. That's exactly what Glory D is doing to great success, I might add, and it gives him a lead. The mid jungle 2v2 won't go in the favor of Banana because it's not a 2v2, it's a 2v3.
You know, you're sounding really smart here, Omo. Bottom lane differential while using big words. You're trying to impress us here. I'm gonna keep it simple. Bot lane difference for Banana. How do you feel like
Bot
this is gonna
gap.
make it bot gap? How's this gonna make a difference? Because you see Scarlet Petal, he's already rotating to the mid side, just trying to make sure that they're safe. Tails has entirely given up that lane. They're going mid. Instead, they send Soul to
boy.
the bottom side. How's this play out?
It's really iffy. They have to give this one up, I think. Vendetta is behind in goal, and with him being the primary carry of this team, that's not something that you want coming to these team fights. What I would suggest is for them to look for a TF pot to the Baron lane and try to find something over there. With that said though, they are not set up for this play, and it seems like they're just gonna give up this dragon and not be able to get anything in return. Nitrogen is gonna be way too late to get here. Shy is already in position, but that's gonna be Herald as well as Dragon for Banana.
Yeah, Banana's still a little bit afraid of the Aurelion Soul from last game. The Dragon's giving them a little bit of PTSD, so they're gonna leave that for Team Flash instead. Leave them to grab that one first up early, but that means both neutral objectives picked up for Team Flash in the early game. Rift Tower was also theirs for the taking, so now they have a double whammy. They can do two things at once, Omo.
Yeah, indeed. And when we saw Banana take the first game, what they managed to do it off was off of an early game lead, getting both objectives. This time around, Team Flash turning the tables on them, and it's looking to be a very dominant performance once again from Joyce.
Yeah, looking good from Joyce coming into this one. Shy is also coming in here with Irelia. We've seen a little bit of Irelia jungle, but definitely looks to be in better form in the Baron lane. Gets a little bit more gold, a little bit more farm down the bottom side. Soul's gonna face off. Ellie looking low. Wow, God's barely missed out. And so he's still gonna surely lose his life here. He's still alive though, Joyce. There we go. Flash in, gets the stun off. That's the kill.
But he did the most that he could in that situation. I think it was a good attempt at trying to outplay. He very nearly got the kill on Ellie. Instead, will settle for burning double flashes. That inevitably dodges out in the hook. They're gonna try for more. What?
Okay.
That's not what. You don't need to. There's no hook available. There's no follow-up to the Chains of Corruption there.
You're clearing the wave. You're clearing the creep. There's
Okay,
one
we're
creep there.
using
Yeah,
the wave to
tidal
kill
wave.
the wave.
No, yeah, that creep had to make a wish, right? Creep had to make a wish. He wanted to go surfing for the first time in his life
And
before
Vendetta, he's having a
before he becomes
really
gold for
tough time
somebody
right now.
else.
He's not facing off against Joyce.
Yeah, no time to farm, no time to deal with his own counterpart. He's been facing off against multiple opponents. There
Yeah.
goes stun card starts things off. Joyce is going to be nearby. Cataclysm comes in.
What?
But the flag can try to get away.
Pretty
Just locking them in
questionable
place.
things from both of these teams, right? But yeah, the point that we were trying to make, Vendetta has not been playing against Joyce this game. He's been playing against Glory D and to some extent Ellie as well. The support from Flash had such a free lane that he's just taking over the map. Joyce comes in, smites away the rip buff, Vendetta has to run. It's so sad. They're doing exactly what they need to do. They've identified how do we win against Banana. We shut down Vendetta and they're trying to run for more.
This is it. This is the tempo of the game they were looking for. Nice flash away from the flowers to wet to dodge away from the stun, but still going to be the depth
So
center. Let's
tanky.
see if this makes a difference. Nitrogen, he's very much tanky. He's still very much alive. They're just going to clear the wave and hold on to this top turret.
But Flash are running the map right now. They are taking every single lane. You have to invest more members as a Banana team, as a Banana player rather, to make sure that your teammates don't die. When that happens, Flash trades you on the other side of the map. They get more on the map. That's the story of what we've seen so far. Ellie has his cooldown up in a couple of seconds. He's gonna be happy. Doesn't
Yeah,
even
we
need
see
to.
it.
Glory
Destiny
D
comes through. Wait,
Bot
still
gap.
looking for this. Yeah, death sentence gonna connect. I'm not sure if Soul wants to keep going for this, but he has the flash. Could flash him with the gold card, but they back off instead. Top side turret gonna go down. They're making their way back to the mid lane.
They are indeed, and they're trying to siege this one. I don't know if that's the best idea right now. 2-on-1 here. Nitrogen can't get out. He's tanky, but these two guys do so much damage.
Oh, fight back in the mid side. Ellie's looking low on
What
mana.
is
Better stop
that?
coming out, but it's a little bit too late. Tails misses out the kill, and the arrow clips onto two. Darling puts them down low, looking for the solo. Finds it on Scarlet Petal.
Yeah, and I don't know what that two disguise was. I don't really know what he was trying to accomplish. Doesn't quite get anything out of it. Vendetta doing a bit of a little campy here, but it's gonna get spotted out by the ward. Has to just back away. Look at the gold lead. We are approaching 10,000 gold here for Team Flash. I can't really do the math, but they are running away with this game.
Also almost looking at 8,000. Death Sentence connects back onto Soul. Looks like a repeat of the last fight we saw in the mid lane. Looks like this time around, though, they find the first kill back onto Glory D. Things are looking up for them a lot better than last time around. Vendetta's coming online now.
Vendetta.
One more hit,
Vendetta.
surely we'll find it, and he makes something happen in the mid lane.
He's trying his best. The poor guy is really just trying his best every single game. Nitrogen is trying his best to hold down the fort, but they can't find enough. They get what was that, 2 kills onto the bottom lane of Team Flash, but they lose their turret, they lose Vendetta, and they nearly even lose more. They're gonna lose the Ocean as well.
Yeah, likely losing Ocean here. See Twin Shadows coming through for Soul. Team Banana playing for a much safer Twisted Fate. Generally, we like to see the Niche Train come through early on, just give it a little bit more damage to Twisted Fate. Instead,
I like
they
the rapid
realize,
fire cannon.
yeah,
I like
rapid
the
fire
utility
cannon
it
second
gets.
item. We've seen that in this game instead.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more utility. It's much easier for you to do your job of just clicking the stun, getting out. If you're Kha'Zix Swansea, you can find a bit more. And just burning the flash from Scarlet Petal there, taking a greedy rotational path, will get punished. And I mean, the name of the game right now is Jungle Difference, but Jungle Difference comes as a result of bot difference.
So in the end, it's still going to be bot differential, as you've so eloquently put before. Team Banana trying to hold on, but look at this jungle just being cleared out. You clear this entire jungle, that is about a wave and a half of golden EXP. Vendetta, he needs to fall to the skill
He can't
up.
get
needs to
anything. Yeah,
ahead.
everyone is living in this jungle. He is getting bullied right now. This is what
So
happens when you
unfortunate.
get a Varus trash lane that gets ahead, right? And look at the gold on Shy and Joyce, both approaching 10k. Vendetta here, the lowest gold of any carry on his team, setting at 6,000 gold. And we talk about how this is a one-threat team. You cannot see Vendetta struggling this far behind in terms of gold, in terms of items.
Yeah, he's been playing it safe, been able to hold on. You see, he's only had that one death, but as a result of that, we've been seeing a lot of action. They've been stout on. There we go. Gold card starts exhausted, get the silence off, and 1 kill. On the
burn
Thailand by double.
everything.
Ultimate's committed to that fight. Meanwhile, Joyce is looking for the angle in. Vanguard's edge connects onto multiple targets. Tidal Wave gonna try and build some space. Vendetta, he jumps out of it. He's not looking for this fight, but they finally find a kill onto Joyce, and suddenly things are looking on the downside for Team Flash.
What
They
is
get
this?
silenced right before the Dragon's lands, and Team Flash forced to back away.
They want Baron. They can get it. They can get it as well because you have the damage from Kha'Zix Isolation. They're gonna be getting onto the Baron. Tails is gonna be doing a decent amount of damage with 2 items as well. I think Glory D smells
Okay.
this one, but what can he do?
Okay, they're starting this one up. That's a death sentence to start things in. Shy's coming in from the
Shy.
side now to get some decent vision. That's going to be the Flawless Duet coming through. Good
He gets
damage
2.
coming out. It's
No
looking,
reset.
things are looking very dicey as Banana are still in the pit, but they're in the pit with Team Flash, and the Baron goes over, stolen
Flash
away
gets
by
it.
Team Flash. Banana lose everything there.
It was a disaster there, and it all starts out with Glory D holding down the fort, making sure he annoys them as much as possible. That could have been so good for Banana as long as they secured the Baron. I do believe Vendetta had the smite for health, and Piercing Arrow was what stole it away from Dialing. Half a screen away, it does not matter. This Varus does so much damage. Look at Shy here. He tries, Soul rather tries to get the stun onto Shy, but Shy will use that as a chance to get on top of him. And look at Dialing here, this Varus, the Piercing Arrow, needs Smite to contest that one, and he gets away such huge amounts of burst. He is huge right now on this Varus, and Banana, they need to find a jump on him again, or it's gonna be a difficult fight.
Yeah, that's an oof-sized launch. It's the
Yep.
biggest one that you could probably grab at your local convenience store, your fast food joint, or whatever you're looking at. Team Banana, they need to find some way to get back into this. Baron's
And they
no longer
need
an
to
option.
start
It's
it
been
off by
given over.
killing Dialing. The consolation for them, the silver lining, is that Dialing went for Spooky Ghost. He got the Twin Shadows. He's not gonna have QSS. He's not gonna have Jonius. So if you get on top of him with the TF Gold card, that could be big. I don't know if you want Jarvan though.
Let's see what happens. Vendetta jumping on, gets some decent damage. Oh, but the Dark Passage.
Glory D is everywhere. He's everywhere.
Look at that. He has Dead Man's Blade. He's running around the map. He's marathoning around the map.
He is.
so
He's really getting everything, and Scarlet Petal as well as Tails are having such a hard time here to even be able to touch the wave. Team Flash are taking over the map. Banana trying to find picks, but not getting it where it counts.
They had a miraculous find in the mid lane, and that almost converted into the Baron, but losing that opportunity, things are looking a little bit more difficult for Team Banana. Now, Inferno Drake spawning up in 10 seconds. Bull marked the third for Team Flash if they secure it. This Banana will just have to watch out for these minion waves. I suppose the upside of this is that they only do seem to have the one Baron buff on,
Nice ulti.
on Dialing. That's a couple ultimates gone though, missing out the Chains of Corruption. The Tidal Whip coming in, they're looking for the re-engage perhaps. That's going to be the Death Box, the Pandora's Box out from Glory D. Slows
Nice.
them, puts the bricks
Wow.
on. Banana won't be able to pursue. They're just going to have to reset.
So with 1 HP as well. And Banana, surprisingly enough, they hold on to their base. Everything outside is shattered, everything outside is in shambles, but their base still stands for that much longer. We see the gold count, we see Shy as well as Joyce. They're still pulling so far ahead of their counterparts, and this means that the game is lying in tails, really. He needs to carry the game. IH, Static Shift, and Navari Quick Blades. He is going to be doing pretty decent amount of DPS. I do believe he needs some armor penetration to go along with it, and then we will be counting on Xayah to see if he can really try to carry the game. We'll rely on Kha'Zix as a backup plan. He is going to be trying to clean up the team fights after Xayah does the bulk of the DPS.
Give me an idea of that, Omo, because you talk about how Vendetta can still come online as secondary carry potential. What does he actually need in order to come online here?
He needs Tails to do the bulk of the work, really. He needs the Xayah to really get everyone low so that he can use the AoE spikes to like chase them down, and he can, you know, maybe try to get some jump resets in. It's a lot to ask for, and I don't think that Tails has been a reliable carry for Banana at any stage, really. So I think this is a bit of a reach here. When you see Vendetta being 4k down his counterpart, that's typically when you know that the game is done. And I feel like Banana, this game is done for them, but I'm happy to see they're still trying to find angles to punch back.
Ready to pop the Destiny just to get some information of where the enemy team is going to be. Spot out that Shy is off in the other side of the map. They know where Ellie is as well, so things are looking pretty safe for them. They can just afford to go and clear out the waves, not have to commit to a fight. Next one's gonna be that Elder Cloud Trick as well as the Baron alive right now. Couple of big objectives coming online that Banana have to watch out for.
Yeah, what can you really do with your Banana? You cannot walk up on this mid lane. Destiny Gate has been used as well. Dialing is here with the arrows stealing away your jungle camps. It's just so impossible to play against a Varus who has full control when he has the Trash to save him, right? I talk about Trash being a bait pick. It only really works when you're that much better. Well, in this case, Glory D was just that much better.
And it seems as well that, you know, we've been talking a little bit during our narrative meets, during our research sessions. Oh, yeah, almost wants to still kill the Vendetta. It looks like they actually maybe trying to find this. Flashing in, they get the lockdown, find the catch back onto Soul. But Soul's gonna flash away as well. Yes, the gold card actually he posts out the red instead. Barely dodges away for the crowd control. Banana survived to see another fight, but the next fight might be the end of it all, Mo.
It might indeed. A lot of ultimates burn for Flash. This could be an attempt at a re-engage.
The best re-engage coming through, but they do manage to find Glory D. It's a good spot for them to be in. They find decent damage back onto the Thresh, now locking down back onto Ellie. The Ignite comes through. They find the first kill to start things off. Now they have to reset off the Baron. Jumping out the wall, Joyce walks back in on them, but the Varus is too much for them to deal with. Gold card comes in, and Nitrogen, he's just looking to buy some time, build some space for the rest of the team to get away.
Tails auto, man!
Tails can't find an angle to get anything done. They get the Alco Prison back onto Shido. Shy has to flash away. Now over to the other side. Joyce flashes in onto Soul, and Soul is dead. He's gone. That's going to be mid laner gone. The crowd control that you've been relying on. Nice use of the ultimate from Xayah to survive, but now he flashes the wall, but he's onto Shy instead. Nitrogen's going to go down. He flashes in, but doesn't realize that Shy's there, waiting for him in the Baron lane. It's a triple kill. Team Flash takedown 4.
Team Flash, this was a sweep for them. Brilliant manipulation of the waves. Shy realizes that this fight was not looking good. He rushes mid lane to just push down the inhibitor. Banana, they were lost. They couldn't commit to a single call. They didn't know if they wanted to take the fight or if they wanted to defend. And this is Flash just marching down the mid lane.
That's just it. Game number 2 heads over to Team Flash as they go up to match point.
Do indeed, and this is dominance yet again from Team Flash. We've talked about it. When Vendetta does not get a hit, Banana do not win. It's that simple. This time around, though, I think you need to stop drafting the Garen. We talked about how it was a good pick for Banana. It let them stay in the game. It lets you stabilize against Shy. But you need Nitrogen to step up and be the secondary carry because your bot lane sure is not doing that. And if you're getting gapped in that division, you need to find leads somewhere else.
Well, let's see what the analysts have to say and if they can discuss with us what they think about the secondary win conditions, this secondary threat. We're going to hand it over to Skimmy and the rest of the analyst desk to break this one down.
Thank you very much. Very wise words there from Omo, saying he's not impressed by this Garen. I don't think we are either, team, because it has been the most played here for Nitrogen, but it's been such a big turnaround from that impressive game 1 on the Renekton. I don't think he's actually got a kill on this Garen just yet, so he's hopefully looking to have a bit of a bigger impact. But I tell you who did have the biggest impact was Shy. I think he really had enough in that game because he took the mid and hip. 15 different fights were happening top jungle. He said, look, I'll take this. Now I'm going to group up. Let's just take everyone down. I think he got a quad in the end. It was pretty dirty there, Contra.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was quite a slick bait and switch that allowed Shy to open up the inhib. And not only that, he went back in, recommits to the fight, caught out the Twisted Fate. While the rest of the members of Team Flash, they might have actually whipped quite a number of ult that have caused Team Vendetta to commit to a certain team fight, but they didn't really have too much of that clean opening by that very final spot that we just witnessed. So kudos to them, and I think that this is where we look at Joyce, who also did pop out here on that ribbon throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about Joyce, because I think this player was the one who opened up the bot differential of the bottom lane for Team Flash. Credits to Omo on how Varus just scaled out when it comes to the damage, and of course Glory D as well, in hopes of defending his ADC in the bot lane and even into the mid lane. And I really love the roam coming in from the support here. So I think overall, Team Flash, I think everyone off them is MVP. They showed up big time in those massive team fights. They showed up very, very well. And I think everyone performed at their peak in that game number 3.
And it really did nullify the impact that Vendetta could have on that game, right? You touched on the bot lane and how Joyce individually was able to get ahead in that jungle matchup, but the bot lane being so far ahead meant there was no pressure mid, there was no pressure top. Shy could win that 1v1. He started to have fun in the sun, and we saw mid lane just be able to go wherever it wanted. And then Joyce has said, okay, Vendetta, you could be the star of the show, but it's not going to be the case here today. Team Flash going into the break, up 2-1. They're on match point. It's match point here in this upper bracket final for only one win away from booking themselves a ticket in that grand final and a chance to potentially make it out of bracket C and into the group stage. I'm Skimmy, we got Omo, we've got we don't even have Omo, he's one of our casters. We've got Contra, we've got Infinity, we've got everybody here hanging out. Sorry guys, we're not about that one.
Don't worry.
We're excited about this situation because it's been a lot of fun so far. We're going to quickly touch on one of our sponsors that have made the show that much more fun. We're going to talk a little bit about Franklin Templeton. So you can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. All right, guys. Well, with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about this match in particular, because I want to start with that Baron call, because that was the potential opportunity, really, more so than anything, for Banana to get themselves back into that game. It was a bit of a dire situation. They had just won that skirmish in the mid lane. They run it to Baron. Their health bars are low from that fight, and somehow Infinity, you know, everything just went as badly as it really could have done.
Yeah, I think initially Banana was just hoping and had the signal of trying to make a huge comeback away from Team Flash, but it was over because you have Thresh zoning away the enemy team. He was just there. Irelia comes in, and I think Banana focused on Irelia instead of the Baron, even if the Baron already has like 100 HP left. And I think that opened up Varus to go in for the arrow in the Chain of Corruptions successively to get the steal down onto the Baron, which placed Team Flash into a more dominant playstyle. Irelia going into the mid lane just got the inhibitor turret, and I think at that it was over for Banana.
Yeah, Dilling definitely has been not only stealing that Baron away, you just look at all the other situations when it comes down to team fighting. He always offers this sort of pressure with just dropping Chain of Corruption, and the rest could just do their work without needing him to offer too much. He could just slowly poke his way through. Too much safety net for Team Flash, where we already see them getting all these comfort picks. It's 2 times in a row that we're already seeing the Irelia, the Jarvan 4, which I feel like Team Banana just got to do something about it. At least take one of these picks off them.
Exactly my point, right? I mean, we had concerns from the draft phase that too many of these power picks were given away. I mean, if you could abandon the Ziggs, you give them the Varus, we're thinking, okay, it's getting a little bit dicey, but then the fact that the Jarvan and everything else starts to come through. I mean, we know that Nitrogen can play the Jarvan if need be, so you're giving them too many of these power picks to allow them to get themselves into the situation where the game is very hard to come back, and it's just been such a big turnaround from game 1 to 2. It almost looks like they're, I don't want to say uncomfortable in this situation of being ahead in this series, but it just felt like, okay, we're giving maybe Team Flash too much respect now.
Right, definitely. Although, yeah, I do agree with that statement. And I think Irelia and Jarvan 4 is just so flexible. You can flex any of these 2 champions into the jungle. You can flex it into the Baron lane. So either way, it just confuses on Banana. They need to do something about it. Either ban it away or pick it up for themselves. Steal away off these champions away from Flash.
Moving directly into the champ select, as Banana this time goes back to blue side. Now, this is where we will have to focus on what they are prioritizing on the ban, and they immediately take out Ziggs to eliminate a little bit more global pressure so that they won't be able to flex it onto bottom as well. But I feel like this doesn't really concern Team Flash. They're just going to continue with the same sort of ban, but Banana finally has invested in 2 of these picks that's been shown by Team Flash, which is both the Irelia as well as the Varus.
Though Olaf and Lee Sin will be left open as Banana has left it up, with Renekton being prioritized by Banana. As you stated, they have huge respects onto Varus and Irelia, 2 of the key champions that Team Flash has played prior to this game. So banning it away forces out Team Flash to go to another route, but leaves Camille and Lee Sin open. Lee Sin, I think, will be a menace of a champion to play against, especially at level 3. He can go into the mid lane or even into the bot lane to get that first blood, especially how Team Flash has played in the past 2 games.
Yeah, and you know, Team Banana definitely offering what Team Flash has needed in the past few series, where we have seen Shy feeling so confident on the Camille pick, but that also leaves a little bit more of spacing for Banana here to still commit to the Xayah pick. So you can invest in that Hextech Ultimate on top of the marksman of Team Banana, while you still have player defense coming from the Braum. So I think that this is a good way to start things off, which is not too telling of who's gonna go where for the mid lane.
Yeah, it's still a question mark because these 2 teams still hasn't picked up an AD champion. Renekton can be flexed into the mid lane, but more potentially, as we've seen in the past series, it's more favorable to go into the Baron lane instead of the mid lane. But so far, Team Flash picks up the Kai'Sa and the Alistar, huge peeling from the bottom lane from these two teams.
I really do like the Alistar pick here in specific, where if the Riven opts to go right in, you can immediately displace her, whether if you want to headbutt her away or just pulverize across. But Team Banana got answers of their own. You're not going to be able to do that so long as I get a huge shockwave. But who's going to be the one delivering the ball? Is it the Riven, Renekton, Braum? I'm not too certain about this whole idea, but at least they got to try to make this one work. While Flash, they got so much great mobility that they could easily just dive right into turret if they get any sort of chance at all. So Arya is the final pick here to face off against the Orianna.
Yeah, with teams, with champions being locked in for these two teams, something that I want to take note of Banana is every single one of their champions have mobility or have an escape route in the fight. Orianna has the ball, go for mobility, Riven can jump through walls, Braum can jump through champions on allies, Xayah has Featherstorm, and Renekton can dash away as well. So I think this is something that Team Flash needs to respect. If they cannot dismiss this, I think this will be a huge favor for Banana to use in those team fights.
I think it's a good adaptation as well there, guys. The fact that Scarlet Petal is going to now debut this Braum. He has been fantastic so far on these enchanters, but just respecting the fact that Team Flash are playing aggressive, Braum probably is the best, if not one of the best, at shutting that down there with the Glacial Fish. At the passive, obviously lots of champions that can complement it to make sure that the Winter's Bite goes off and stuns are there, and a bit more management in these team fights. But a lot of those pocket picks were let through. They've sort of opened the floodgates, and Banana have said, okay, we're going to remove the Ziggs, we're going to remove the Varus, try and make this bot lane as stable as it can be. Our casting team have been critical of it. Can they get the dub? Match point for Team Flash. Can Banana bring it back?
Let's see how this one goes. That's like Skimmy mentioned, it's match point for Team Flash. I'm gaming this, and with me is Omo. Omo's always gonna have that big brain analysis here to break it down for us. Let's figure out exactly what Banana have to do. I mean, you were pretty vocal in the picks and bans, Omo. What are you looking at? What are you looking in Team Banana to try and get done to pull this win away and go into game number 5?
Oh, I think the problem here is if you look at the state of the game and you have to identify what the key points are for the Banana team, what went wrong for them. The biggest one you would have to identify was the Garen pick, because that pick was not working out when the rest of the map was exploding.
Yeah, we have to see how the change in the top lane pickups for the Baron laners are going to make things work and how it's going to happen. Going into this one, it's an interesting little line that they're taking. We're going back a little bit towards that first game that Banana had, that win that they had. Find some wins in their sales, perhaps, with Nitrogen back on a secondary carry for his team. It didn't seem like Tails was able to quite deliver up to your expectation, but then again, your bar is set pretty high. Moving into this one again, it's still going to be that Xayah. It's still going to go up against that Kai'Sa. So hopefully this time around, it's going to be a little bit better for Banana.
Granted, my bar is auto-attacking more than once in an entire team fight. But, to each their own, right? I think the Xayah pick was not the problem. It's good here yet again. It's good against all their spells. I think our analyst desk touched on this as well, right? Xayah can dodge everything coming in from Flash. That's perfect. The problem is you have to be very on the ball about it, and you have to make sure you're auto-attacking, man, because you're playing into true shot range.
What you did there, Omo. Gotta be on the ball when you have Orianna on your team. It's Team Banana versus Team Flash moving into game number 4, and Flash just need one more win. Banana backs against the wall. They showed us a great first game. Let's see how they take this one.
Indeed, and this is going to be a nice start.
Interesting start, for sure.
Considering that Alistar is not a champion at level 1, they did what they could. It could have been a lot worse. I feel like Banana could have been way more aggressive there. Just chase down Dialing once you tagged him with the Winster's Bite. Xayah needs to add second skill, and then you will be able to do a huge chunk at level 1. But they still do get prio early, and I think that this is instrumental for them. Because the problems that we were touching on, right, was the Garen pick is number 1, and the second thing is it's so hard to play jungle for Vendetta when your bot is getting gapped and the support is in your jungle at every camp you walk towards. This is a nice change of pace. We see the Alistar pick get rightfully punished here, but I feel like Banana could be doing more. The key matchup in this game, though, it's not going to be in the bottom lane. It's going to be Nitrogen against Shy. He was stabilizing with the Garen pick. Now he's getting out-traded with the Renekton, and I get it. Shy is one of the most mechanically skilled players here. So it's going to be a tall order for Nitrogen to survive this one, as the dive is going to be coming in.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. Joyce is going to get spotted out by the ward, so iNitrogen has to be a little bit aware of how this one's going to play out.
Fury
crashed in. He's lacking the Fury, does try to clear it out, but there's going to be the Ignite coming through. He dodges away from a lot of the damage. Hookshot coming in. Flash for Flash, but a tactical sweep, and iNitrogen still gets taken down. First blood for Flash.
Flashed the wrong way. He needed to flash back to the tower. He had the right idea, but ultimately mis-executes a little bit. I think he still did a very good job at making it difficult for them to dive him. It's a trade attempt from Banana at the bot side jungle, though. Will they be able to get the blue buff? I think they do. We'll just be able to trade sides.
Oh yeah, it's a minor nuance for sure, but those small differences are what's going to compound, and we've seen how well Team Flash is able to play to this. Let's talk a little bit more about this top lane matchup, Omo, because you mentioned iNitrogen. In his regular season, he's defaulted to playing tanks just to deal with players like SSK instead of playing 4 strong dominant champions like the Renekton. You do see a little bit of a cheeky steal away from Vendetta.
Yes, indeed. But the good thing is the rest of the map is stabilized as well. iNitrogen might be getting a little bit dumpstered here. It's kind of expected, right? When you give a champion like Camille over to Shy, you can't really blame the man. If you do your prep for the game, this is what you would be expecting. I think they had to go for this Garen adaptation. This Renekton adaptation. And I think in the mid game, I still think he will do fine. But they want more here, Flash.
Okay, they're walking up. They're going aggressive. There we go. They get the Hexing Ultimatum off. Unfortunately, Vendetta is going to be there. Barely misses out the damage. Misses out the execute. Team Flash get away with one.
And they are just sitting on this Baron lane right now. It's going to be so difficult for Banana to try to get back into this one. They want more.
They get the Ignite off. They get damage on the Vendetta. And they take down the second and 3 kills on the board for Flash.
3 kills on the board, indeed. They play so well around the leads that Shy is getting. It was a very nice roam from Ellie on this Ahri. I think he's been doing very well this series. See some traits here. Unbreakable available.
Some good damage back, but yeah, Unbreakable available for Glory D. Means he's going to be tanky. Means he soaks up damage. Tails, he has a little bit more. They don't commit all too much there, so it looks still pretty okay for Team Banana.
Indeed, it does look okay. It's a pretty decent trade in the bot side. It's pretty even. I feel like they should be getting more because they have the favorable matchup. But still, Team Flash on the other side of the map, they're doing exactly what they need to. 2,000 gold lead for Shy as he bases. He's going to pick up the Trinity Force. iNitrogen here still on the Vampiric Scepter. It's a very sad spot to be in. And if Shy recalls here, makes his way to a team fight at the objective, it's going to be nigh unwinnable for Banana.
Again, hitting us up with the big words. Not impossible is the theme that we're looking at. Team Flash have their pick of the litter. It's Dragon and Rift Herald up. It looks like they're going to walk towards the bottom side first. But is a little bit undecided yet. He's still looking to move around, trying to figure out which objective he wants to go for exactly. Team Banana do have a little bit more vision around the Dragon, so that's going to give them a bit more information. Vendetta's going to be contesting that bot side as well.
Yeah, it looks like they will try to contest here and they will trade the Rift Herald. This is going to be very good, I think, for Flash though, because with the Rift Herald, iNitrogen, you cannot defend this turret. You're 2 levels down and Shy. They're going to pop that in the Baron lane and they are going to just run it down here. This is going to be a huge influx of gold as well for Shy. Ellie kind of wants to contest this though. Yeah, he's testing the
Doesn't look
smite.
like he's gonna go over the for free. He do manage to find it. Oh, gets the knockback on the Vendetta. He has to get back.
Okay.
He does secure it. There's a vision on the 2. Another shockwave lands on the Glory D with the Unbreakable just in time, but it's not gonna keep him in life enough.
Look at
A
Shy.
double kill comes through for Banana.
Yeah, and they want a Herald at the mid lane right now. Vendetta is going to be defending this alone. I don't think he'll be able to do anything. And that's tier 1 gone like that.
He's running over, but yeah, like you mentioned, it's gonna be tier 1 gone. Team Flash find something in the mid lane exchange at least.
Yeah, they do get the mid lane turret in exchange for the Dragon. I think that's a trade you're happy with if you're Team Flash. This does mean, of course, a bit of time for iNitrogen to get some farm for himself in the Baron lane. We'll just recall, pick up the block for himself. If they do get into a fight right now, it's not the worst scenario for iNitrogen. However, if Shy recalls, he's gonna be so far ahead in terms of items. Joyce is gonna get spotted. We'll just be able to jump away to safety.
Oh, this one makes out. As Vendetta's gonna get caught out. Nice Dragon's Rage with the cake. The shield won't save him. Vendetta gets caught in his own jungle. Meanwhile, up the top side, Shy gets the stun back onto iNitrogen. Gets pop the dominance, but can't clear the wave. They're diving him on. Hexing Element comes to it. It's beautiful aggro juggling. Aggro juggling as they take him down again.
And that's the problem. If you pick these kind of matchups in the Baron lane, you have to have a mid laner that can enforce it. I understand wanting the Orianna. Oh, they're gonna dive again. Okay, he gets out.
Recalling the face of danger. Yeah, Soul's just gonna recall. But things are a
Now-
little bit dangerous for Banana here.
Yes. Well, I understand wanting the Orianna, right? So you have the team fighting secure. But the problem is, if you go for a pick like Orianna, you're never gonna get mid priority. You're never gonna be able to move on the map. And we saw what Ellie accomplished with this Ahri. He got mid pushed out, he moved top lane, he lost so many ways for himself, but he doesn't care. He lets his jungler farm it. The moment he hits 5, he gets his ultimate, he punishes Baron lane, he punishes Shy he punishes Iron Nitrogen together with Shy, losing track of things here, just as Banana are, and it's gonna be such a difficult situation. Shy is gonna be close to the Blade of the Rune King. He's gonna be able to just push and push and push.
Vendetta
Meta
flashes
misses.
in, unfortunately misses the stun onto Dialing. Will look for Glory D, so at least one kill. Should head over to Banana, but now Ellie's joining into the thick of things. 4-2. Don't quite think that's what they want to go for. Flash have to back away. They're strong, but not that strong, perhaps.
Indeed, and this is going to be Ellie looking for a little bit more. They might be able to force his ultimate out. No, not quite. I think they should have been able to, though, but it's a bit of a individual misplace. That's the ultimate to stop bases so his team can push mid. Very good stuff here from Flash, correctly identifying what they need to be doing across the map. And 2 mid lane turrets, just like that for Flash.
Yeah, mid lane battered and opened up. The game's looking like Team Flash pulling ahead with the lead. 5,000 gold over Team Banana. A lot of that off the 3 turrets that they've been able to open up. Bot side has been able to hold on. But like you mentioned, they play generally towards that's the weak side, so it hasn't even been able to get much tempo there. Instead, look at that Iron Nitrogen. He loses so badly these trades against Shy. Has to be careful. Walking into his own jungle, top side of the map, always handed to Flash.
Yeah, and look at the map, right? Glory D is always there first. He always moves first, and he's always making sure his team's safe, making sure that Banana cannot go for any fights because they never have a numbers advantage. And this is gonna be so huge because Camille with gold lead, we all know what she can do. We all know what Shy can do, especially on Camille. Has the TP picked up, has 2 items. Renekton can never match him now, and with that, pretty much a foregone conclusion. I think it's going to be a very difficult situation for Banana. You see Shy just push the waves, take mid, and now Shy's going to out at Baron lane. It's going to be free.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Oh, wow.
Still has
Survives.
something there. Iron Nitrogen holds on. Both sides using the Ignite, I think. Or it looks like mostly just Iron Nitrogen.
Yep. Yeah, Shy not having the Ignite, if not, I think he would have been able to find a solo kill. But not having the Ignite just means that Nitrogen heals up so much. Solo kill though? Solo bolo? Oh my god, look at Shy's HP! Nitrogen is doing so much!
Yeah, he has to flash away as well, and Shy, I don't think he's going to be able to reset in time to get into this dragon.
Yeah.
And that's a big goal difference. You know, Iron Nitrogen, his
Huge.
impact on this fight won't make all that much of a difference, but Team Flash not having Shy might. So then again, it looks like Banana don't recognize this, or at least don't quite care about it, won't
They can't,
contest.
right? Yeah.
Play it safe in the jungle instead.
Yeah, Flash's team comp just makes it so hard for you to walk into them. That's what champions like Lee Sin, Ahri, and Alistar do to you. They have such high amounts of burst, if you face check them, you're dead or lose half your health before the fight even starts. It makes it impossible for Banana to contest, and we're going right back at it. Nitrogen, he might get caught at top lane, but we see a fighter bot.
Okay, nice little bait there. Uses the Glacial Fissure, pulls away a couple of crowd control spells, gets the Unbreakable. It's a 1-for-1 trade on these ultimates. Not all too bad, but it gets some more information where they are as well. Meanwhile, Midwave, I think, still been crashing in. They have been missing a little bit of gold EXP there.
They definitely are, and we see Ali Pool hit to a little bit of a gold lead. Shy just playing in and out so well around the Ruthless Predator of this Renekton. Really nice manipulation from him of his character and how it relates to Iron Nitrogen's Renekton. 4,000 gold lead so far, has the TP, 1 full item up on this Renekton. And it's looking to me like only a matter of time before he ends.
Oh, no. Stands right over the wall, clipped by the vision. Isn't the way Soul gets caught out in the mid side. Now over the top lane, Vendetta, he's gonna go down as well. Iron Nitrogen, he's stuck in between multiple members of Flash. There's not much he can do. Dragon's Rage gets kicked back into Tails, who's gonna hold on to him, but Team Flash steal away 2 lives.
And Glory D is the name of the game for me. He is always there first. On this Alistar now, yet again, he's always at the fight first, gets in, gets the combo down, and Flash, they are getting more out of the map. Same like in game 2, same like in game 3. When they have the leads, they will run you around the map. Whatever you get on one side would not match what they get on the other. You don't even hit the Winter Spite, so that's it for the fight. Flash Once again, close to a 10,000 gold lead. Let's see if Vendetta can find something here on dialing, maybe.
Yeah, it's cash money for Team Flash, who are looking to return the favor to Team Banana. In
Chasing
that first
him.
game,
He's
you know?
chasing dialing, gets the flash. Fortunately, we don't quite get it on the observer cam, but that's gonna be Riven burning the flash of Kai'Sa.
Interesting moves. Vendetta does manage to take that away. I'm not quite sure how impactful that's going to be in these next
Yep.
fights, especially with Vendetta. He's only about 7,200 gold in. Still looking to complete his second item. Once he has that, surely he's going to have a lot more damage. He's going to have a lot more presence in these fights. But until then, you know, he's not going to have as much impact as what we see from Joyce.
Indeed, he is not. Joyce is doing so much on the map right now. In the last 2 games as well, Joyce has been the MVP for me. I know Shy has been looking flashy, but everything has been enabled and set up by Joyce. It's going to be a tough call for us later when we have to decide who the MVP is going to be. I think these 2 guys put on a pretty decent performance in this match. Of course, with that said, it's not over just yet. Banana, they still have a hope in this game, right? They still have a chance for the miracle team fight. Get a 5-man Shockwave, 5-man Riven combo, get some Xayah feathers on the ground. I think it's not a foregone conclusion just yet. The main thing though is there is no answer to this Camille. He's just kicking this Renekton and he can't do anything.
Ooh. Yeah, definitely some hopium there for you, Omo, but Shine down the bottom side, nearly takes down Nitrogen, takes the flash away. A couple of summons still committed, but Turret at least the Team Flash, so they still get a pretty chunk of change. Nemo, he's gonna get caught out. They're looking to get this catch off. Flash Fidget just barely kicks them off. Dialing, trying to dodge away. Vendetta's coming in now, but the Dragon's Rage gonna hold him back. Golden is dodge away from the Shockwave, still alive, and Tails is not able to output the damage in his need, not able to come online with the damage source for Team Banana. They can't hold on, they can't stop them. Now the Frank's coming in early. They sweep them up, and only Nitrogen is left alive.
And it is a disaster for Banana coming from every angle. Team Flash collapse on them. Very good individual plays from the members of Team Flash. Johnny has to dodge out on the Shockwave. Lee Sin combo to save his AD carry. They're gonna get mid lane inhibitor. They're gonna get the Baron. And the whole map, the whole game, I would say even the whole series here belongs to Team Flash.
It's not the Flash in the pan.
It's not
Team
for sure.
Flash.
Indeed, it is not. And that's gonna be a bit of a scuffle once again. Shy and Nitrogen. Nitrogen doing his best to hold his own despite being set so far behind. Still though, 15,000 gold at 13 minutes. This one for Team Flash looks to be all but in the bag.
Oh, very impressive there. Omo, I see you can now count for the numbers, giving us a rundown on the gold difference as we look to see how Team Flash close this one out. 13 minutes and 45 seconds just into the game. This is a little bit right past the average game time. This is the Team Flash that we have seen in the regular season, looking strong, looking like how they played in the Vietnamese Sea Icon series, and they're looking to take this game away. One more kill on the Nitrogen here, perhaps. Doesn't have his ultimate, so has to try and get away. Glory D is going to soak up the damage. Unbreakable, still available. Didn't even have to expend it there. That's how powerful they are, Omo.
Indeed, and I want to add on to your point as well, right? You said looking like how they looked in the regular season in Vietnam. Actually, that's not the case. They're the 4th best team in Vietnam. And if that doesn't tell you how scary Team Flash is, how scary the Vietnamese region is, maybe this team fight will.
As they start things off, they take down Soul first. The Oriana will never find the light of day to use those ultimates like they want to. Never quite get the wombo combo that they want. And Team Flash, they're ready to read them a bedtime story. Ready to put them in their crib, put them to sleep. One after the other, taking down Nitrogen next. We still see the Guardian Angel available for Joyce. He jumps in a little bit too deep, but on to the next, and that's gonna be game. Team Flash pull away the series.
And Team Flash 3-1, they advance to the winners bracket finals here in Group C. That means that they will be waiting to see who comes up to face them. They're pretty much secured a spot in the finals. They are secured a spot in the finals. And Banana, fortunately, it's not over for them just yet. They do drop to the lower bracket. They have another shot to run the bracket, make it back to the finals. With that said though, Team Flash, brilliant performance from them. I was very impressed with their individual skills in this game. Bot lane played very well 2v2, used that to have support roam the map. They answered the problem of Vendetta's aggressive jungle carry performances very well in games 2, 3, 4, shutting him down with the support movements. And Shy, of course, what more can I say about this man? He is the teamfight carry king.
Yeah, honestly, we saw some great moments of brilliance from Team Banana, but ultimately Team Flash came online. 3 back-to-back games show us exactly why the Vietnamese region is so intimidating. That being said, though, we're going to hand it over to our analyst to break down this series and give us some insight on just how good the Vietnamese region is going to be. So take it away, Skippy.
That is right, they've done it. They are now at the top of the table here in bracket C and will be very happy about their performance, to say the least. Sure, it started off with maybe a bump in the road, but they realized, okay, there's a few areas in this draft that we can target. There's a few plays that we can also look to try and make their life a living misery. And by the end of that series, we sort of understood this is the reason they're hyped. This is the caliber of play that they can deliver. And Infinity, I mean, they just look unstoppable right now.
Yeah, right. And I think that came from also one of the sources that Alma has stated. The support became very relevant into the mid-game, late-game, supporting those mid-game team fights, supporting those late-game team fights. And I think at that aspect, really, Glory D showed up big time for Team Flash.
I don't think it's just Glory D here that has shown up. Just look at Shy, another perfect game. And you're telling me that this team is a 4th seed team from Vietnam? I think he might just be still the best battle lane that we've seen so far in any sort of brackets. That's definitely been all too convincing for me. And Joyce so far has been enabling every one of all these laners to have such a great time. That Banana, I still fall back to all these things that they have here. I won't call it an error in the draft per se, but to execute this draft definitely takes a whole lot of high-level mechanical play. And you saw Vendetta, yes, he might just be the person to pull it all out, but things are crumbling when they are falling behind, and he haven't been able to even complete his second item by the end of the game.
Yeah, just the presence of Shy. I think also on top of the support, really Shy just brings in onto those team fights. I think Alma and Grandin has touched on it after the post game, wherein Shy is just a killer. Shy is just a team player, a showmaker for Team Flash.
Well, what I've took notice right there was that the Alistar actually almost dealt more damage and against the Riven. That itself, well, illegal. Absolutely illegal.
It's my favorite word, it really is, for describing things that just really should not be happening. And I mean, yeah, I think we can praise Shy because he picked up, let me just count again, 6 accolades. He pretty much did it all. He's quite right, deservingly of the MVP. But I mean, there's a lot more people that we can sort of bring into that discussion, right? As you already mentioned there, Infinity, we can talk about Glory D and how the support gap was starting to become rather apparent as the series went on. The Brom, the concussive blows just weren't enough in the end to try and stop them from advancing as aggressively as they did, because Joyce was working his way into that series and saying, all right, Vendetta, you're getting a lot of praise, you're getting a lot of hype, you're looking pretty good right now, but you're on a sinking ship. And I'm just going to show you what it looks like to play that well, but on a team that can actually win.
Yeah, it's a lot of cause and effect pretty much on that game. Kai'Sa was able to scale very early. That means Glory D was able to roam. With Glory D roaming elsewhere, you have Shy and mid laner for Team Flash that really is able to just bring up onto those clashes, get the tower into top lane, be dominant into enemy jungle, and so far that has shown up very well for them, and that I think just pushed through into effect, winning that series number 4 or game number 4.
Now that they have won already, I think that it's just one more step in the way that they've been able to take some of their tougher opponents in this bracket. They are poised to just go directly through the next stages right here. And you just look at the players' mentality. They look pretty much fresh. Even after suffering that first defeat, it didn't seem like it phased them at all. In fact, they bounced back up so much stronger. And this is the team that you want to be, of course, getting behind on how well they overcome that adversity once again and just show up like they had, you know, bananas for breakfast earlier, getting so much of those nutrients. Potassium.
Yeah, maybe that is the case, right? Have a nice nutritious diet of some bananas, then take them on and say, look, we're just waiting for that slow burning energy to kick in. Game 2, okay, it's time to play. Well, let's talk about that MVP in a second, because this is just about to display on your screen. Commiserations obviously do have to go to Banana quickly, as they will now fall into that lower bracket. They'll be then waiting on the result later on from QWQ and LFD, so they're not completely out just yet, so we don't need to really give them a post-mortem as such. I mean, they've had some standout moments. We're still going to potentially get to see some of these crazy picks like the Dr. Mundo in the top side, and they'll have a chance, obviously, to rest up and recover. But production, are we ready? Can we bring up the MVP? Do we know who it is on this occasion? Bang, there it is. Magic. The magic of production. There it is. Joyce actually going to pick it up. So, as we said, there's a few candidates for this one, Contra, but ultimately, the jungle difference seemed to be the difference in this case.
Yeah, you see that he's feeling so confident when he does get his Lee Sin over. So I gotta say that you just can't pass that. All these huge priority picks to Team Flash, they're just gonna run at you or just fly directly at you. And Joyce, you just look at the couple of series, you give him a Jarvan, or even if you want to Irelia in the jungle, that can actually work wonders as well. So far, Joyce has been showing up in many of all these early game fights, and that definitely has been able to get so much lead back towards Team Flash.
Yeah, his responses are quick and efficient. He makes himself available into the bot lane. He makes himself available into the mid lane. And I think really Joyce for Team Flash was the one who gives up space for his team.
I wonder if it's a case of just basically banning Rengar from the very get-go then, and we could have had that perfect 3-0, because ever since that was gone, the series did really look like a completely different situation for us to sort of feast our eyes on. And as you talk about, you know, early game impact, that's exactly what you're after in the jungle. It's the dream scenario for them. They're into the upper half there of Bracket C, but this is the game you're all excited for. Our second match after the break, another best of 5, another upper bracket final. It's the Flash Wolves taking on Dental Adversity. Welcome back for our second series of the night. And yes, look what's happened here. Well, on the desk with these two beautiful individuals, they said, you know what, we've had enough of casting. It's a little bit boring. We want to chill out, vibe out on the panel. Lads, how are we? Omo, I see you're coming in and out. Everything's being cropped out. What on earth is going on there? Maybe I just won't ask. How are you, Grandin?
No, yeah, I think almost like phasing in the two realities right now. He's not sure if he wants to flame the players or he wants to praise them. So right now, it's like this is the ultimate mesh. You know, he can't decide which one he wants to be.
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm a bit gone right now. My brain's a bit gone right now after seeing Banana get demolished in that game one. It's been a little bit of a rough one, but we do have an exciting match coming up for you guys as well, I believe.
Yeah, we do indeed. We have ourselves that banger matchup in Bracket B to figure out where things are going. Now, Omo, talk me through Flash Wolves because they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, and you know I'm a big fan of Flash Wolves. These guys are all veterans since the PC days. They all know what they're doing. They're mechanically skilled, and I'm hyped to see how they will stack up against the young guns in Fano Adversity. First of all, of course, we have Ysera, the tanky, stable player for Flash Wolves, Cookie and Bruce in jungle and mid, and of course we have Lock King and Eason down in the Dragon Lane.
Look, if you only had one thing to say, it's literally Flash Wolves. Like, you look at the name, you look at the players, it is literally the team that has been recognized, has gone on and won competitions. They are no shy to competition, and they just look just as good as ever.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, right? And I think the big point to look out for in this game, as well as all Flash Wolves game, is gonna be Bruce. This man role swapped for Marksman because he said, you know what? ADC is useless. Let me play a useful role. I'll go play mid lane. And he's doing just that. He's an impact player every single game he plays. In the regular season, I was looking out big time for his Diana. I think that was a huge teamfight carry pick for him. In this C Championships, we have seen him bust out the Yasuo twice so far, and those two games have been extremely impactful, and he looked really good on it as well.
Then we kind of got to talk a little bit about Flash Wolves in the regular season, the way they kind of go about playing the game. You know, Ysera, like you mentioned, he's a big tanky boy, you know, but he's also come in to do some damage. He likes to play Renekton. It kind of fills all roles, right? He has damage, he has crowd control, he's able to split push, but he's also able to team fight. Ysera is so multifaceted. He's basically the Swiss Army knife of Wild Rift. So coming in here, Flash Wolves looking very good. I like what we've seen from them so far. Bracket B is as tough as it is, also partly because Flash Wolves is in here.
Yep. And I think, like you mentioned, right, Bracket B, the group of death, every match that they play has not been easy, and it's not gonna be easy, but I think that they are definitely the front runners. The show that they've put on for us has been very impressive. I know there were questions, right? They've lost to one team every single time in Summer Cup. Domestically, they lost in the grand finals, but here they look sharp, they look good. Look at the combos, look at the flank angles. Flash Wolves, when they set upon you in the team fights, it really makes sense why their name is Flash Wolves, right? They come in a flash and they come on you like wolves. It's really impressive stuff. This fight as well, Bruce lives with 1 HP after diving in 1v3. I mean, this stuff is just really impressive. The team fighting skill, the finesse from Flash Wolves is just really nice to see.
And what we see from Flash Wolves as well is something very reminiscent to what we just saw from Team Banana. They like to play a secondary carry in the jungle. A little bit different from Banana, who only have that one carry. You know, Flash Wolves a lot more comprehensive. They have a team that's able to execute. And of course, Bruce, I think, is a crowd favorite. Playing Yasuo, it's just something that players like to see. That's the Renekton on screen. I wanted to make a joke about that scheming, but I think that's a bit too low-hanging. I'm not that desperate for some
come
humor
on,
there.
mate. It's too early in the night for this one. Look, we need another 13 hours where we can start to get to that delirious stage again, talking about crocodiles and how I could be an honorary Australian. But you know what? Let's go back to the Flash Wolves because they're looking pretty damn good. He's played 3 games with them so far, 3 dubs. As easy as you like it. So up there in the top lane, Ysera is pretty much chilling. He's enjoying his life. He's having a great old time. But let's bring up their opposition tonight because it is going to be all swings and rainbows. They are up against a very strong opposition here in Bracket B. Looking to try and get themselves into those grand finals. It's Fenway University, and you know, this roster as well, they had a slightly more difficult chance. It was the 3-1 over Invade, but regardless, still looking as strong as ever.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Fenway University again, they're really a one-track mind, one-track kind of team. They play to Domeng. Domeng is like the train tracks. He's the rails that he laid for the foundation for his team to move forward. Without him, the team kind of can't go anywhere. You know, and even after he lays down the rails, the team can really only follow in his direction. If they don't, they try to divert, they try to go off that, they just go off the rails, literally. And I think that's kind of the problem at Fenway University. But that being said, when things do go their way, they're looking like the start of the Steam Revolution. They're looking to move faster than any of the other teams that we've seen in the competition so far.
I mean, I completely agree with you there, Grandin. And I think the big point to look forward to, like you mentioned, is Domain as well as Power, right? This guy has played 2 games of Fiora, 1 game of Renekton, and he had a loss with Riven, but still played it pretty well so far this tournament. I think Power and Domain is going to be the power couple that you're looking out for. Their bottom lane is just looking chill, scale into the mid game, like most of these teams have as their team identity. The one I also want to look out for is Show. Will try to be playing these mages, right? Orianna is a big pick for him. He's also been someone that has pulled out the brand mid, and I think against Flash Wolves' brawl-heavy team style, I think that brand might be a key pick for him here today.
They have a high kill rate. They like to fight and go for these fast games, just under 13 minutes. That's a pretty fast one. You know, looking back at Fan University once again, you have to really wonder what's going to happen in the top side. Both players have similar champion pools. But I think in a 1 versus 1 matchup, I feel like Power might just come slightly ahead. He's much more inclined to play stuff like the Fiora. You know, Renekton's a nice secondary pick, but he likes to go for these single trading type champions. You mentioned the Riven. I want to see the Sinji Omo.
The Cinch would be a viable option as well, and I know yesterday in the narrative meet we kind of talked about this, right? If Fan University were to beat Flash Wolves, how would that happen? And I think the conclusion that we came upon would be Domain something going in the early stages of the game. He has to get Power going, and Power needs to be on one of these split pushing champions, something like a Fiora, which can be the sword which breaks through the shield of Ysera.
Take a look back at the highlights. You know, these are some great moments too from Fan University. They had a pretty tough opponent in the esports from the get-go. Was a difficult one they had to face off against. And bracket B, from what we can tell so far, we've been seeing quite a bit of aggression. It's different from some of what we see from bracket A and C, considering bracket B is really not just limited by the mechanics of the players. Every single one of these guys are able to perform at a very high level. So you have to have those mechanics rotate around. So like you mentioned, looking to see how well they're able to split push, honestly. I think that's one of the big win conditions for Fan University.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And I want to remind everyone as well, the series that they played against Invade was not easy. There was a game that Invade dominated. There was a second game that Invade were dominating before they threw. But still, props to Fan University for capitalizing on these individual moments. I think this was the game we see on our screen right here as well. Invade just making mistakes and Fan University just pouncing on it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to sort of note on the differing playstyles that they both have, right? The fact that they are going to go for the Fiora as opposed to Flash will say, we just want to group up and fight. Well, we can talk about this in greater detail in just a second, because let's check in with Fan University and see what they had to say leading into this match.
So far, it has been great. It has been a great journey for us all inside Fanny, and we're really looking forward for more. For me to choose, I think our match against TS in the Grand Finals will be the most memorable match for us, because it was the first time that we have reached the Grand Finals in the Icon Series in the Philippines. There is no particular team or region that we want to challenge. We just want to have fun and face anyone we are going up against. Our biggest success will be us winning the Southeast Asia Championship, and I don't think that we are going to have a setback after this, even if we lost, because qualifying for the C Championship means a whole lot for us. I want everyone to know that I am the best Orianna player in the Southeast Asia region.
Ooh, big words right there coming out in the mid lane at Show for Fan University. He says, I am the best Orianna in the whole of SEA. Big words here in this matchup. It should be an exciting one, because it's another chance for these teams to advance, to get themselves into that upper bracket and a chance to try and get out of these group stages. I'm curious, guys, like how we really view these two teams, because we put a lot of attention towards the mid lane. We sort of spoke about how Bruce can be the pop-off performer here for Flash Wolves, but then we've sort of coincided that with then Domain being the go-to here for Fan University. So sort of where do we see more impact being found as we bring up these head-to-heads?
Yeah, I think first off, you have to talk about the jugglers, right? These two guys are pretty insane. Doming's really the one setting up for the rest of his team. He has a diversity, and I really want to bring up this piece of information because he plays between Xin Zhao and Kha'Zix, but both play very differently. When he's playing Xin Zhao, he's in here trying to activate the rest of his team. Like I mentioned, he's the railways, the tracks that kind of enable his team to get in there. When he's playing Kha'Zix, it's a different playstyle. But I think going into this competition up against Flash Wolves, the way he's going to win this game is by acting as the tracks to make sure that Power is going to get ahead in this early game.
Yeah, and on the converse side, I think for Cookie as well, right? We really need to see him be activated in these games. I know you talk about Domain as an enabler. I think the same is true for Cookie or even the jungle role as a whole, right? The game that Flash Wolves won in their first series, I think it was the first game, it was a little bit iffy. And the reason that happened, the reason it was even close at all, was because Cookie was looking a little bit lost. His nerves weren't quite there. I think he wasn't quite ready to perform and show off on the big stage. We saw in the next few games, the moment they got Cookie rolling, he just took over the game. Now let's take a look at the Baron lanes. I mean, I think Sarah is the big question mark for me here on the side of Flash Wolves, right? This guy has moments where he looks a bit more unstable and where carry tops can bust through him, and that's kind of how they've been losing to one team.
Yeah, so that's a potential weakness that they have to deal with, and Power could be the person to make that a reality. You know, you look at his stats, they're not as intimidating. You might say like, yeah, this guy's not that bad. But in reality, the truth is, the Power's coming in here. He's playing as a split pusher. Of course, his KD is not going to be all that high because he's out here split pushing on the other side of the map. It's really a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2. So 1.75 means he's winning most of his fights, Omo. For most of his fights, he's actually coming up ahead. Kill participation, both Sarah and Power are on the low end of the scale in the C championships because it shows just how little they're participating and how often they're split pushing.
Baron lane alive.
A Baron lane alive.
It's a little bit lonely out there in the Baron lane, isn't it? I mean, you're sort of watching the rest of your team, contesting dragons, going for crabs, fighting it out 2v2, perhaps flaming each other in mid lane. You're thinking, I'm just trying to get that next item, man. I'm just trying to get that next level. I'm not really too concerned with what you guys are doing.
Here's the secret, Skimmy. Baron laners don't care. They just want to play their own game. They're playing an RPG.
I mean, look, it's literally a mini game within a mini game. I mean, there's a saying, maybe I'll show up. I've got 2 items. Perhaps I'll split push. Maybe I'll go for the enchant of a TP. Perhaps I'll help out. Do I want to group up as a Fiora? Probably not. Why are you guys going for Baron? You've thrown the game. I was just having fun here. It's a simulation 15 minutes in, and it's a good point that we highlight there, sort of the big differences between those two top laners, because I think it's going to be kind of stylistic of how both teams approach this matchup, right? Flash Wolves will want to draft the comp front to back, get in your face, look to try and crush you and tilt you, whereas I'm sure Fenrir University, a strong 4-man, look to try and contest whatever they may be able to find. And, you know, the likes of Fiora and Camille are going to be at the very top of the tiered list for them. That aside, gentlemen, let's bring up those predictions. Let's see which way we're swinging for this one, because I imagine we're all on the hype train. There it is. We're all in favor of Flash Wolves, and I mean, I can't imagine why we wouldn't be.
Well, let me start this one off by saying we've already seen some hearts crushed here on the desk. We've seen Contra with Bajaya Dragons. We just saw me and Grandon with a banana. Now we're unfortunately going to see Riku and Infinity get their heart broken by the Flash Wolves. I think this is going to be domination. I think it's going to be 3-0. And I think the Flash Wolves will destroy Fenrir University.
I mean, conversely, looking at this, Flash Wolves, yeah, I do think they're gonna win, but you know, statistically, I haven't been on the best streak. I know that the rest of us, I think Skimmy's still alright. I know almost down at the bottom here with me, despite the fact that he's supposed to be a coach, supposed to be the analyst. Not too good these predictions, so maybe there's still some chance for all you Fan University fans to see them go deeper into the run of the competition.
I'm curious because I've gone for the Freo as well. I'm just a believer in just team fighting because, you know what, I forget about, I don't care about your Fioras. You know, get that off my screen. You know, it's boring. I want to see some mechanics. I want to see some outplay. I want to see that Yasuo come out again, because I think Bruce, for me, is probably one of the only players where you start to see the likes of, you know, a Galio and an Alistair and a Gragas come out and you're thinking, that's a Yasuo angle. I mean, we saw yesterday a chance for where that could have been a case. They locked in Evelyn. I mean, teams... Sure, Evelyn is strong, but I want to see that Diana. Let's have that bread and butter mid-jungle duo. It looks so beautiful. Make it happen. So we'll find out what might happen in this draft, because pick and ban phase is not too far away. Look, I'm just going to ask you the question as well, Brandon. We're on the 3-0 hype train. Look, you're with us. Are you part of the Cool Kids Club? Are you a 3-1, a 3-2 believer?
Well, I have to say, my entire prediction for the day was 3-0s all the way. I think we were... I think we had the exact same predictions, by the way, going into this.
Ah, you're beautiful.
Fantastic stuff. And we are heading to the draft phase. I want to point out something really quickly, guys. I want to see if Orianna gets through, and if Orianna does get through, I want to see Flash Wolves challenge it, counter with Yasuo, counter with Diana. If you shut down Show's Orianna, this is going to be a big statement for the rest of the series.
Well, I definitely think that Fenway University play a very good Orianna, but I have to say, I like Sean Brand. I don't think he has to tunnel into the Orianna. I think Orianna kind of feeds you into
Brandon,
specific composition.
anyone can play Brand. My grandmother could play Brand. You just press R. You
That's
just press
the point, man.
Pyroclasm.
That's the point. Show is so good at pressing R. He's so good at tapping that side of his screen, Omo, and I'm hoping to see that happen here. Flash Wolves, they're gonna go for the Renekton. Then, of course, Sarah, he's a stable top laner, a stable Baron laner. That's what they do.
And Renekton is so good at shutting down these possible carries that Power could want to play. We already see Riven and Camille banned away. This leaves the options of Irelia and Fiora, right? And these two would match as well because Fano Adversity, a lot of wave clear, a lot of long range, and in my opinion, these two champions that they have just cheat the tempo of the game, just so important for them here.
We talk a lot about priority. We're talking a lot about the Varus that's supposed to be stolen away by Fenway University. They need this as one of the potential win conditions, and because they need to play bot side. Bot side has to kind of open up space, not draw too many resources away, while you enable power in the Baron lane. And then it looks like what Fenway University are going for, but great calls from Flash Wolves because I like what they're doing here. They're going for some decent engage, some decent damage, while having some tankiness by grabbing the Xin Zhao and the Gragas early on.
This does mean, unfortunately, that we will not be seeing Show on either Orianna or on the Brand pick that we were talking about. He's going to be on Ziggs, a lot of long range, and the Braum pick as well to make sure that the heavy, beefy tanker diver comp of Flash Wolves cannot get in and get on the back. Oh,
here we
okay.
go.
No way, he's throwing down the gauntlet here.
Yeah, this is it. They're looking to contest
Okay,
this.
yeah.
Flash Wolves pull away the Orianna, and I know Skibby, you were saying earlier on, if you see Flash Wolves do this, we're looking to see if Fenway University can respond in turn here.
Are they gonna do it all? It's just a full wombo.
I don't know what this is here from Flash. Oh, I get it. It's gonna be Yasuo Gragas bot lane.
Oh, Yasuo bot lane, you reckon?
It could be a Yasuo Gragas bot lane. Yeah, I think that's
Wait,
probably
yeah,
the play here. It could
Yeah,
be
yeah,
a
yeah.
situation where they go for Ori bot lane, but I think Yasuo Gragas counters the Varus much better.
No, but then again, if you have Flash Wolves the Yasuo, you want to be able to block away a lot of the damage and a lot of the siege potential from Ziggs. So I think that Yasuo is also here to kind of go. So there's no opportunity to flex in those positions, Yomo.
That is true. There's a lot of flex potential from Flash Wolves, and this is why we love them, right? In their previous series as well, we talked about how effective their flex picks were. We're seeing that here again today. They're able to flex across multiple roles, and they're able to find the most effective matchups. They're getting counter picks here, even on blue side, and that's very impressive to see.
It's crazy. I mean, how often do we get to see this where you've got the first pick, but you're also getting the counter pick too? And maybe that comes down to the fact that Fenway University in their opening two picks went for the double ranged poke harass, right, with the Varus, with the Ziggs, are saying, look, this is how we want to play. We don't really want to fight you. We need to get ourselves a small little advantage. That could be through siege. That could be through just poke. That could be from retaking an objective, be it the dragon, the herald, whatever that may be. And then perhaps we can then follow things up with a concussive blow, with a cleanup crew, with a Kha'Zix and J4. Regardless, Flash Wolves, Bruce in particular says, you think you're good at playing Orianna? You might have an 8-1 record, but I might just play it a little bit better. That aside, let's throw it to our casting team. It's Infinity and Riku. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. Welcome everyone, I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're down into another upper bracket finals between the Flash Wolves versus Fenway University. I'm excited, Riku. We saw their graph, we saw what composition they're doing, and I think this is going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, Flash Wolves is just basically aiming for that scary 4-man of a wombo combo with the Orianna, Gragas, and setting up for the Yasuo. I think it's going to be very explosive and very easy to execute just because of how many ults that complements the last breath. So a little bit worried for Fenway Adversity because while they have that form of disengage, Varus, Ziggs, against that all-in team, they could be in big trouble.
Yeah, especially considering that Bruce has picking up Yasuo. Remember, for the viewers watching at home right now, this champion with this player has received 2 MVPs already. And I think this is someone that you need to look out for if you're Fenway University.
Yeah, Bruce is, the player that doesn't need kills to get ahead and farm. He will side push the lanes from in top and bottom and get ahead in that gold. It's going to be insanely scary. But this time around, he has his friends. He has that set up with locking on the Orianna. and as well as that Graga, so big knockups, big engage. And meanwhile for Final Adversity, this is a big poke composition. You've got the Varus, you've got this Ziggs. So the biggest question is, will Flash Wolves be able to reach them? And whenever they do the mid lane poke, you have to make sure that both river sides are well visioned, or else Flash Wolves can set up a pincer and they can reach the backline.
Yeah, definitely, considering that you are quite squishy when it comes to the composition, and even Doming as well as a squishy jungler for Final Adversity. The only one that can frontline for Final Adversity is going to be Jarvan 4 and Braum at this point in time, because Ziggs and Varus doesn't really have that much escape route. Maybe Ziggs has his satchel charge, but Varus at this point in time doesn't really have anything to go away against Flash Wolves, and considering that Flash Wolves has Xin Zhao, level 3, I think that's going to be something to take note of at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about the Rift Sculler fights. Doming, Shaw, not exactly have the best time unless Shaw pre-pokes them beforehand and enters the fight. So we'll see how that goes. Flash Wolves in an all-in style will definitely win that, especially with our 3-man. Sarah level 3, Cookie level 3, Bruce level 3 as well with the Wind Wall will basically block any incoming of that poke. So look at them now forming this death squad. I feel like a dive is coming.
Yeah, look at Cookie, look at Bruce. There's a 3-man roam coming from Flash Wolves. They're jumping in under the turret. Flag and drag. Good engage. Good counter for Power. Going for the 3-man knockup as well. Saves his life. Flash Wolves will fail to the tank top.
Really nice presence coming from Doming. They've seen this coming, you know, pre-level 5. They might set up for a dive. Because Power, as a Jarvan 4, especially without Cataclysm, is going to be insanely vulnerable. Your only mobility skill would be your flag and drag combo, which of course you want to use to see if you can punish a dive later on. So level 5 will be the big next target mark for Flash Wolves to see if they can set up for a Sarah. We saw the stats earlier. Most of the kills, 66. That's in the Renekton split push. But of course, now that Bruce is on this Yasuo, I feel like more of the kills, just because of the composition, of course they're going to set up for Bruce this time around.
Yeah, I mean, you have Gragas, right? You have Orianna. A lot of knockouts. And on top of all that, even Xin Zhao Ultimate has knockup as well. So I think these are all setups for Bruce. And I think if Final Adversity can punish Bruce immediately in the early game and even the mid game, this could actually hinder him quite a lot and quite a bit to really outscale and outpower Final Adversity in those late game fights, especially considering they have Ziggs and Varus as so much damage coming into their composition.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about 3 items for Shaw later on. Even 2 items, actually, with the Luden's Echo plus the Rabadons. I feel like it is going to be definitely enough. For Danny, of course, more mana fully stacked is going to be very, very scary. Actually, early game, Danny can already be as relevant. So I can imagine the Mountain Drake fight in a minute will be absolutely scary. So for Flash Wolves, they cannot hesitate. They cannot do the Dragon Dance. If they need to go, they gotta go.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's something to take note. And also, you have to look at Danny almost locking into the Maramuni, considering the Flash Wolf doesn't really have that much sustainability except into the Baron lane. So Danny does not need to force out the Executioner's Calling to then go for the Maramuni. And so far, you have Flash Wolves still trying to engage top lane. They're going for the 1v2.
Doming.
Cataclysm now jumps in. That's a lock onto 2 as well. Flag and drag to go back away. Good flash coming in from Power. Saves his life. But
Wow.
look at Doming going in for the kill. That's going to be the first blood for Final Adversity. Now Shaw wants to go for more. That's going to be Zig. So much squishy. No mana coming through. Flash is now going to be forced away. And last
Power.
red coming up. Bruce
Solo.
is now getting the kill. That will be the 1-for-1 for both these teams.
That would have been beautiful. Look at this, though. Bruce still wants more. I don't think he's going to dive in. But that could have been beautiful for Final Adversity. Really good read, but Shaw did not have any mana at all in that fight. So therefore, only enough for 1 sequence and then getting out. Biggest problem is Flash Wolves was pretty much healthy, and they will get this Rift Herald as well. They can open up topside and unlock Ysera to do more split push. That means Fennel will have a huge problem, especially their split pusher will be Power. And we talked about this before. Power is the type that it's okay if he's not ahead in the lane, he can still stabilize and deal with a split push. But we're talking about Ysera. Big experience coming from the LoL PC scene, even during PCS.
Yeah, I mean, in that foundation and that knowledge gives you a little bit of an edge into these sort of playstyles. You have the information what to do next, specifically onto the top lane that we've seen a while ago, on how Flash Wolves went in for the 3-man roam, gave us space easily to go to Rift Herald, and we all know, especially without Tower First Blood as of yet, Rift Herald is just so valuable in this game. And Flash Wolves taking it down, I think, gives him a little bit more of an edge, but Fellow Adversity taking the Mountain Dragon gives him sustainability for later on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It feels like Flash Wolves would, you know, consider the Mountain Drake to have a lot more value just because of the shields. Especially you're up against a poke composition, so Fennel did a good job just sort of denying that mitigation away from Flash Wolves here. So with that said, I feel like the next move coming from Flash Wolves is definitely get the Rift Herald up top, and then get a dive once more, put some kills onto Isera, or rather for Bruce once the 4-man assembles. The second dragon fight is going to be very, very important, especially for Flash Wolves to set up these 4-man fights.
Definitely. And I think in those team fights, I think someone or champions that we need to take note of is going to be Power, how he set up Serafi to follow through, and Danny and Shaw as well to the backsides. If they were able to bring that CC chain, Flash Wolves will definitely crumble down. But considering Flash Wolves also has a lot of mobility, that's going to be a problem for Fennel Adversity later on. As we're looking right now, Flash Wolves go for a 3-man roam. Top side, you also have 4-man coming from Fennel Adversity. Flash Wolves doesn't have any idea. Too much damage. Flash Wolves will go back away. Look at Cookie into the flank here. The 3-man against 1. Huge numbers advantage in Flash Wolves. Rift Herald into the mid lane. Fennel needs to defend.
Yeah, I really like the discipline coming from Fennel Adversity. They saw Cookie. He was in range of a chain of corruptions coming from Danny. And it could have been possibly a kill. Topside, another attempt on Power's life. But they fail as Doming and Rafi were there to deter another. That's the 3rd attempt already on Power's life.
You know what? Power is playing a minigame, as the panel has stated a while ago. Power is just playing miss, hit, miss, hit. But pretty much Flash Wolf is the attacker, then Power is the misser, if there's such a word.
I think there is a word, a misser.
A misser. Well, if there's none, we're gonna put it onto the dictionary. But so far, right now, Flash Wolves going to the bot side. This is their strong side of the map, but you just have fast clear coming from shots. And so far, Flash Wolves does not get a tap first blood.
No,
But
dear
here
me.
on top side, that's gonna be the kill for Dom Meng. Good engage, good kill for Dom Meng. Fennel Adversity takes the kill lead away from Flash Wolves.
What a dive coming from Fennel Adversity. Look at their approach to this. They know that Flash Wolves will constantly pressure Power just because they want to get Isera ahead. And Jarvan 4, a 3-man dive, pretty vulnerable. So I like the response coming from Fennel Adversity. When it comes to downtime of Flash Wolves not focusing top, they use that opportunity as that window to get through Isera, and look at him now. 0-2-0, not exactly what you like to see on a Renekton.
Definitely. And I think really something we have to consider is going to be, once again, Danny and Shaw for Fennel Adversity because of the clear wave potential for this team. And the only one that can match it up for Flash Wolves is going to be Bruce and Locking to clear that waves down. But the problem with the Yasuo is you have to be on front when clearing up the wave. And I think that leaves the opportunity open for Danny and Shaw to give that poking potential, give that poking damage away from Flash Wolves, get that HP advantage even before a fight occurs.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're going to be hoping for Locking for that massive wave clear. It's just going to be relying on Locking. And if Locking disappears, possibly Fennel Adversity can open up for a siege, as they have, again, the Ziggs to take towers down incredibly fast, and as well as wave clear alongside with Danny on this Varus. And now, the most critical thing in this fight is how the Wind Wall will block the Chain of Corruptions. If that gets blocked, Fennel Adversity will only have to rely on Power for the Cataclysm engage. But again, he is busy dealing with Isera at topside, so Danny has to be careful.
Yeah. And I think if they don't block the Chain of Corruption, that's going to be amazing. But now, Shaw into the bot side of the map, that's going to be Fennel Adversity losing their mid laner. Flash Wolves gets Shaw down away. Ziggs is going to say bye-bye.
That's the perfect timing. 19 seconds without the mid laner. That means Flash Wolves can see if they can set up the dragon even more with vision. But so far, because Fennel, or rather, Flash Wolves does have this Rift Scuttler already. So now, that means they get to buy some items and then reset and get towards the dragon. We'll see, though, what Fennel Adversity responds, because you know, at this point, death timers are still pretty forgiving. So Shaw can still live another day and poke and see if they can get control over mid lane. And poke away from choke points, actually, during the dragon take attempts by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, but look at Flash Wolves though. Gets a turret into the bot lane. That's gonna tap for his blood. Gives them a 3k gold advantage up against Fennel Adversity. Huge lead coming from this team. And now Fennel Adversity is on a deficit. They need to create space. They need to get an Ocean Dragon to equalize this game.
Yeah, they need that Omnivamp for sure. Because looking at the gold lead, even though it's not as significant just yet, in the later stages, when it comes to execution, it's pretty straightforward for Flash Wolves. All they have to do is try to access the backline, get that set up, get those knockups, cask, body slam, shockwave, put that ball onto Eason. It's gonna be easy.
Into the top lane. Not gonna meet each other up against Doming, and so far, Sarah's just gonna clear out the wave and just gonna farm up top. No one's going for the Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, he's doing these things again because that means that's one less front line for Fennel Adversity because Power is constantly busy there. So now Fennel has to rely on this 4-man, and their 4-man is much, much weaker than Flash Wolves with their Xin Zhao, Yasuo, Orianna, and Gragas. This just big, big wombo combo. And the moment Fennel goes near, they're going to be open for a setup.
Yeah, again for the bomb. Not going to produce a lot of damage because of the shield from locking. Now Wind Wall will actually disengage. Ocean Dragon will be secured by Flash Wolves. They're going in. Fennel Adversity tries in for the Glacial Fissure. Will not connect though. And Fennel will lose hope. They're going to go back, flash away. Flash Wolves will go home with a buy one, take one. Ocean Dragon and a kill.
Power going in.
Comes back in with a flag and drag, but he's going to pin down. Cataclysm to go back away. Not going to get that trade-off. Fennel Adversity will lose that match, and that will be the 1-0 with the Ocean Dragon for Flash Wolves.
Really nicely done by Flash Wolves there. They knew that they can keep fighting. Doming, unfortunately, had that really small and sad attempt, I suppose, to get a steal, perhaps. But Flash Wolves, Bruce basically just hammering down his sword and eliminates Doming over there. And again, the execution coming from Fennel Adversity in this type of composition is that they need time. They need time to poke, and that's the time that they can go in. Doming can finish off the kill. Plus, they need power for that Cataclysm against that 4 melee champions on the board to funnel all of the bombs, all of the piercing arrows into one area. And let's take a look at that again. There was an attempt. They needed more time. Danny was just landing pokes here and there, but again, it was just too late. Ocean Drake was already taken, so Fennel Adversity basically had really no business overstaying their welcome as the disengage coming from Raffi was used for an engage.
Yeah. And I think it just really is so difficult right now because of how Flash Roll is built up onto a lot of these melee champions and quite a bit of a tanky champion as well. Isara under Renekton, Sinjao, and Cookie. So I think that's going to put Fennel Adversity in a much more harder corner to bring this down, especially now Flash Roll is starting up the Baron Nashor.
Oh, they know this is happening though. We'll see if there's an attempt to steal. Nope. It's going to be hard. There's no Doming to steal. He was basically very busy at the bottom side of the map, so Flash Wolves are going to be using this to get that siege on, possibly form that 1-4 Isera with a split push, 4-man roam. Maybe Bruce going to be split pushing a little bit on the side. It is definitely doable, so we'll see how Fennel. They have a lot of wave clear though, so they can slow this down, but looking at the items, locking is going to have Rabadon soon, so his shockwaves are now going to be painful.
Flash Wolves has the vision here, 3-man roam for Fennel Adversity, but opts to back away. Flash Wolves is not going to go all in here into the bot side of the map, considering there are only 2-man roams for Flash Wolves to try and even defeat 3-man. So that's a good call for Flash Wolves.
They're just starving the resources of Fennel Adversity now. A gold lead slowly tipping, well not slowly, after the Baron take, after the wins. Look at this, they want to go in? No.
No, Flag and Drag is not going to be successful for Fennel Adversity, and Flash Wolves is going to take tier 2 turret into bot side of the map.
Very hard.
Good objective.
Yeah, very hard to collapse. Again, they're going to rely on power for this one, but he is definitely needed to see and deal with Isera time and time again, but that's just one less setup you need. Raffi is going to have to use his ult for engage, even though they need it for disengage whenever Flash Wolves will come in. Bot lane? Nope. Show's
Yeah.
fine.
They're not going to go all in here. Flash Wolves has the Baron Nashor. They're going in for the 2-2-1 type of setup. And we all know Yasuo is just too mobile to bring down. So I think that is what Fenelversity is looking at. But so far, you have tier 2 turret falling down to the mid lane. Fenelversity trying to defend in top side. Glacial Fisher to go for the knockoff. Meng is now going to be CC chained. Follow up with the explosive cast disengage. And Fenelversity will not be able to take the kill down. And Flash Wolves will continue their push. Gets the inhibitor turret.
And that is a lot being taken away from Fennel Adversity. Even though they have a ton of wave clear, it is going to be a possible easy dive committed by Eason perhaps, or maybe even Bruce as a solo split pushing at the bottom side. That tower is going to go down super soon. Will Fennel engage?
Will they? That's a question. Fennel Adversity trying to run, but Flash Wolves trying to disengage. Tower goes in for the Cataclysm, locks on 2. Locking will use up the Flash, but Fennel Adversity are now scouring back. Too much damage from Flash Wolves. That's a warning. It's a warning. Bruce goes for the knockup. Last breath will be available, but will not push through. Flash Wolves gonna be happy with 3 inhib turrets.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity has heeded the warning of Flash Wolves, and that's the reason why they had to back away and retreat back to their fountain. This is a free Infernal. This is, you know, now that Fennel Adversity has seen what the early game is going to look like for the sequence of games that we're having. Whoa, Raffi!
Oh, Raffi is gonna be the champion to actually try and defend here, but Fennel Adversity will not be able to do so. He's gonna be too late. Flash Wolves, Chain of Corruption
Danny!
gets the kill down onto Cookie. That will be the 1-for-1. Good trade coming from Fennel.
Fennel Adversity just wanted to slow down the pace a little bit because, okay, catch them off guard while porting back. I don't think, of course, oh dear, the flash
Ooh.
clutch.
Yeah, it was a millisecond reaction coming from Danny there. Just saves his life.
Yeah, I bet he saw his life flashing before his eyes as Eason was easing over near him. Is that a word? I think that's a word. More.
That's a
if
word.
it's not, then more words to add to the dictionary. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 words already in this game alone. Maybe more coming into the next games, but so far, the word to describe here is going to be one-sided as of yet. Flash Wolves currently at a 13k gold lead with 2 objectives in their pockets right now. All inhibitor turrets taken down. And Fennel Adversity, I think, needs to go and steal up the Baron Nashor, because if they lose this, this might be the end game for them against Flash Wolves. Now, Shaw doesn't have any ultimate.
That is going to be very important later on once the Baron is going to get started. Well, I mean, it's at that point where this Mega Inferno Bomb is in a relatively low cooldown, but of course the Baron take is much, much faster than that. We'll see though if Fennel Adversity takes another attempt at this, because bottom lane, it's pushing.
They're starting. Fennel Adversity tries going for the contest, but too much defense coming from Flash Wolves. They're peeling down Glacial Fisher, but Flash Wolves will be able to take down the Baron Nash, and Fennel Adversity will be forced to retreat. But Flash Wolves is not going to stop there. Bruce trying to catch up. That's going to be too much mobility, but slowing him down away will not be able to get more kills, but power will not be available to go for the defense. But Flash Wolves is pushed in all lanes.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. That's 30 seconds without power, without their primary engager here with a Cataclysm. It's going to be game over for this.
Mega Inferno Bomb tries to go in for the clear waves, but 2k HP remaining for the Nexus base. It's going to be over. Flash Wolves is finishing this as they take the first game of the series.
What a game number 1 for Flash Wolves here. Just setting the tone, setting the pace of what the whole series might look like. And now Fennel Adversity has to see how can they stabilize the early game, because the 4-man coming from Flash Wolves is just so incredibly strong that they had to wait for Shaw to come online, and as well as having the awkwardness of needing power. But he's shackled by Isera over there at top.
Yeah, and I think one of their answers is to really play it very, very safely, very, very patiently. I mean, we saw the kill standing like 1 digit for all throughout the game until the late game. And so far, we're going to be asking the panelists that question, because I think they know much more coming in from that series. Skimmy, take it away.
Very much there, Infinity, and what a game it was, guys. I mean, we were certainly getting our, our little chins out here, analysing, thinking, okay, what's going on? Omo was getting excited. He wasn't saying much, but I can imagine that his brain, the gears were turning. Nearly a situation here, guys, where there was a 20k lead in about 16 minutes. Obviously, things tapered off a fraction by the end then. It wasn't as brutal, but for me, the mid lane, once again, the star player in Bruce. He goes for the SO. He shows the mechanics, a 6k lead over the Ziggs. They took a risk. double ranged assassins with the Sigs and the Varus. I call them assassins because essentially that's what they're doing, but it didn't really pay off in this case, Hero Mo.
Yeah, I mean, I see the idea of the team composition, right? I think the first 3 picks really showed their hand. You want Ziggs, Barris to just throw spells from a screen away. And if you look at how the game played out, if you look at the scoreline even at the end of it, 3-0-0 on Varus, 0-1-3 on Ziggs, you can tell that they really tried to play towards their team comp. We're just gonna poke you. We're not gonna engage in direct fights. But that also means that when they start falling behind, when Flash will start taking a lead and they start being able to play side lanes, it becomes so difficult for this poke comp to play it out.
Yeah, it really wasn't about taking fights in this game. You know, Flash Wolves and Fan University, both sides were more than happy to just handshake and trade a couple of objectives here and there, but Flash Wolves, they had a couple things going for them. The macro game just seemed a little bit better than Fan University, as well as the fact that, you know, we've been kind of touting Power as that big win con. He's the kind of guy that needs to go in to make sure his team is ahead, to make sure that they're able to find something in the process, and Domain needs to be there to enable him. Well, looking at the Kazakhs right now, there's not a lot of damage available for the Kazakhs, and Power was playing for a tanky build. He bought a lot of time. He saved them a couple of situations. But I have to wonder if they switch things around and have Power be the one to act as that secondary carry, as that split pushing win con, how things could have gone this game.
That's a tough question to answer. I think there's too many what ifs that we can really answer here, right? We saw Flash Wolves with such a volatile team comp play a slow and steady, methodical, controlled game. So many words I can use to describe that. But I think Flash Wolves, they really just showed that they can control the pace of the game, and that to me is the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a bit of a difficult game for the Kazakhs to really try and execute, given the amount of tanky champions in there for him to try and play around. Was he ever going to find a situation for them to be isolated? It didn't look to be the case right there. And sure, I mean, we can ask the difficult question as to, you know, what would the roles look like reversed? It doesn't matter, because at the break, Flash Wolves lead the series with a Game 1 victory. And welcome back for our second series of the night, with the Flash Wolves starting things off with a win. And what a win it was. I mean, it was a different situation compared to what we imagined. From the Flash Wolves, everything we could imagine and more. But really, the difference had to come from the fact of Federal University giving us something, I don't want to say unexpected, but they threw us a question of, do we need to split push? Can we just outpoke them? Can we just hit them from afar so they can never actually team fight us? And that question really was, well, not many kills, a whole bunch more macro there, Grandin.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested to see what they have in store for us, because looking from what they're doing so far, they're playing for the macro, play for the poke composition, make sure they kind of build kind of space, but it's not quite working out for them. I feel little kinds of signs of weakness, and they don't do it quite as well as Flash Wolves as well.
I completely agree with you, right? If you're talking about a game of finesse, a game of, playing it conservative, knowing your limits, when do I go in, when do I not go in, things like that. That sounds to me like you're describing Flash Wolves. That's a Flash Wolves game. If we want to see Fano Adversity pull out a win, even though this team comp is something that has been in their wheelhouse for a while, I think against the Flash Wolves, it's never going to work. You need to spice things up, get it a little bit hectic in there, make the Flash Wolves a bit uncomfortable, and I think that that's the best shot that Fano have.
And I mean, if you're enjoying yourself right now and you enjoy esports, then you might enjoy our sponsor as well. One Esports, the home of esport heroes. They're fantastic. Get your daily dose of esport action all the way over at oneesports.gg. And perhaps you might see us on there. Perhaps you won't, but who knows? There's esport action, and that's all you can ask for, Grandin, because in this situation, you start... Do they look at that draft and say that was an issue, or do they look to try and run things back? Because we have seen such polarizing differences between multiple teams across these play-ins of we're running it back game 2. Sometimes even we're running it back game 3. Hang on a minute, we're knocked out. But do you think it needs to go back to the drawing board and say it was a risk, it didn't work out, back to split push?
I'm not even sure if I would exactly call this a risk. It just feels like Fano University have defaulted back to the simplest composition for them to execute, and this composition might work against a lot of the other teams in the Philippines regions because they do have pretty good timings. But like Omo mentioned, it comes down against the Flash Wolves. They just hit these timings so well. It's something that they've mastered to a T. So going into this one, hoping that they go for something else that we've seen quite a bit from them before, playing for the split push. It definitely is in a lower rung of priority for them. But when they bring in stuff like the Fiora, go towards the top side of the map, try to enable that. I felt a little bit bad for Power because he had some incredible moments where he was playing the Java. You saw the 3-man gank by Flash was towards his top side early on. He gets a 3-man flag and drag, saves himself, and buys so much time for the rest of his team to get stuff done. But if he was playing something that had playmaking potential and was able to potentially lock them down, kill someone there, we could have seen an entirely different Fano.
That's true as well, right? And I think that power being enabled is one of the key points that we touched upon. If you're playing a double poke composition, maybe what you want to do is use that as a wave clear tool in your mid lane while you enable power to have the freedom to really just rack some turrets with a split pusher. With that said, I like the adaptation to blue side. That means that you no longer have to be batting away power picks like that Riven, like that Camille. Leave it up and take it for yourself. Take it for power. And I think that that's gonna, well, I am just jinxing it.
It's cost the curse, isn't it? Yeah,
it is
we
indeed.
Can't say too much, mate, because we have the power to influence things that really aren't in our control. And, just like that, top lane is going to be the focus. Camille and Renekton removed away. Flash Wolves, I got to say, well, you know what? If you are looking to try and contest us, we'll ban away the Brom, but Federal University has said, you've had too much fun with this Yasuo.
Bruce has had too much fun, the viewers have had too much fun, Yasuo gonna be taken away, Yasuo gonna be banned away is something that I never thought I would find myself saying, but this means that Riven first pick is up for grabs, Ziggs first pick is up for grabs. What do they want to go for? I'm completely wrong, it's gonna be Rengar, one of Domain's better picks.
Look, are you watching a game between Fano University and Flash Wolves? Are you watching a game with Team Banana need to play? Because this looks like a composition, this looks like the kind of priority that Banana plays when you want to get your jungler ahead. And Domain, yeah, I have to admit, he's a good play overall, he's aggressive, but he's in here to enable for his team. I'm not quite sure how this Rengar is going to play out.
It's doable.
This one. Yeah,
I mean, he has a decent track record on it, right? He was 3-2 in the regular season, not one of his best champions, and he has played him once here and taken a win. So it is a doable pick for him. It's something that I understand why they would pick it. If you want to go for a split push comp with power, you need to make sure that Domain can assist him, and you need to take away globals from your opponent. So it's also a good takeaway pick, as well as good to enable your split pusher if they so choose to go that way. Ziggs and Gragas from Flash Wolves, though. This is a lot of wave clear, a lot of displacement. You take the Ziggs as well as you take one of his biggest counter picks in the Gragas, which is good at displacing him. I think it's a very nice touch. And if I know the team at all, I would assume that the Ziggs is gonna go to locking because Bruce will want something flashy.
It almost suggests to me that it's saying that, well, if you are going to play a composition, they're going to try and execute us down. We have so much wave clear. It is going to be quite safe. It's going to be very hard for you to try and find anything after the fact, right? So I like it from them. It's going to give them the ability to try and contest objectives as well. But this Janna that's been locked in very early on, that's an insanely high priority on a pick that we don't see too commonly.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange that they've gone for Janna. We've seen a lot of priority around things like Nami, to some degree the Lulu as well, you know, and the Janna, yeah, I kind of get what they're trying to go for. It does give them the chance to reset and disengage from the opponents with the Monsoon and everything. Gives them a little bit of pressure with the Howling Gale as well, but I have to wonder, does this mean that they've kind of given up on playing towards a full 5v5 kind of composition? Just use the ultimate, try and reset. In the meantime, you get Domain and Power off to the side lane, trying to assassinate someone, trying to clear out these turrets, and maybe, just maybe, play to a composition that Flash Wolves don't have a good response for.
I think there's a lot of layers that we have to unpack here, right? And my theory is that Phantom Adversity won the Janna to make sure that they don't get ran over while Power tries to split push, so they might be going that route. The downside to that is if you take a Kai'Sa to pair it, such a short range marksman, there's gonna be very big limitations on what she can do in terms of wave clear and defending turrets. And Janna Kai'Sa as well, not a traditional duo that you would ever see. Flash Wolves, it's gonna be a Darius as well as an Olaf. Good comp choice to just try to run things down. Olaf ignores Janna completely as well, so that's gonna be a nice pickup.
Would you still be content though with this as like a strong 4-man if they are to go to Fiora in this final pick here? Because I mean, your blue side, right? It's not going to be the easiest option to try and lock that in and go surprise, surprise like the Flash Wolves can offer. So I'm curious if they are still going to go down this route of busting that one out there, Grandin, because I mean, Flash will certainly have a strong response. Joe says no. You can play Orianna. You can disrespect me by playing in the bot lane. I'm going to show you how you play it in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We're going back on the Orianna. It's an interesting pickup. I think Orbo basically was describing just bet in a better way, the kind of idea that I was trying to go for. Phantom Adversity, you know, we asked whether this was going to be a case of Power and Domain off in the side lane trying to make things happen. It still might be the case, but with different priority this time around. So having Domain be the one to snowball ahead and it's Power instead that's enabling him.
Oh.
Or they could flip it around as well.
Oh. It's time. It's time. It's the Bruce Akshan. It's Bruce playing Akshan to counterpick the Orianna. It's time, guys.
How does this work? How does Akshan take out Orianna, Orbo?
Okay, let me propose to you a thought experiment. You're Orianna, chilling in the mid lane, farming with your ball. Akshan flies out of the bush and he grapples on top of your face. What do you do?
I use my ball.
You die.
To die.
True. Die. So this is a really efficient counter pick. It's only counterable by jungle ganks to make sure he can't play that aggressive. What does Rengar do? Farm to 5. It's done. It's a very good draft. It's a very good answer. You cannot punish this Akshan.
I think we've been begging really for this Akshan in the mid lane for such a long time now because we've seen it commonly paired in the bot lane where we don't really think Akshan truly excels. I mean, he's one of those champions that needs a lot of critical chance to try and really amp up the damage, to go toe-to-toe to like Zaya and Kai'Sa and so on. But Grandin, final thoughts on this one? Are you a believer?
Yeah, but for Flash Wolves.
That doesn't count.
It's just as easy as that. The man's got one word and he says, I'm a believer. It could be a 2-0. Let's throw it back to our casting team for that game number 2.
Thank you very much, Kimmy. Welcome back, everyone, into the second series of today. And I'm back. Riku, how are you feeling so far? We've seen the first game very dominant for Flash Wolves, and now we've seen the composition for game 2.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one for sure because another Akshan coming in, but this time around it's not going to be in the dual lane. It's going to be set up for Bruce here in the mid lane, which, you know, it's always 50-50 when you see an Akshan just because of how poorly it has performed as a champion itself during the regular season in their respective regional tournaments. So, you know, it's Flash Wolves. It is Bruce. Bruce, definitely one of the best players coming from Flash Wolves. He is very power hungry when it comes to gold, and I'm sure for kills as well, especially if he can take the 1v1 on.
Yeah, and the problem I think that we see for Akshan is when it comes to the team fights, he only has like single targeted damage. But when it comes to that aspect, he shines through and through, especially with the buff that they recently received in patch 2.4b or patch 2.4a to receive like crit damage and crit basically onto his skill kit. So I think that is something that we need to expect. And Panel has touched up onto it. Right? Action can counter onto Orianna, just surprise him with a surprise attack, and Shaw cannot do anything out of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be very sad for sure. Especially it's Doming here on the Rengar, having to just farm, just as what Omo has mentioned. So we'll see what the setup is going to be here, as this is a 3-man roam.
Ooh, 3v3, Flash Wolves actually goes in for the counter engage. Doming, a lot of damage coming through. Apprehend. But no kills will be done as of yet. Bruce immediately responds, and Cookie as well. University forced to back away.
I really like this coming from Flash Wolves. They anticipated the possible lane swap here, as Danny wants to escape the clutches of a Gragas and Ziggs, just because of the setups that Eason can provide. It's kind of similar to having like a Galio with you as support, so it enables a big engage. Especially, you know, Kaisa just wanting to farm, be a little chill during the laning phase, so most of the movements are going to be coming from Flash Wolves, which is scary, just because they have Bruce. If ever he does have priority in the lane, you can bet he'll go in rogue, be invisible perhaps, maybe roam towards top, or maybe down bot.
Yeah, definitely. I think that presence is going to be very important for Danny later on. Especially, I think Final Varsity will be hugely depending onto this Orianna to deal off those massive team fights and start the game off. Because the shockwave that can potentially change things up for Final Varsity if they once again lose their early game. But so far, a Pookie jungle invade.
I like how you brought that up, you know, the shockwave, but Doming here, go in.
Yeah, going in, actually jumps through, but you have Eason into the backside. Flash will now be burned. That's gonna be the first blood for Flash Roll, going for the jungle invade. But now that will be the flash as well for Shaw. Gets the kill down. That will be the 1-for-1 jungle for these two teams.
Now, really nicely done. Flash will still get first blood out of that, so they get that bonus gold. And that is the roam potential that we were talking about. The way that Cookie is able to comfortably duel just because of his kit as an Olaf itself. Of course, Doming doesn't want to be bothered. Bruce as well, being able to join in the fights, getting priority, and the possible roams coming from Eason as well. We talked about this before. Danny is just going to be happy farming, especially the first 15 minutes of the game, but it is locking that can clear the wave. No problem. Eason can roam around the map.
Yeah. Although that 1-for-1 happened, I think the most important thing that we need to take note of is Rengar got a passive stack. And that is increased 5% damage coming from Final Adversity coming into the jungle role. So I think at the end of the day, even if Flash Wolves has gotten the trade-off, Final Adversity has gone the better lead out of that.
That is true, getting early kills towards Doming for sure on this Rengar. And you mentioned earlier, you know, the shockwaves coming from Shaw. This is the cat ball. We've seen the cat ball strat for the very first time back in the summer season, and I believe it was GeekFam that executed that with a Rengar and, of course, an Orianna. Thrill of the Hunt Doming. The ball is on towards him. Easy setup for that shockwave. So we're going to anticipate that perhaps later on. There's also power as well, but I really doubt he'd be able to join these fights because we've seen game number 1. Isera has been keeping power busy constantly.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something that we need to take note of, especially I think that was like, what, 4 roams? 5 roams for the whole duration of that game number 1 for Flash Roll is really trying to mess power up, but so far they're not able to do so. But here on top side, Isara just pressures in, too much damage to deal with, and Guillotine will not bring him down. No reset for Isara.
Is able to bait out the barrier, so that is a huge thing that Fennel or Power will need in the upcoming fight, especially if the fights are going to be towards the Dragon and the Rift Herald. So looking at the Summoner spells, everything complete except for Power's barriers. That's going to be very important. Flash Wolves, on the other hand, might be happy getting a pick, perhaps, just getting priority in the mid lane. They could copy-paste what they've done in game number 1, get that Rift Herald, unlock topside, and unleash Isera on that 4-1 split push. So Fennel is just going to do the same as well, settle for this air Drake, which is going to be very helpful. I mean, with the movement speed, they want to do the roams with Doming as well, and possibly match what Flash Wolves has been doing with the invades.
Yeah, I think Fennel University at this point respects Flash Wolves' composition. They went in for the parallel diversion, with Flash Wolves going to secure the Rift Herald and Fennel University going for the Cloud Dragon. This gives you extra mobility, especially as you stated a while ago, onto Doming Shaw duo. Having the mobility and extra sustainability for Rengar to initiate those fights are going to be crucial.
We'll see if they're going to allow that. Low. Okay.
Shockwave. just disengages, but huge damage coming from Ziggs disables Shaw to go for the counter attack up against Flash Rose. And so far, Flash Rose is gonna go home. Even if Rift Arrow doesn't go for the second charge, they go home with a tower first blood.
Yeah, opening up mid lane as well. Therefore, Bruce can get a little bit more access to the outer layers of the jungle of Fennel Adversity, even Cookie as well. So this is going to be very important for Fennel to establish vision control to make sure that their entrances are in check, or else Doming might possibly die once more in his own jungle. So the Flash Wolves, especially with locking with his global ult, semi-global, I feel like the damage is going to be definitely enough if Flash Wolves just invades the jungle and finds somebody there.
Yeah. If they can, though. Because remember, Cookie for Flash Rose, mobile with the Ragnarok, and Ragnarok doesn't really have that super long cooldown. In Fennel Adversity, Doming, we need to take note that he already has 2 stacks against Flash Rose. So that's 10% damage increase for Fennel Adversity so far. And I think if they can capitalize that to bring it into more passive stack for Rengar, that would be amazing for Fennel Adversity. Because at 10-minute mark, if he doesn't succeed onto getting all those stacks, it's going to be very devastating for them. Going to put them at a very, very huge deficit. Because at that point in time, Flash Rose will potentially have like 2 core items already built in.
Yes, it will definitely depend on execution here. Again, we're looking at Shaw, who is, again, one of the best Orianna players, especially when you look at his performance in the local, playoffs in the Philippines. So we'll see how the cat ball strat is going to work out, and we'll see. Once the Rabadons is attained by Shaw, we're going to be expecting most likely the big shockwave plays against Flash Wolves.
Yeah, definitely. I think Fennel Adversity really needs to do that. Because if Shockwave doesn't come through, who else is gonna engage? You have Power, sure. You have Raffi, sure. But is it really like a centric CC that can bring them down? Potentially not, potentially no. But now Flash Wolves going in for the 5-man roam into the bot side of the map. That's gonna be a lock in onto Greg as He's gonna fall down. Cataclysm locking down onto Olaf, but Flash Wolves will be forced to back away because the pressure that Fennel Adversity is providing for this game.
Yeah, that is just 2 ults down. The Shockwave is still available for the next fight, and that's the reason why Flash Wolves decides to back away, because again, their big form of teamfight engage is going to be coming from Eason. If he's gone, the secondary engage would be a Sarah, and it's going to be a little bit awkward with the Apprehend as Fennel Adversity. We'll see that coming.
Yeah, and by the way, Doming, Rengar, 3 stacks. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 2 more missing for Rengar here to be able to max out onto passive. So 15% damage increase. He built onto the Trinity Force first item, and I think he's going in for more of the overall roundup of this item as a whole, because it gives you sustainability, because the HP that Phage provides. It also gives you a little bit more extra damage coming in from the unique passive coming from Trinity Force. And so far, good pickup for Fennel Adversity and Flash Wolves, also providing a very close match. Commendable plays, only 2 kill difference, but still the difference when it comes to gold is only 1.7k.
Yeah, I think this is a far better game from what we've seen in game number 1. They've managed to stabilize the early game, which Flash Wolves is really great at accelerating once they get an early lead. And that's the reason why Fennel Adversity, we're seeing them with their classic style of controlled aggression.
Look at the flag, and Drag not going to be able to connect, but now Cataclysm connects onto 2 Mega Inferno Bomb. Huge damage to the backside. Action ultimate as well. Brings Raffi's life. Almost getting the kill down, but Doming is very low. Forces out the Flash away. That's going to be the kill. Shockwave to provide defensive attacks up against Flash Wolf, but that will be the 3-4-1. If Flash Wolves is not stopping with the Infernal Drake alive, they can push through with this objective and go further away from Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, more towers for Flash Wolves and more objectives as well. With the Infernal Drake, gotta love the added damage for sure. And yeah, Doming tried to penetrate that backline. Had that mini 1v1 with Bruce, but there wasn't that damage. The damage has not been found at all, and Bruce was able to take him down. And Fennel Adversity definitely needs that cat ball.
Oh,
send that ball on Rengar, on Doming, and burst someone down. And whatever additional damage you need, Doming will provide on this Rengar.
No, definitely. So, Fennel Adversity, they have the information that Flash Wolves went in for the recall. So they're going in for the turret trade. Good call from them. This alleviates some of the goal disadvantage that they have gotten because of the Flash Rolls taking a turret into the bot side and mid side and also the Infernal Dragon. And so far, the gold is equal.
Yeah, so far, this is, again, Fennel Adversity. This team, when they made their debut in the Wild Rift Icon series, they started off, what, 8th place in the playoffs, 3 losses, straight to elimination. Now in fall season, here they are, 2nd seed coming from the Philippines, and fighting toe-to-toe with Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves, with again, this roster is such an experienced team coming from LoL PC. So this is insanely huge now that they've managed to try and stabilize and trying to find these opportunities to fight across the map.
Look at the ball that Fennel Adversity is doing. Cataclysm comes through, coming from Jarvan 4 into the backside. Shockwave on the east. He will falter as Locking will die as well. Doming tries to get the kill. That will be the double coming from Fennel Adversity as they take 2 away, 3 away, and Flash Wolves cannot do anything, and the Baron Nashor is alive for them to take.
Yeah, beautifully done. No jungler. That's 20 seconds on the clock. No Ziggs as well for the poke behind the Baron pit. Fennel Adversity, they have to secure this one, and they will.
Isera goes for the apprehend. Huge damage coming in from Isera. That's gonna be guillotine. Reset comes through, but the root will actually delay him. Isera will actually try down, but that will only be the 2 or 1 kill coming for Flash Wolves and trade for the Baron and a 3 kill. 4 kill, 5 kill for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that was definitely a desperate attempt, especially, I suppose, Isera managed to get a 3-man apprehend, and there's a lot of low health targets, and try to minus the numbers of the Baron buffed players from Fennel Adversity, but it ain't enough because look at that, Danny! 403 on this Kai'Sa. We know that a Kai'Sa can get insanely strong, especially as the game progresses, getting that aggressive killer instincts and just shredding people down no matter what. And Isera and Eason will take the blunt of that for sure later on. And now the tables have turned. 5k gold lead for Fennel.
Yeah, too much damage coming in from Flash Wolves though. Mega Inferno Bomb clears out the waves. Good thing for them, however. Well, Adversity's not stopping just outright. As Power and Gauss goes for the jungle invade. Readied up the flag. Not gonna push through. And so far, Flash Wolves is just going very patiently for the defense.
Yeah, this is just the big wave clear coming from Locking, but the rest of the lanes may not be so lucky.
Yeah, Trump the hunt. Actually there
Shaw is not
already,
there.
now jumping in. Cataclysm to follow up. That's gonna be the root. CC chain is gonna be flawless. Not gonna be able to get the kill. But they've gotten a tier 1 turret. Almost getting through. That was the Flash Proto, but apprehend. But too short of a distance. An axe versus what? 1 meter? 1 meter apart? Coming from these team fights?
I think it is
Calculated.
Yeah, calculated there by Power. It was just so close. I mean, if that connected, that would have been the end of its life, and that would have been what, 30 seconds gone. The Flash Wolves could have set up possibly for the next dragon, which is the Mountain Drake. Fennel Adversity would love to have this because of the shields. Locking is going to be very painful after picking up the Rabadons for sure, so the shield will be utmost useful in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, definitely. Mountain Dragon will give you extra sustainability on top of Shaw and Raffi. Because Shaw has shield, Raffi has heal. Pretty much, they are now healing like there's no end.
There's no tomorrow?
Yeah, healing like there's no tomorrow. You know what? It's the same thing. Maybe a different wording. Yeah, the same. But now, Fennel Adversity, you know, they're pushing through. You have Bruce split pushing top lane. Flash Wolves only has 4 members to defend. They can't do it. Too much gap. Fennel Adversity takes 2 tier 2 turret out of that on top of the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, I think that's pretty huge. Flash Wolves just trying their best to equalize the map. Bruce wasn't able to take that inner tower down at top side. And Fennel Adversity, this is their game plan. Remember, when we looked at the Barriera matchup, it was the Elder Drake win condition. It is that scaling win condition. They thrive in these late games. So for Flash Wolves now, how do they deter that from happening before the time comes? Because 14 seconds on the clock, now Baron, they want to bait this. Do they see this coming?
Ooh, they don't, because now it's gonna be Power going in for the flash, going in for the flag and drag with Cataclysm, locking on to 2, Mega Inferno Bomb, but good explosive cast, you know what? Flash Rose saves Fennel Adversity's life, and now that's gonna be the counter engage, re-engage for Fennel Adversity. Bruce went in for the Stasis Enchant to delay much longer. Apprehend coming through, Shockwave for the triple. Flash Wolves will be forced to back away with Baron Nashor alive. Fennel Adversity is pushing this through.
This is crazy. Look at Cookie so low. No Ragnarok, no Flash. That means no Flash over the Baron Pit. Ragnarok tried to attempt to steal. That's not going to be available. Fennel Adversity, though, they're very low. They have to be careful from Miss Era. There's Nuxian Guillotine.
Yeah, Dominic's gonna be flashing away. That's gonna be Smite sewing them. And that will be the kill for Fennel Adversity once more. Power goes in. Disengages. Double kill for Fennel Adversity. This is a 3v5. Fennel Adversity, if they win this, they can finish this game. That's gonna be Trail of the Hunt. Jumping back again. Power with a flag and drag. Although that's a kill for the Mega Inferno Bomb, that will be the 3-4-1 in favor for Fennel Adversity.
What a fight from Fennel. Their target prioritization is so good. They knew that Isera will be the next threat because of how low health they were in that fight. So they wanted to just focus him down. And after that, what else can Flash Wolves do? The next one was Bruise at that time. And good news, a little bit of good news, I suppose, for Flash Wolves. They deter the Baron take. But at the same time, it doesn't change the fact that it's already a 10k gold lead. Let's take a look at that fight again. Isera basically isolated from everyone else. The cask has been used beforehand, so the big disengage that they needed to get out of this sticky situation is not available.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, they also used up the TP, which means a longer cooldown disables the potential for Bruce to even go quickly into those massive team fights later on. As you stated, it was a good call. I think Fennel Adversity just wanted to bait down Flash Rose, try and come here, fight with me, fight! And they did. Fennel Adversity just bit that down and got the kill onto 3 members away from Flash Wolves.
And the way that they, again, just focus one target down is just very organized. The way that they maneuver around these fights are very insanely impressive, especially against, we talked about this Flash Wolves, their roster comprised of a very experienced team. And we'll see now, this is it. This is it. The Elder Drake win condition. Again, on top of all the gold in the world, and now Fennel, they're looking for it. Flash Wolves has no control over the opposite side. The lanes are not pushed in their favor. Fennel has complete control across the map.
Yeah, it all boils down to this. The Elder Dragon will be summoned up in 8 seconds. Who will take it will potentially get that huge advantage and can finish this game off. But Flash Wolves now preparing for a team fight. Fennel Adversity zoning them back away. Huge damage already coming through. Look at Cookie, half HP before the fight even began.
Yeah, that's going to be very painful. Cookie may have Ragnarok coming into this Elder, but he's just going to get shredded down by Danny. Look at this, half HP already.
Yeah, and Flash Rose needs to contest, needs to come through, and Isera is on the front line. Ragnarok coming up, but Fennel Adversity takes the Elder Dragon. Now Flash Wolves is on the edge. Isera is onto the backside, will get that kill down for Fennel Adversity. That will be the 2-4-0, and Fennel Adversity is not stopping to provide adversity to Flash Wolves. Triple kill for Danny. That will be the legendary as they take the kill down. Locking will be the only one alive in this game as they try to defend, but could they? As Shaw will now flash in, that is almost the kill. Stasis will delay the fight, and Fennel Adversity just provided an adversity for Flash Wolves as they take the second game of the series.
This is a crazy series we have for today. 1-1. Again, we talked about this before. Veterans versus the new generation coming into the esports scene. Fennel Adversity managed to get this upset. Honestly, don't know what's going to happen now with this series because it looked pretty clear at first, at the beginning of the day, that Flash Wolves will be able to exit from this bracket. But now, Fennel might also take that one.
Yeah, so is it safe to say, when you're saying old and new, that Flash Wolves is sort of the boomers? And Adversities are the
I
Zoomers.
have to check all like the rules about the terms and stuff.
The terms, right? Adding 2 more words into the dictionary, having boomer and
Pretty
zoomer.
sure boomer is already in the dictionary though.
But zoomer's a question mark, so maybe the 3rd word coming into the series so far. We're learning new things. So I think that is a miraculous play actually coming in from Fennel Adversity. I think, you know what, the panel has talked about the counterattacks, but so far Fennel Adversity has proven viewers watching home wrong. They are dominant, they are streaking, and potentially this is an even level playing field for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I love the Elder Drake scaling win condition that Fennel Adversity has been doing at the beginning of this C Championship tournament. So I'm excited to see how they can continue to stabilize the early game to make sure that Flash Wolves cannot accelerate it at all in their favor. And we saw how they managed to fight them toe to toe, and I love it. Fennel Adversity, they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, we're ready. Everyone's ready. I think the panelist is ready as well to discuss further on what had happened in that game too. How did Fennel Adversity beat down Flash Rose in that game? Skimmy, take it away.
Well, all I'm hearing is a bunch of boomers and zoomers and all these other kind of, weird fangled terms being thrown around. But I tell you what, guys, the face that I made when I saw this Rengar, I mean, maybe give you your best impression as well, but my face was something a bit like, right? It was a little bit disgusting. It was a little bit gross. It's a little bit strong. It's a champion that I'm quite confused upon how it consistently gets so far ahead. Because I was told, Grandin, that assassins, they need to snowball. But how does it keep snowballing? How do they keep getting away with it?
Well, I think Fennel Adversity came into the second match and gave us a little slap in the face saying, yeah, you guys voted against us. We're going to show you exactly why that's not going to be the case. Immediately, Skibby, both of us and our predictions are wrong. It's not going to be a 3-0 today.
Yeah.
Fennel Adversity have at least taken that 1 game away. And we asked, if they play towards the top side, Doming, Power should be the ones to get ahead. We were hoping to see Power be the one to split push to get ahead, make the Assassin's duelist kind of work. Instead, they decide that Doming's going to be the one. They give him the Rengar and they play Jarvan. So sort of the one to empower him instead, and that's, I think, the crux of how the situation played out. And once the Assassins ahead, the rest of the things kind of fall into place. There's enough space built for Fennel Adversity for them to take this win.
Yeah, and I want to touch on very quickly as well. Take a look at Bruce on the scoreboard, 0-4 entry. We talked about how this was a counter pick in the mid lane, but failure to find a lead means that this Akshan is just so ineffective. I like the build path from Bruce. It gives him a lot of early game survivability, dueling power, just a lot of strength in the early game. But not being able to do anything with it means that when you get into the mid to late game, this Ori's gonna get on you with the ball, shockwave, Rengar's on your head, Kai'Sa's jumping to the backline, you just get outscaled by everyone and you have no means to do DPS. And we saw Locking as well, not the best game coming out of it. He got caught a bunch of times, meaning that Bruce and Cookie, as well as to some extent Ysera, were the main carries of the team comp, main DPS output sources, and you can't have that because these champions just get so outscaled.
I have to wonder as well, Fennel Adversity, Show mentioned he's the best Orianna in the C Championship, so you gotta be a little bit wary of that going into this matchup. I don't want to say that Bruce didn't really... Well, I don't want to say that Bruce underperformed in a sense. I would say he had a difficult matchup. The Akshan was an interesting innovation, but I don't quite think it's the right time to bring this one out. It didn't quite seem to fit into composition enough and needed time to scale. Unfortunately, we're a little bit too short on that. As you see, Locky was trying his best to hold on to the game, but unfortunately, it was just too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at Cookie's damage, Ysera's damage, Eason's damage, it's all very underwhelming across the board. He played champions that just don't scale, right?
It's like all the weights of his team are like on his back right now. He's trying to carry everything here. And the one that's getting caught out is being held back. He's literally being chained down.
But then again, if you don't have the most damage in the game as Ziggs, what are you really doing?
It's true. I mean, really, you're playing the wrong champion, and perhaps Akshan is one of those wrong champions, because we were talking about this one as we were watching the match. It didn't look so impressive. He didn't get any kills. We're not too happy about it. We thought perhaps this might be the biggest bait pick of them all, maybe even more so than locking in the Fresh, but then Saigon Phantom had to ruin all the fun last night by getting a win with the champion. So, I'm sad
it's
now
still
because...
like 1 in 3, Skimmy.
Well, okay, cool, sure. I wanted that 0%. That 0% would have looked so nice. It's not going to be the case. We're all tied up here in this best of 5 at the break. Game 3 after this. welcome back for our second series of the night, where we're going into a game number 3. We didn't think this would be the case. We were all quite on board with the perfect trio, but look, University have brought things back. They've shown that they have the consistency to do what they can. Yeah, okay. What's the word?
I have a question. I have a question. Yeah. I'm pretty sure even if it was a 3-0, we would still be in a game 3. Am I wrong?
Sure,
True.
we should still expect to be here.
True. Brain is
mind
breaking
blown.
apart right now. That's a good segue into our sponsor, Franklin Templeton. Open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton, as you can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Saved by the sponsor, Grandin. You've done me dirty here. That is a true fact, by the way. But all right, we'll move on with the show from this point onwards. What do we make of that game number 2? Because look, there was some moments of brilliance. Joe said, "Look, I am the best Orianna." There were a few air balls. There were a few 4-man shockwaves. There were a few chances where nobody fell down to it. Are we a believer? Are we impressed? Does the win rate really speak for itself? Was that the performance to say that they may just win this series?
I think that's a bit of a reach there. I mean, I feel like they had some things align really for the side of University in the last game. We talked about how they need to make it chaotic. It's exactly what they did. They did it very well. They had some good pocket picks. Dominguez Ranga, shows Orianna. It looked good. But I feel like Flash Wolves, they might just need to adapt their draft a little bit. Maybe take away the Ranga. And I feel like you would have a much better shot at the next game.
Yeah, little differences here and there. I think one of the issues was Flash was also kind of limit testing. It's a little bit strange to hear from a Taiwanese team, you know, limit testing, bring in new ideas. Of course, you want to constantly innovate. I think it was a little bit unfortunate for them. The Akshan coming in its last pick felt like an opportunity for them to go and test it against some other kind of regional strength for the Philippines. But honestly, should be seeing them default back to a more standard kind of idea. You know, even the Yasuo, if it's not banned out, could be an option for the Flash Wolves, and that might be something to try and run.
Because, I mean, the game started off so well for the Flash Wolves, right? They got the Rift Herald, they summoned it instantly in the mid lane, the Satchel Charge went down, that was a 5-minute Tara, tier 1 in the mid lane gone, just as easy as that, right? It's playing to Ziggs the strength, so you're thinking, okay, it's all sunshines and rainbows, it's happy days here in the camp of the Flash Wolves, then suddenly you're starting to think, okay, there's some risks being taken, some fights are a little bit closer, Akshan has fallen off a cliff because it didn't snowball ahead in lane, Olaf really isn't able to contest what a Rengar can offer in these team fights. They're, you know, vision control becomes that much more vital, but how do you actually step up into your own jungle when the bushes are being pounced out of by this Rengar, which is so fed?
Yeah, and I think the story of the Ranga is also intertwined with the story of the Jarvan, right? I think Pao had a tremendous performance there, finding catches onto locking up the Darius as well as the Olaf. I think you did a fantastic job all around. And like you mentioned, right, every bush that you face check has Ranga in it. Well, it also has a Jarvan in it. So what can you really do if you're the side of Flash Wolves? Once you start falling behind, they just take over the game. You can't walk in anywhere. Ziggs is confined to mid lane to just clear waves. The moment he leaves the lane, he dies. So you really just run out of options.
I have to mention as well, I think looking back at the composition from Fenner University, you know, they started off really early with the Ranga, and then afterwards showed us the Janna and the Kai'Sa. It really does show quite a good cohesion and idea and like what they want to try and go for, right? So just having some power towards the bottom side, you know, make sure you have the survivability, you're able to duel off against most threats, and then being able to empower like the Rengar, like you mentioned, just kind of let them do their own thing. I think they have to keep that in mind, because I feel like based off the previous performance, you know, you can get a little bit baited thinking that, yeah, Kai'Sa, you know, I'm feeling good about myself, I'm feeling pretty hypey, I want to go in, get a little bit aggressive, but the reality of it was the bot lane kind of has to be self-sufficient, because once you pull away resources from Power Doming, I don't think things work quite as well.
Yeah, and I think we've certainly seen that when those two are, you know, on another level, those two can certainly drag their team across the finishing line, especially, you know, get the motorboat started and saying, look guys, we're pulling that ripcord, we're getting excited, we're going to bring this into a 1-1 situation, we're not going to fall down too lightly. And I start to wonder, okay, well, Flash Wolves were limit testing, as you guys highlighted. We certainly saw some moments where they could have limit tested successfully. I mean, there was that one moment that speaks volumes to me with the Darius. I mean, Ysera had a 1v5 around that Baron pit. There were so many resets available. I think he even had the flash available, but the bleeds weren't there. The guillotine didn't get that reset, and we could be in a very different circumstance. So how do we identify going into game 3? Is it a draft? Is it a playstyle thing? What are we thinking, Omo?
I actually love that you called it a 1v5. I do want to point out there was an Akshan available there as well. Bruce was there.
Forget
full
Akshan.
health.
Yeah, who cares about that?
There's a reason for that. Yeah, he did nothing. He just grappled in and died. So I completely understand why you called it a 1v5. I think that was the exact same scenario as well. Akshan, no leads, didn't manage to do anything. Ysera got the stacks, no follow-up, all alone, can't do anything. It's just an unfortunate story for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I get it. I kind of see what they're going for this. You know, Ysera, he goes into the lane with the Darius, and you kind of want to get him the reset. Unfortunately, Power made the really good call. So initially, the way they were thinking about this was Power needs to be the one to be the hyper carry, and you have Domain be the one to enable. But they recognize that, hey, this is too much of a risk. If we go for Power as the main carry for the team, or like the secondary carry for the team, there's a real risk that Ysera might just be able to take him down. You know, in a 1v1 kind of situation, it's still out of control. But if he plays through a tank, if he plays with that Jarvan, there's a good chance that just playing for the safer option enables them to look for these moves later on. And Ysera, he wasn't able to build a significant advantage. And so, where a Darius, who might have, if he were an item up, could have been able to clean up these 1v5 situations, he wasn't that Darius that we were hoping to see. So I think really good awareness from Fan University to just deny the opportunity for a skill matchup between Ysera and Power.
Yeah, speaking of that top lane then, what are we looking at as being the power picks? Because you mentioned Ysera, his go-tos so far definitely have been the Darius and the Renekton. He's played one in both of these games. That has been the story of his full split as well. Do we think that the agency needs to go towards him to continue to be that rock in the top that they can rely upon? Or is it a case of certain champions having too much power? I mean, are we talking influence of Rengar needs to be disabled the rest of the series now? Jarvan has to be a hotly contested picks. Where are we looking?
I do want to make a quick point here about statistics once again. Ysera's performance on Darius in the regular season. Now keep in mind, Flash Wolves were dominant as a team. They only lose in the entire league to one team, and his win rate with Darius is 7-4. Now here in the C Champs, he's played Renekton 3 times, and those have been his only picks. I guess after today it will be 4-0 with Renekton, and he's 0-1 with Darius. He wins a bunch of games on Renekton, but when he starts playing Darius, I don't know why they still pick it, because every time I see him play Darius, they just lose. When they got reverse swept by one team in their own finals, he was playing Darius when they started losing. So, you know, just put 1 and 1 together. Stop picking the champion for Ysera.
I think we have it in our notes as well here. I'm looking at it right now. There's literally a point that says ban Renekton, play Fiora for Fan University. Well, I mean, they banned the Renekton. Doesn't even look like they have to play Fiora. They can play whatever they want. I think the Jarvan 4 has been a great one for them.
Do you think then that that is the crux of Flash Wolves' success, that they rely upon Ysera being so strong? So then if he's not able to be relied upon, then the rest of the team almost falls apart because there's less priority, there's less pressure, there's less influence that can be provided on the map, and that sort of bleeds into mid and bot lane where they're unable to push the limits as much as they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely plays a factor, right? Because we see how ineffective Ysera can be on this Darius pick as well. The one fight at the Baron Pit, you talked about it, he got a bunch of stacks. It looked like he could start to pop off and reset, but it's not quite enough. And I feel like Darius as a hero champion, just so one-dimensional, so lacking in many ways. I like the Fano are keeping this Yasuo ban, and we should see a Renekton here, Flash Wolves. Please show me a Renekton here. There we go.
Yeah. Thinking exactly the same. You know, Ysera has just looked so comfortable in the Renekton. Now, once you take that away from him, and the onus kind of lines on Fan University to also ban away the Camille. Okay, this is. All right, so remember our point. Ban Renekton, play Fiora. Skimmy, this doesn't quite look like it.
I mean, yes, he's. I mean, what words do you have to describe this one with? I mean, at this stage, you considering as Flash Wolves, you need to lock in Brom, because I feel like if you give that to Fan University, they get the Exodia in the first 3 picks. They can run anywhere, they can contest, they can gank top, they can roam as a 4-man, and they're going to laugh at you. Sure, you've got the Renekton, great, you got the Ziggs. The Ziggs can't 1v9, it does all that damage. It's what Ziggs is meant to do, but it can't win the game on its own.
Look, I think Flash Wolves as a team, they just have some very weird fascination with champions which don't quite work out. The Gragas support is another one of them. Even when they were winning games, even when they won the first series that they played here, the Gragas support was underwhelming to me. They lost the last game with it. I don't feel like it did anything, yet they pick it up once again here for Eason. There's no way that's going to boost, so it's very likely an Eason pick. And I just don't understand that. Why are you so fascinated with these champions when they don't work for you?
Omo, I feel like this is as a result of the compositions that they usually play. Because they like to play for Yasuo compositions, they go and build this kind of... it makes sense,
Yasuo
right? Yeah, it builds like a tendencies. It builds tendencies for Flash Wolves, and so they end up playing compositions like this. I'm going to add in as well, you know, it's relatively low chances to make mistakes as Gragas support. Like, realistically, how badly could you flounder to make it a bad matchup for yourself, right? So honestly, I'm okay with this. I just don't think it's the best priority for Flash Wolves.
Well, Gragas support is going to struggle a little bit against this Lulu lane. They're going to get free scaling. I think the story yet again, same as last game. Flash Wolves, you are going to get massively outscaled. You've picked the team comp to try to tempo the game. Knowing Bruce, this is going to be a Lucian mid counter pick to Orianna. This is a very traditional counter pick. Every time you throw out the ball, I will dash on your face. And it's a decent idea, but Flash Wolves, yet again, the pressure is on them. They get heavily outscaled.
Yeah, it's such an interesting pickup. So Flash Wolves, going back to what we know from them, playing for more for the macro. They have a lot of key ultimates that are better for kind of building space, disengaging, resetting for fights, which is what we saw from them in the first game. So they're going back to their roots, back to the same idea. But it felt like Fenway University knew what to do in that second match.
Well, it is game number 3 time. It's a chance for one of these teams to pull ahead in this best of 5 and a step closer to getting themselves into the upper bracket grand final. Let's throw it back to our casting team. It's Infinity and Riku.
Thank you very much, Skimmy, Grandin, and Omo, as we are now moments away from game number 3 of this series. As Skimmy has stated, this is a very close match, and the stakes are going to be high for the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very exciting just because of the picks that we're going to be having today. Because Flash Wolves are pressured to hammer it home. Just as Omo mentioned, this scaling coming from Fennel Adversity is going to be absolutely scary. So now the big mid game comes. How will Flash Wolves accelerate this game to make sure that they solidify early and then finish this off? Because Fennel, they love their late game scaling. They love their Elder Drake win condition. We've seen that time and time again, even in the previous game.
Although this changes things up a bit. You have Lucian coming to the mid lane and locking down for Ziggs APC in the Dragon lane. So what are your thoughts on this with this switch coming in from Lucian and Ziggs? So what are your thoughts coming in from a Lucian and Ziggs switch up for Flash Wolves?
It's for Flash Wolves, it is, I guess they really want to pull in Bruce here on this AD carry role. We've seen him before in the LoL PC scene. He was an AD carry, I believe, back in Machi. So this is, very familiar territory for him. Again, we talked about this before. This guy is that big power farmer who's able to rack up gold no matter what, be at the top of the gold charts without kills. And that's exactly that will help alleviate a lot of that pressure coming from Flash Wolves. Whoa, level 1?
Oh, that was a flash burn though. So good trade coming from Fennel Adversity as Flash Wolves is now on the edge for Isara top lane.
Yeah, Isara here on the Renekton, of course, level 3, incredibly strong, but pre-level 3 is going to be a little bit tough because Power can just keep dashing, poke with the vital points, and basically just harass, and Isara has no way to deal with this without the level 3. So now Power doing a really great job in that time frame and even baiting out that flash. So Isara is going to be very vulnerable. I imagine Doming is going to create moves around the that portion of the map.
And you see it happen. It's like Cookie and Doming is on the top side of the map, but considering they're fighting up against a Renekton and Riven has his first dibs onto the Risk Cutter top side, Doming is just gonna go back away to try and get the bottom side Risk Cutter as everyone is now staying there waiting for that opportunity to arise. As now it's gonna be the body slam coming in from Eason. Cookie, too much damage.
Raffi.
Doming, like a Raffi into the backside, goes for the flank in. Danny just flanks in, goes for the kite. Little bit of a damage out, but the locking comes through. That's gonna be double man body slam. First blood coming from Flash Wolves. Raffi will follow through with a double kill for Flash Wolves once again. And Cookie is now scaling.
That was a crazy flash body slam by Eason there, just punishing Fennel Adversity with their attempt to disengage. Again, this is pre-level 5s. They really don't have any game-changing ults yet in team fights, especially the disengage that Lulu will provide. So Flash Wolves, again, early to mid, this is their time to shine. For Fennel, if they can hold this one out, they will be able to get through that scaling, but Flash Wolves already off to a good start.
Definitely. I mean, 2-0 already gives you 1k gold lead. You still have that opportunity for attack first blood. So overall, I think even if Isara lost his flash on top side, they got the trade back easy. They got the double kill, and so far their foundation is set. But Riku, what we're seeing at 4-minute marks is the Infernal Dragon. What do you think about that?
I feel like Flash Wolves, because they're ready to fight as a 4-man, it is going to be Flash Wolves contesting that Infernal Drake. For Fennel University, the timing would be for them if they can manage to take a pick before anything happens. Of course, for Flash Wolves, that will be denied with proper vision and positioning before having the full commit on towards that Infernal Drake.
Well, we'll see. It's 30 seconds on the clock before these two objectives comes up, and Flash Rolls is opting to try and push down bottom lane. Very aggressive so far, as I think they really want to put down Fennel Adversity before taking down the Dragon. Explosive cast follows through. That's going to be the CC chain with a body stamp. Hextech Minefields going through. Raffi's still going to be alive, but while Grove Illusions comes up, it's going to be the calling. Double kill once again for Flash Wolves.
Beautiful tower dive, beautiful tower aggro management by Flash Wolves over there. No one was basically in danger from getting punished over the tower dive. So Raffi with the wild growth on to himself just to make sure he survives as much as he can. But now, top side.
Bombing. Yeah. They're disengaging. SR just dashes away. Slice and dies easy. Now Fennel Adversity starting on to Rift Herald. Infernal Dragon not being started as of yet, but looking at Lucian's pathway, I think Flash Wolves might prioritize onto the Infernal Dragon while Fennel Adversity is hovering mid lane and top lane.
This is a completely different story. I mean, it is due to the fact that it is an Infernal Drake, one of the most prioritized first dragons in the game. But you know, Flash Wolves also plays around top side. They want to get that Rift Herald. They want to unlock Ysera as much as possible for that 4-1. But it's different now. They want that added damage boost. Of course, this will help them even more. Also deny Fennel Adversity from getting that as well. But we'll see. Because Fennel right now, of course, Danny's still waiting to scale. Shaw still needing that Rabadons for the crazy shockwaves. So now that Fennel started this, there's still no killer instinct at this point.
Yeah, Flash Wolves prioritizing onto the Rift Herald. Look at that. This is going to be the 4v5 Rift Herald. Going to be secured by Flash Wolves. Mega Inferno Bomb with Explosive Cast. Huge damage for Fennel Adversity. As now Dame's going to get that Infernal Dragon with the Wild Growth Clutch. Dame's going to fall down, but that will be worth it at the end of the day. Fennel Adversity is not going to be over. Flash Wolves is stating their dominance, getting that double kill in that fight. That is a 2-kill for a Dragon.
Now that is still huge for Flash Wolves. They're able to open up the mid lane and as well as get that Infernal Drake. Or not rather, Fennel Adversity was able to secure that, but the kills towards Bruce, that is something that you do not want. 301 already for their Lucian, and it's going to be very, very scary when it comes to these fights. The biggest question is, how will Flash Wolves be able to accelerate this game now that the cards are intact? This is the prime opportunity to hunt for kills, get towers, maybe even form dives as we see Isun moving towards top side. And for Fennel, how can they slow this out?
It's a difficult question. And to answer on Flash Wolves' opportunity is just play ganks. Because if you're looking at a gold lead, I think they have like 6k right now. That's too big. But before then, let's look at the replay on how Fennel Adversity took that Infernal Dragon.
That was a very beautiful cast there coming from Isun. He has been playing out of his mind here as a Graga, so Fennel Adversity has to watch out for his setups. The casks, the flash body slam. He has his head in the game.
Yeah. I mean, where else he's putting his head?
That is a good question.
Right. Where is it?
In the game, Infinity.
In the game, yes, in the game. But yeah, I suppose every single one of them has her heads in the game so far.
All 10 players, yes.
Yeah, we're gonna get current game right now. Flash Rolls 6-kill lead up against Fennel. They haven't gotten any. 6k gold lead is just too much, and Fennel Adversity needs to do something to alleviate such of a pressure against Flash Rolls, because so far they can't even defend this top lane pressure coming from Bruce.
Yeah, they have wild growth here, and they don't really have as much wave clear as they needed. I mean, Danny still has to come up close and personal for the Icadian Reign, so it is very risky if you're up against, he's in there who's just ready to set up for Flash Wolves. So, Fennel, they sadly have to watch these towers go down. They need Shaw. They need Shaw for the wave clear, but he's busy because mid lane is already open.
Yeah, all they can do is sightseeing in this game so far, while Flash Wolves is dominating, getting 3/3 already, and the map control is definitely in their favor. So I think in 10 minutes with the Baron Nashor alive, I think more or less they need to take it because if they don't, this will exponentially increase Flash Wolves' potential and really just dominate the game.
Yeah, this is looking to be, if Flash Wolves is able to hammer down their lead even more, and it is going to be very difficult for Fennel Adversity to get back into the game. But the thing is, Fennel, very great at playing from behind. So Flash right now, most likely looking to see if they can get locking first with his second item and then charge in, be confident. Because so far Fennel is doing a great job, you know, slowing down the aggression that Flash Wolves has. I mean, they're not really exactly pressured to fight because, again, they're waiting for their scaling. And Flash Wolves so far, though, will get all the dragons in the game. While Fennel, we'll see if they have space to get a pick, maybe form that opportunity and see if they can get, what, shutdown gold against Bruce? Shutdown from Cookie, perhaps?
Yeah, they have to. Because so far, Cookie and Bruce, 3-0-0 and 3-0-1. So you're expecting a lot of gold bounties. They can get the kill down. I think, as you stated a while ago, they can try to alleviate some of the gold disadvantage that they are currently experiencing. But you have to take note, though, Danny still hasn't had his third skill leveled up. So I think that's going to be very devastating as now Power is going to get pinned down. Flash is now going to be forced away. Bruce now dashing in. Huge damage, but not going to go all in here. Flash Wolves going back to go to the Dragon.
The Grand Challenge not going to be available for this fight, so that's one important ult gun in this particular 5v5. So Fennel, again, they're not exactly pressured to fight, so they can just back away, give this up. I immediately thought,
Ooh.
Power?
Look at Bruce. Look at Power. Going for the 1v1, but Eason comes into the fray. Huge damage potential. Bruce gets the kill once again.
Power, it was possible if it was a 1v1 scenario, but it wasn't. Eason was just lurking around. The rest of Fennel was away, far away from the fight as well. Imagine if the Wild Growth was available, then that would have been, what, Bruce down? And as well as getting that bounty, but Solari, Essence Reaver, the crits are going to slowly build. And we'll see Infinity Edge is going to be possibly the next item, so he is just going to hurt a lot, especially after he picks that up.
75% crit rate, in addition to 25% stack coming in for Solari Charge Blade. That's going to be 100% crit rate each and every time he puts up his skill and attack his enemy team. And Fennel Adversity needs to respect that because so far there is no contest to it. There's no Renduin's Omen to decrease the amount of crit that can be provided by Flash Wolves. And they're now on a standstill. Fennel Adversity just needs to wait for an opportunity to get the kill, to get an ace, potentially go to the Baron Nashor to bring this to an upside downhill up against Flash Wolves.
That is going to be absolutely scary. I mean, Doming is the one definitely going to get shredded once he just goes in a fight.
Oh, explosive cast with a body slam coming into Shaw. He's still going to stay alive though. With the Wild Growth, the Flash, the barrier, pretty much everything that Fennel Adversity can do, they did to just save Shaw's life.
Really nicely done. They're going in.
The 1v1. Doming forces out the ult to go in for more tanky capabilities. Cookie jumps in. That's going to be a lot of damage, but let's hook here into the bot lane. So 1v1 on to Renekton and the Fiora. Power is going to be so low. Shockwave will save his life though. It's Sarah with the Dominus. Still going to be alive, trying to dash in. That's going to flash away. He's still going to be alive. No kills will be done.
Yeah, that flash, a movement speed, very, very annoying with the Air Drake in hand as well. Very hard to catch without the Shockwave, without CC to hold Renekton down. And this is going to be a huge problem. Bot lane is now open. We get to see Isera. Well, he picked up a teleport teleport enchant earlier, and now it is the Zonia's Hourglass to, you know, survive as much as he can in the upcoming fight. We'll see though, because Fennel, it's just not looking pretty for this game number 3. Flash Wolves are looking into getting more of the objectives, getting more of these towers, especially Infinity Edge and Rabadon's intact. This is the time where Flash Wolves will just fight, no fear. They're going in every single time.
Yeah, fight. It's like a cheering squad, right? Fight. Flash Wolves, go!
I see where your allegiance lies, Infinity.
Well, depends.
Depends who's winning.
Depends. Right. So far, what we're seeing right now is Flash Wolves' dominance. They're showing up big time, and now Doming forces out the flash. So a good trade once again coming from Flash Wolves.
That is definitely not what you want in the upcoming Baron fight. A flashless doming on the Xin Zhao is going to be sad. The moment you charge in, that's basically possibly the end of your life.
And Final University has the information that Flash Wolves is starting onto the Baron Nashor with a voice
Shockwave?
But good Shockwave getting that double man, and Flash Wolves will be forced to retreat because if they stay there, that's going to be a lot of potential for Final University to make it back.
Exactly. They've managed to buy some time here with that killer Shockwave. Remember, this is Sean and Orianna. Definitely one of the best Orianna players in the tournament, so this is the time. Unfortunately, not the time to have a Shockwave, actually, because Flash Wolves may use that as a window of opportunity to be aggressive.
Yeah, around 20 seconds remaining.
Well,
Final University jumps in. Flash Rolls actually going in as well. But Final University is holding on. They're still saying it's the Ocean Dragon at 2.5k HP remaining. But reset is going to happen. That's going to be the jungle dead. Baron laner dead for these two teams as well. A 2-for-1, but the Mega Inferno Bomb gets a double kill. That's going to be Dominic. That's going to be Danny away. Down 6 feet under. And Flash Wolves makes it back.
We talked about this before. No fear. You've got your crazy item spikes, and they're going to be extra painful. The Mega Inferno Bomb was just so primed and ready to finish off low health targets. And the fact that everyone else from Fennel are practically squishy, and there's only one Wild Growth to give it to, and that also expires, and they get another tower down.
A lot of objectives coming up. Baron Nashor is still going to be alive, so I think there is still a lot of potential for any of these two teams, but considering the gold difference into this game, it's already 10k gold. The only thing that Final Adversity is doing towards to is to utilize Infernal Drake in the late game. What I mean by that is 20-minute mark where everyone is scaled and even level playing field when it comes to the items in the Elder Dragon in the Baron Nashor. If they can take any of those two objectives, there's an opening. But the question is if they could.
That's going to be a tall order for sure. Just because of how far ahead Flash Wolves is. 2 dragons in the bag, and as well as the gold lead 10,000. Fennel Adversity has to find a target and immediately shred them down. And I feel like at this point of the game, 15-minute mark, all the pressure will fall onto Shaw. How will he maximize and set up the shockwaves to see if he can target down the squishy targets like Locking and Bruce to immediately send them into low HP, and that's the time where Fennel Adversity will be confident in entering these fights.
So we'll see Adversity now actually traveling down into the Baron Nashor. They have their sights with Mega Inferno Bomb. Huge damage to start this off. Flash Wolves, no. We'll back away from the Baron Nashor. Good call, because if they lose this, Fennel Adversities open up to go for a comeback. So Flash Wolves will respect that opportunity away, and no kills will be done, no objectives will be followed.
It's still very risky. Flash Wolves still has massive respect to the late game that Fennel Adversity has. That is the reason why they're backing away. The thing is, Flash Wolves could potentially out-sustain Fennel in a fight just because of how many Zonius Hourglass do you have? That's 4. And as well as a Guardian Angel from Ysera, so Fennel Adversity will have to invest so much just to kill a single target, especially Ysera.
Right, and they need really to go for Chain CC alongside with burst damage potential, because as you called out, it's 4/6 enchant. The only one that doesn't have is Gragas, but Gragas picked up the Gargoyle enchant alongside with Deadman's Plate and Fimble Winter. That puts him in a very good position to tank for his team. He doesn't need it because he's tanking for itself. It's like Zonia's Hourglass built into himself already. Look at that armor plates, right? So he's gonna stay alive.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot, especially against Danny, who's going to be absolutely scary in the later stages of the game. But now this is the part where Fennel, this could be a do or die situation. Can they steal? Can they set up a shockwave? Shaw?
Void Seeker will get the info. Once again, Flash Wolves gonna go back away, but Power goes in for the TP into the flank. Riposte successfully goes in for the back stun.
Shockwave?
Mega Internal Bomb, a lot of damage coming through. That's gonna be Shockwave coming up. Fellow Versi is still gonna be alive. Flash Wolves jumps in. That's gonna be Stacy's engine for Cookie. But look at the double body stab, but Fellow Versity took it back, and Eason will die. That will be the support for the Baron laner. It was a 1-for-1.
I swear, Eason's Gragas game in this game number 3 is absolutely crazy. His setups for the squad is just on point every single time. And let's take a look at that again. This roaming death squad, you know, Power was serving as that big bait. Look at Shaw there with a massive 3-man shockwave, but the damage still isn't exactly there because it is just 2 items. But at the same time, it's basically half HP of the rest of the members. Again, Gragas, Eason had a beautiful setup, but the low health targets, they don't want to give kills or potential kills towards Danny.
Yeah, I think that wasn't even trade, and pretty much everyone in this game. One mistake can change everything. And so far, both these teams understands this. Right? You talked about a while ago onto the damage of locking. Not gonna be that great because you have a lot of sustainability coming in from Fennel Adversity that keeps on negating such damage coming through for Flash Wolves. And I think Rafi is just the central of it. But now Flash Wolves though, starting onto the Elder Dragon in Fennel Adversity, needs to contest it.
Now they really do. It's already half HP. That means send Doming in and then put the Wild Growth on him. We'll see if that's the game plan.
Flash Wolves disengaging once again. You don't want to go all in here, but 5k remaining for the Elder Dragon. Fennel Adversity continues this up, not going to reset.
Wild Growth, there it
2.7k.
is.
That's going to be the shockwave. It's Fennel Adversity that has gotten the Elder Mountain Dragon, and now they're pursuing it. That won't be the 2-4-0. Doming is still on the edge of his seat. He wants to go back away, but Fennel Adversity, take note. They have stolen away the Elder Dragon.
That is still 40 seconds though without the carries, without the wave clear. Flash Wolves can take a tower, maybe even an inhibitor. But look at this, the chase still continues.
It's a hide and seek. Doming is hiding, Bruce is chasing.
Teleport.
Who will get the better edge? As TP's now coming up for Cookie. That's good with recall from Doming, but Bruce
And are they
has
gonna
his
end?
game sense. Not gonna be able to do so.
They have a
But
Ziggs.
now, Doming's coming through. That's gonna be reposed. GA gonna be popped. Sarah gonna be alive pretty soon. That's gonna be dash away. Too much damage coming from Fennel Adversity. They have to back off.
Oh my word, Fennel Adversity. They were able to steal this Elder Drake, and we talked about this in the entire series, right? It is the Elder Drake win condition. But the biggest difference is, you know, Fennel Adversity, you know, having that one dragon on the board, but still, it is massive. We talked about the true damage before, and it's going to be insanely helpful sort of catching up into this game in particular, because Flash Wolves still have the lead, but now it's unclear if Flash Wolves is still going to be able to win this game, because we talked about the late game, and it's coming. It's here.
Yeah, it's 120p. Unclear. Or maybe 7, maybe not 7, maybe 360.
4K?
Because Flash Wolves,
4K
not 4K.
clear?
That's too clear. That's too clear.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe 360, maybe 360p, because still, Flash Wolves has that 10k gold lead. We cannot belittle this amount of gold, especially considering that Fennel Adversity, when you're looking at Doming, 3 core items only, Lulu only having 2. Only the key champion of Dani has everything in mind. So I think when Dani is alive in those team fights, they could definitely take this down, make it to a 4k clear win for them. But if they can't, that's going to be bye-bye. But look at Power. Gonna get eviscerated by Flash Wolves.
Exactly, that is bye-bye to Power. 50 seconds, that is a lot. Especially when mid lane is open and there are super minions just crashing down. Look at Flash Wolves, they're still patient. They don't want to start the Baron just yet, but this could be the prime opportunity. We'll see if Power picks up a teleport to see if they can contest this one.
They're starting it. Doming has Flash, Doming has Smite. Who is gonna be able to take down the Baron Nashor? That's the question right now, as Doming's preparing for it. Flash Wolves is continuing through there, are going to get a Baron Nashor, but Fennel Adversity now pursuing this one. GA now gonna be popped here. But Doming gonna retreat. That's gonna be Dani falling down, and Fennel Adversity is now on their edge. They lost 3 members out of that, and Flash Wolves can continue to push mid lane with a Baron Nashor.
They could even end with 5 members still intact. Look at that teleport as well. Fennel only has Shaw. There's not even Shockwave. There's no ults available. This could be game.
Yeah, it's 10 ADP clear. Flash Wolves now diving into the base. They have the calling, zoning away the enemy team. Doming is low on HP. That's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Mega Inferno Bomb clear out a wave. Fennel Adversity. Shaw's the only one alive as Flash Wolves takes the 3rd game of the series.
Nicely done by Flash Wolves there. They saw how game 2 could potentially end, and they knew that they should accelerate the game, forming this strong early to mid game comp, getting early kills, Eason with the setups, and it is just beautiful to watch as they take game number 3.
Very, very beautiful. They showed us a very good game. Even though Fennel Adversity lost, They got huge playstyle. They stole the Elder Dragon, right? And I want to see more of that. Are we going to game 5? Are we going to game 4? Yes, we're going to game 4, but before then, it's going to be the panelist that's giving us more insights on what they think about that game number 3. Skimmy, take it away.
Yes, I think 3, and then 4, and then 5. I think Brandon's already roasted me on this one already, so perhaps I don't want to run that one into the mud too much. But guys, that game, okay, cool. Flash Wolf said we're a little bit tilted, right? 1-1. We shouldn't be in this position right now. We should really be on the home straight with a match point. I mean, it started off fantastically, right? A double kill with the invade, get into that sick bot lane engage where they went for the cast, they go for the kill, the culling comes out, and just multiple moments, double kill here, a double kill there. And it seemed to be that the synergy, whilst it could have been a negative synergy, was working wonders with this cask and Mega Inferno Bomb. Beautifully timed and always doing devastating damage here, Grandom.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least, right? Because when we went into this, we were like, okay, with Eason playing the Gragas, where does this kind of fit in with the composition? Like you mentioned, it's kind of negative synergy. And then we remembered, yeah, you know, they've been so conditioned by Bruce's Yasuo, they can only play one thing at this point. It's to get the engage, it's to get the knockups, and to set up for the rest of his team. And I think it still kind of pans out well because you have 2 secondary carries in Ysera, in Cookie, who are able to get work done, even without that. And of course, Bruce is being Bruce. Locking does his job, clears out the wave, and Flash Wolves take good control of it overall. A couple of moments that they gave a little bit of pressure with the Fan University, but for the most part, Flash Wolves were in pretty good standing.
Yeah, agreed. And out of game as well, I think something to take note of that I think is super important is that Flash Wolves have found a good, solid answer to this Orianna. They already had one in the form of Yasuo. FLA, they banned it away. That was a good call from them. This time around, they adapt. They don't take the Akshan as a counter pick anymore. They go for the Lucian, 7-0 and 6. This should put a bit of fear in FLA, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to tell Fennel Adversity, if you want to be blind picking Orianna, we will punish you. And I think they did exactly that this game, and this is going to put a bit of doubt in the draft of Fennel Adversity.
And the question really was, right, okay, they've locked an illusion, they had to snowball, scaling's not going to be on their side. I think they've answered all your questions, Omo. Maybe, okay, let me ask you this. Have they impressed you? Is Daddy Omo, words I never want to say ever again in my life, has Daddy Omo been impressed?
Clip that. Well, I think my how impressed I am does not apply to Flash Wolves. This team is so good.
Okay.
They're just like 2 up there, you know, like a lot of these teams, like, you know, if I say like, oh, you know, they're bad or whatnot, I think it does apply. But Flash Wolves, these players, the caliber, everything, it's just so solid, so impressive, which is why, you know, for starters, I think they are cut above the play-in teams. And beyond that, I mean, I think they're starting to demonstrate that here as well, right? They're starting to get their shit together, and they're starting to demonstrate why they are, or at least they should be, a top team.
I think I may have misread Fennel University a little bit here. You know, initially we were copying on this idea, getting power online, having domain kind of enable for it, and trying to set that one up. But apparently I read that kind of wrong. We have to go back to what worked for them previously. I think the Orianna is still a fine pick overall. Yes, the Lucian was able to get some work done, but I think it was not the biggest issue. So maybe change up and flip the script on the top and the jungle again. Hopefully game 4 will turn out a little better.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, pretty brutal scoreline to look at. 18-3. Flash Wolves certainly weren't messing around. They were basically saying, all right, you guys think you're good. Okay, you're going to look into play your Fiora comp. A Fiora comp that only got 2 turrets. Forget about it. 2-1 in the series so far. Flash Wolves match point. Up next after the break. 4 is just around the corner with the Flash Wolves leading this best of 5 series with one game now remaining before they can step into Bracket B's upper finals for a chance to escape groups. What an emotional rollercoaster that would be for them to try and showcase that they are the team that can handle the pressure, that they are the team that can deliver the mechanics when they matter most. Before we do jump into that one, a quick sponsor plug as always. A big shout out to our sponsor in One Esports, the home of esport heroes. A chance for you to get your daily dose of their esport action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Now, guys, that was a game that we said was, I mean, to be honest, this series has had so much personality from games 1 to 2 to 3 that it looks like we are looking at different rosters just subbing themselves in and out no matter what happens. Game 3, 18-3 scoreline, an absolute crush, or demolition, really, for lack of a better word, that came about. But you mentioned before the break there, Grandin, perhaps a misread with the Fiora comp. It only got 2 turrets. It never really could split push. What do you reckon?
Yeah. It definitely feels that way a little bit. Yeah, Fano University, they've come into this one, and it feels like the emphasis around Fiora, not quite exactly it. But that being said, though, it feels like you mentioned, every game has a lot of personality. Every game could be a headline on One Esports, right? OneEsports.gg. Game number 1, it's the Bruce Show, it's the Yasuo. Game number 2 is about the predator from the jungle that you don't quite see. It's the Ranga with Domain. And then game number 3, it comes down to that Lucian again. And so seeing this all happen, you have to kind of wonder a little bit. Alright, now that Flash Wolves have kind of showed their hand, they show that they have an incredibly diverse set of picks in the mid lane to make Bruce a big menace. It doesn't seem like Fenway University quite have their number. They look a little bit limited, I think, with the control mages in the mid lane. You know, they can't really switch over to these assassins. And I don't want to discount them quite just yet because it's still very early on. There's still the upper brackets. They have the lower brackets to try and play through. But I think the control mage reliance might be hurting them a little bit.
I thought initially you were gonna make a point about game 2. It was all about Bruce, it was all about the Akshan, but I'm glad that you didn't.
I'm not toxic, Homo, not like you.
Well, sure. I think your point about control mages, that might be true. I think the point about Orianna specifically might be an issue for them. I have doubts about them going for Orianna yet again. And during the break, I went to consult my crystal ball a little bit, and I think the show might be leaning towards a bit of a brand pick here. And I think if we want to throw back to the point that we were making earlier on as well, right? The Renekton pick, the Fiora answer, do you remember what we said in narrative meet, right? We said we banned Renekton, pick Fiora. They missed one step, they let the Renekton open, and that was a huge problem for the Fiora. Now, side swap this time around, Flash Wolves getting rid of Renekton. I'm a little bit doubtful. I hope we don't see a Darius again.
Yeah, kind of missing out step 1 and Fenway University. It almost seems like a tale of blue side teams winning. No, yeah, doesn't this exactly look like what we saw the first time? Blue side teams, when they get the first party picks, and that's so powerful, Skibby.
This is so powerful. This is so confusing to me because the only thing that's really changed has been Flash Wolves ban. They themselves said, you know what, whenever we play red side, we don't actually ourselves want to play the Renekton. What are we going to go for? It's just more hyperbolic chamber. You can ban away the Yasuo, but you can't ban away this combo.
Indeed, and this is a run back yet again for Flash Wolves. I think Locking has played this Zig every single game, I believe. Game 1. He played Ziggs every game except game 1.
Yeah.
So a lot of mages coming through from Locking today, which is consistent with what we saw from Bruce playing the marksman in the mid lane, Yasuo in the mid lane, Fenway University. I do like that comp. It's once again going to be a heavy down power, going to be on very make sure he's going to be confident here. His best Orianna and see he will lock it in to try to prove it.
They changed things around once before, didn't really work out for them, so they're back to the same strategy. You talked about how you might not want to see Shaw in this Orianna, but now we're still looking at something pretty decent. Yeah, it's a good dive comp. The Orianna Shockwave should be able to come online and enable that quite a bit.
Oh my goodness.
Please
like
no.
you mentioned.
Give us that J4 top, just lock in and give me that J4 top, break them apart, then lock them in afterwards. It could be the most beautiful arena match of just you have nowhere to turn, but they're going to go back with literally the exact same draw from game 2.
I'm not a fan, I'll be very honest with you. I'm definitely not a fan of the Sarah.
Did you consult your magic crystal ball, Omo?
Yeah, I mean, my crystal ball is kind of shattered to pieces right now. All the pick predictions are completely wrong. But you know, Flash Wolves, I think they know better than I do. I hope they have a plan. I think it's because they see both the Rengar as well as the Riven. They know it cannot be a Jarvan still coming in here, and they feel more confident about locking these two Bruiser buddies. Now, going for the Lucian once again, I like this adaptation. More secure, more stable than the Akshan, but he still has to deal with Rengar jumping on him.
Yeah, that's really the change here. Definitely seeing this Lucian come online. And hopefully the way that we saw in game number 3 as well, if the Lucian can come online, get strong, get in this game, and really put on the pressure on Fenway University, this could be what Flash Wolves have been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was their idea behind the team composition in game 2 as well, right? But the Jarvan proved to be such a good answer to them. This time without the Jarvan, I think they're feeling a bit more confident. However, there is still a Riven to contend with. I do think they will be feeling a little bit more confident about the Riven matchup though.
But it feels like another game here, Omo and Grandin, where we're looking at a side of Fenway University that do have a lot of good scaling. They've got the Rengar that can look to try and accelerate them into that position where the Orianna will become a menace, the Corki will become unstoppable, and Nami is just a passenger along for the ride. Let's see what happens. Let's jump to our casters for game number 4. Infinity and Riku, have at it.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. We're back into the 4th game of the series. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. It's gonna be a do or die for Fenway University as only 1 game away for Flash Wolves to take the final.
Yeah, exactly. So for the Fennel Adversity fans out there, I mean, there is still that lower bracket. If ever, this is going to be a 3-1 finish coming from Flash Wolves. I like the composition here coming from Fennel, though. This is more of a composition which can fight toe-to-toe when it comes to the mid-game. So this is something that they lacked in the previous game. Flash Wolves, on the other hand, Olaf pressing Ragnarok, just going ham on the back line. So I feel like that is one of the biggest worries, and the fact that Cookie can potentially steal objectives here and there.
Yeah, and what the viewers doesn't know, that guys, Riku is a mega mind when in the draft. She predicted the draft. You know what? They're picking up Rihanna, they're gonna pick up Rangard, and going to Corki and Nami for Fenway University.
Oh well, they're gonna see that later when we go to the panel. Maybe. Well,
Maybe,
wait, no.
maybe.
Setting
They already
expectations only to fail later. Oh dear.
Yeah. But so far right now, very, very stable for these two teams. They're not going for that hyper aggression all in level 1 for that clash immediately. They're going standard. Lucian into the mid lane, Orianna into the mid lane, and bottom lane you have Gragas Ziggs once again for Flash Wolves. And for University, Corki Nami, what do you think about it?
Corki Nami can be an oppressive lane depending on your matchup, but this time it is going to be locking on the Ziggs this time around, so the wave clear is going to be supplied, and the fact that there is that threat of a big engage. Eason has been crazy, playing out of his mind, using this Gragas, and he's feeling it. Of course he's gonna use it again, and Fenway Adversity has to watch out for that big flash body slam setups. They cannot get caught out of position or else they're gonna be heavily punished by Eason.
Definitely. The body slam coming from Eason, especially in that game number 3, was flawless coming in from him. So if they can replicate that once again, it would be great for Flash Wolves. Having that ward there though, to the bot side river, gives information for Flash Wolves that Doming is near. We gotta go back.
You gotta play a little bit more reserved. I mean, it is a Ziggs lane. It's just gonna be there to wave clear and harass as a side mission, see if they can poke out Danny and Raffi, which we can see now, a little bit of that mission accomplished. Just, Raffi is on Nami, so is still able to provide sustain despite the pokes.
Yeah, and Doming is just venturing towards enemy territory here, getting that blue buff, which means puts Cookie in a bad situation. Cookie was not able to get the blue buff from a Fenway University, and so far they lost the blue buff here. So triple buff coming from Fenway University in the first 2 minutes of this match.
A really nice start here coming from Doming. We've seen how Doming can get those early stacks once involved and was involved in some of the early game fights if Flash Wolves does decide to pull the trigger first. But so far, I feel like in this scenario, Bruce is still going to be one of the scariest member. Especially now he is on this Lucian. He was pretty crazy as well on the previous game. And of course, we'll see how they can get Bruce ahead without needing, kills and just split pushing on the side.
He's not. He's just so amazing when it comes to the mid lane. Being available for his team elsewhere as well. So I think that is something we could expect coming from Flash Wolves. But right now, Cookie going for the roam on top lane. Sarah is on low HP. That's gonna be Olaf going for the Ragnarok. But Fenway University takes the first blood away from Flash Wolves. Look at Bruce though, calling huge damage potential. Doming jumps in onto Bruce, actually takes a kill down. Cookie's on 1 HP. That's gonna be the kill for Fenway University once again. Power takes 2.
I think that was a level up. That's why his HP bar was saved. But Doming's read on that and the fade away, flash away after ulting, I believe, for Isera to finish off the kill, plus, or rather for Power to finish off the kill, and then escaping the clutches of Cookie. That is a pretty baller start for Final Adversity.
Baller indeed. I mean, flash rolls. I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm gonna
It's a
consider it
word.
as. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna consider it as my fourth word in my new dictionary. We're
Got
making
it.
a new one in the series. And so far, Final Adversity and what Flash rolls got that initial setup. Good engage, but Final Adversity had that better thing in mind. You know what? Doming, quick response, and Power just going through into the loopholes of Flash rules engaged there. So right now, with that advantage, Final Adversity starting the Rift Herald. Although, even with that,
Shaw?
Flash rolls still
Ooh,
even when it comes to the
shockwave!
gold. Bruce, actually 1
Oh,
HP.
no.
That's gonna be the auto attack to finish that kill. Shaw takes one more. Triple kill in the first 4 minutes and 30 seconds of the game for Final Adversity.
Look at Shaw. He still wants the kill. He's gonna be so advanced. Eason is right there.
Oh, whoa!
Wow.
That side step coming from Shaw. Misses down the explosive cast. Eason just going back. He cannot do anything. And Final Adversity starting up the Ocean Dragon. Oh, Power 1 HP. That's going to be the flash draw for Insara. So much team fights happening all around the map.
There's just so many fights just happening across. And, you know, all of these outplays, all of these micro decisions that we're witnessing right now from top, you know, the fadeaway coming from Power, the fact that Shaw is able to win a 1v2 situation under tower with a magnificent shockwave, Bruce taking aggro. I think that's pretty sweet. Still, though, the gold still pretty even. But so far, not a lot of movement still to get through these objectives. I mean, Rift Herald has already been taken by Final Adversity. We'll see, though, where they will utilize this. Possibly maybe towards top side to unlock Power on that Riven to see if he has more space to be more involved in some of the fights in the other lanes.
Yeah, definitely. But look at Final Adversity's padding here. 3-man roll on top side of the map. Flash Rules doesn't have any idea, and Isara is now pinned down. That's going to be Dominic to initiate the fight. After
Bubble.
Prison and the tidal wave goes for the CC chain. Power comes through. That's going to be stun in, but too much damage, and Power takes the kill down.
Beautifully done, not even needing to drop the Rift Herald just yet. Final Adversity, this is a completely different approach. They know that Power is able to get early kills, so they're gonna play more towards top side and give up the first dragon. It is a different trend for the past 4 games that we've seen in this series. So Flash Wolves, so far, the attempts that they have made on their aggressiveness and engage on their tower dives, Fennel, they have been responding really well.
Very, very well indeed. I mean, 3-kill lead already. Every single time the Flash rolls wants to initiate those team fights, want to initiate like a gank. Final Adversity is prepared for it. They have their emergency bag readied up. Final Adversity, if there's a disaster coming through, just have a bag for it. We're just coming through with a bang. I think they're showing up big time currently, but Eason has another thing in mind in the top side of the map. Once again, they're trying to bring down Power, but clear fast wave potential disengages Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Power with a quick wave clear. But Inferno Bomb, I mean, at this point, it's not going to deal a lot of damage. We're looking into, again, Rabadon's possibly into the Luden's Echo, or the other way around. For Fennel, for Bruce, of course, it is roughly the same thing. Off of that Essence Reaver, Solari Charge Blade into the Infinity Edge, and that's the time Bruce can just keep hammering down, just keep aggressively dashing in. They do have Eason for that disengage and peel as well, so we'll see now what Fennel decides to do with this 3-man sneaky brush party. No, are they using Danny as bait?
Maybe. Could be.
It's 3v3.
Flash Wolves though. I think they're actually biting onto the bait here, but Cookie comes into the fray. That's gonna be Nami locked in onto the wall. Flash Wolves disengages. It's too quick for Final Adversity to react onto the setups that Flash Wolves is doing.
Really nicely done by Fennel. They're creating opportunities around the map as much as possible before the spikes happen on the side of Bruce and locking. And now, Shaw, of course, still on this Orianna. We haven't seen the cat ball combo just yet. Doming, Thrill of the Hunt, put the ball in, set up for a beautiful shockwave.
Well,
Bola?
it's a different story into the bot side. It's gonna be a kitty, but a scary kitty. As he jumps in onto Bruce, but too mobile for him. Bruce is gonna stay alive, and Final Adversity will not be able to take a kill.
And it is still very safe for Flash Wolves. I mean, Bruce and Locking still has that flash and barrier, so it will take a chain of CC to be able to burn that down or even ensure a kill. We're talking about Bullet Strike into an Aqua Prison, perhaps into a Shockwave. I think that is one of the key moments where they can get a pick. But look at that top side though, Power just dealing a lot of presence and pressure at top.
Yeah, I mean, Final Adversity went in for the referral bot lane. I think they were thinking, let's put Power into top lane. Potentially push onto the tier 2 turret. He wasn't able to, but this is a statement that Final Adversity wants to make. We want to pressure in all lanes. You destroyed us in game number 3. We're going to destroy you in game number 4.
We're possibly seeing a game number 5 coming through with the pace that this is going. Flash Wolves still not getting the usual early lead. This could be a collapse coming from Doming.
Yeah, Doming is here. Trail of the Hunt jumps in. Isera
Stun.
follows through. That's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb. Tries to stay alive. That's going to be stunned in. Guillotine will not be able to take the kill. And Final Adversity takes the Baron lane.
Beautiful timing here. Isera, 20 seconds gone, meaning Final Adversity can just reset, breathe a little bit easy. That top side is not going to get pressured at all. And then work their way towards this dragon. It is going to be the Air Drake, and that's going to be important because Doming has been setting up these kills for Power. Remember, early game, Power got 2 kills. Doming can just play around that and absolutely just create this monster coming from Power on this Riven.
Speaking of a monster, both Baron Nashor and the Cloud Dragon is alive. And Rengar currently has stacked 3 passive onto this game. So that's 15% up against Flash Wolves, and Flash Wolves has to keep this in mind. But Final Adversity now looking back, 2k HP only for the Cloud Dragon. They're going to engage, not going to be able to take the Cloud Dragon, and Flash Wolves is going to pursue this. Body slam onto Shaw, good CC, will not follow through, but Cookie will die. Final Adversity will take one more kill as they look mid lane.
Yeah, Power was very far away. Again, he is the most fed member in this team. He needs to be present in these fights.
Turtle Belt stun coming through. Aqua Prison onto 2. That's going to be Flash Wolves in the edge, but not going to fall through for Final Adversity as an all-in here, and Flash Wolves will be safe for now.
That could have been a very crazy Shockwave play. But once Power enters, Shaw just passes the ball and just let it happen. Now for Power, he's 5-1-0. Having that Solari Charge Blade, having that stacking of crits, he's gonna hurt. Mega Inferno Bomb just there to see if he can kill Shaw. But the damage is still not enough. Still no Rabadon's death cap in the hands of Locking, but it is close. It is very close. So Fennel has to be careful around these objective fights. They cannot dilly-dally. While they do have poke, Ziggs can be insanely powerful, especially with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Well, Final Adversity is dilly-dallying. Is that a word?
It
Into
is.
the top lane. Well, looks like it. Flash Wolves takes a turret in the top lane, but now Final Adversity initiates this fight. Flash Wolves will gain the dominance here as Raffi is trying to go back, but he is in enemy territory as Flash Wolves takes the support away for Final Adversity.
This could be another collapse at top
Takes
side,
one
though.
more.
Oh,
They get the kill onto Shaw, and Bruce will actually use up the flash, but that will be the flash from Doming as well to take the kill down onto Bruce. But Eason will come, Cookie will come, Locking is here into the fray. Doming will use up the Stasis Enchant to delay the fight, to delay the time. But Flash Wolves at the end will get the kill down onto Doming. That will be 3-4-1 in favor for Flash Wolves.
what a nicely done.
Guillotine!
Oh no! Look at that! Shot down gold for the side of Isera. Even though Power is a level higher, wasn't able. He focused down in the tower. I bet he wanted to take down that tower before escaping. But look at his teleport. That means Baron. There's just so many death timers here. Teleports are now being bought.
Yeah, Power has TP, Doming has TP, but Flash Wolves has TP as well. Who's the better TP here?
It's going down
Looks like
fast.
Flash Wolves has a dominance onto the Baron's pit. 4k HP remaining.
Teleport.
Doming's now going for the
Doming.
TP. Can he make it?
Did he go
Can he
in?
reach it? Can he do it? That's gonna
Did
be
he go-
tidal
Oh,
wave.
he did.
And Final Adversity has stolen the Baron Nashor. This is what Flash Wolves needs, but they lost it. Now Final Adversity is now catching up. They need to do it. That's gonna be a triple kill coming from Shaw. Doming's just gonna jump around. That's gonna be the ace for Final Adversity as they've stolen everything away from Flash Wolves.
Whoa, what just happened? The death timers, the low death timers, the teleport plays. That means that they can immediately dive in, Doming with a magnificent steal. Look at the death timers. They can end.
10 seconds on the clock here. Fennel Adversity can rush it down. Power is going in. He doesn't care about the Nexus turret. He doesn't care about the Nexus damage. It's gonna be the 4th game for Fennel Adversity as we take it to a distance. 5th game of the series.
This is such a crazy series we have here, Infinity. After deaths from Doming and Power, that means Flash Wolves, understandably, the Baron was going really fast at that point, but the teleport plays, the way Doming was able to maneuver, jump in, take that 50-50 risk, and smite it down and end the game there and then.
Smite, steal, ended the game for Fennel Adversity. Well, let's think about it. Who's gonna be the winner for game number 5? I think the panelist desk has more insights coming down into it for game number 4 and coming into game number 5. Skimmy, take it away.
Yes, indeed. I think Doming might just be the Smite King. He just don't miss. He steals Drakes, he steals Elders, and now he steals wins by picking up that Baron. We're going to a game 5. This is mind-blowing. We never really saw this coming. All the doubters out there that said it could have been, of course, because we are experts. Sure, yeah, this is the banger series, Grandin.
Yeah, it really is. I'm a little bit sad right now. I don't know how to quite describe that. You know, that play at the end, if you're a Flash Wolves fan, you feel kind of devastated. Look at Omo. He's kind of phasing out reality at this point, literally turning into dust. Yeah, definitely a little bit unfortunate with how that game kind of went. Towards the very end there, it finally looked like Flash Wolves had found some footing for themselves. Ysera was looking much better. He was able to take down Power, and at the very end, in those final moments, they teleport onto the Baron, lose it, and oh my goodness, Skimmy, how could this happen?
Yeah, I have no idea really what we saw in that game because it just felt like from the very get-go, as soon as we saw Power do the 1v2 with the Honey Fruit into the level up to survive, you're thinking, hang on a minute. Flash Wolves have an early game comp. They need to win. Like, what's happening? It looks like Fennel University have endured the pressure. They've survived to tell the tale. The exact same thing happens bot side. We showed the 1v2 with the Shockwave as well. And you're thinking, okay, this side lane success is working beautifully for Fennel University. And we're thinking, okay, well, Ysera, if it's not Renekton, he's not looking strong. It looks so good, guys. I mean, Omo, it looked like at the very end there, down 3k, he gets the solo kill, they rush the Baron, but it gets stolen, and all that good work out the window.
Yeah, this is exactly what Doming tried to do last game with that Xin as well. He flashed in with the ultimate to try to get the steal. This time around, he actually does, and that swings the game around. It ends the game, in fact. And I think that is just so unacceptable for Flash Wolves. We always praise them for their consistency, their stability, their ability to just know what to do under pressure. This game was none of that. They were dominated in laning phase. They were destroyed in the early game. When they got leads to come back into the game, they just flung it out the window. And this is a very disappointing turn of events from Flash Wolves. Beginning with the draft as well, honestly, I feel like Flash Wolves, they have not learned their lesson from their regional TLC league. Up till now, they are still insisting on picking champions where they consistently get punished, the most egregious of which is that Darius pick to me.
Yeah, it just feels to me, what is stronger, blue side or red side? Because we've seen it chop and change throughout this series. Teams are feeling confident with what they go for, but I tell you what, it's the call you always love to hear. We're going to a game 5. Well, who would have known? It's taken us until day number 4 here of the Wild Rift C Champs play-ins to get to a Game 5. It's a chance now for these teams to really cement themselves as the best in this group so far, but it has really been down to that pick and ban phase. It has really been down to that champs side selection IMO. Blue side seems to be OP. These picks seem to be fantastic. Champions themselves are popping off, and I'm very curious to see what that champs deck will entail.
Yeah, honestly, and I think I've lost count of the number of times I've said that in the next game, these teams should consider switching to blue side. I think I've said that at least 3 times today. I've said it a bunch of times in the tournament. And yeah, these teams, they really just need to figure out their draft priorities.
Almost. I think what you're saying there makes sense, but is it not also... Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm doing this to Skimmy and then you as well. The loser pick sides, and so far every losing team has changed to blue, have they not? Are they not exactly taking your advice here?
That's exactly right. If you guys want to win, better be taking my advice.
This is like some alternative analysis, right? You have the analysis that's science-based, that's statistics-based, and then you have Omo, who has a crystal ball. You look into it, peer into it.
Hindsight-based.
It's results-based analysis.
Well, you know what's really interesting, boys, is if you get the crystal ball, right? Okay, just pretend it's a crystal ball. If you rub it enough, stare into it, you might actually start to see us sponsor One Esports, which is the home of esport heroes. It's where you can get your daily dose of the action all the way over at oneesports.gg. Now, guys, I mean, the crystal ball has told us a fair few things today. Rengar's a 100% win rate. Ysera might just be a Renekton one trick. What do we make of all this? Because there've definitely been a lot of champions that have shown that they have strength, but it's the execution that we're not really too sold on. I mean, this Darius, it fell down in lane, it didn't snowball, it got that saving grace at the very end there, down 3k gold, but the parent gets stolen away and all that hard work out the window, as you mentioned before already. So does it feel like the draft as a whole doesn't need to have too many adaptations? It's just those 2 key picks in particular.
Well, I feel like they shouldn't have gotten in that hole to begin with, right? We saw games 1 and 3 specifically. Flash Wolves looked so good, and they found these leads. They were so good at shutting out the opponents. They gave them no chance to get back in the game. Why were they in this situation in Game 4? My biggest theory is because of the draft. They're just not that good champions that they have picked up. Sure, that might be hindsight results-based analysis, right? But at the same time, I also feel like these are just champions which are not working for them. Why are you guys tunneling?
Yeah, it does feel a little bit that way. At the same time, it's not as if they're not entirely working. It's like you mentioned, Skibby, you know, once they kind of found their footing in the game, they were able to pull back. But I have to say there was a lot of it in part due to them understanding what they need to do. Ysera, it's like, he played Darius decently, he had a solo kill, but he was so easy to shut down. He was such a he had a huge mark on his back, and it was pretty easy for Fenniversity to recognize that if you shut him down, he's going to be quite irrelevant for a lot of the game. At some point, yeah, he gets back in. He was able to take down Power in a solo kill in the side lane. But when he went to the team fights, it really was quite underwhelming. The rest of the composition was kind of falling to pieces, and yeah, I think that's kind of the story to be told for Flash Wolves here.
Yeah, after the series of events in the Baron lane where they tried to go for the tower dive and it got botched, I think Flash Wolf's mental just went out the window.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, color me crazy here, Omo, but what do you think about this theory that I'm going to present to you here? So, it's a Game 5 situation. You've seen really what has been the high priority picks between these 2 teams. Do you run it back again with something pretty much the same again, because you know the execution, you're warmed up, you're ready, the cohesion is already there, you know what you're anticipating being the response from your opposition? Or do you say, okay, it's time to play the Singe, it's time to, you know, unlock the likes of the Pantheon, the Ken, and let's throw those curveballs out there and say, you have no idea what you're doing against this, you might have not seen this in many weeks, many months. You're tilted, you're already in a high pressure situation. I mean, is the glass half empty or is the glass half full?
It's a very tough one to answer there, Skimmy. I feel like the biggest concern here for both of these teams is, do I want risk dropping down to the lower bracket? The consolation is you're not out yet if you lose this. You still have the lower bracket to play through. You have a second chance at another best of 5. So I feel like there is the consideration that if there was ever a time to pull out a, you know, a crazy pick, this would kind of be it.
Yeah. That being said, though, we already saw Game 2, Black Cleaver first item Akshan, so I'm not sure how much crazier they could really get. So for me, Flash Wolves at least might want to just go back to the usual stuff. I think Fenniversity really hit the nail of its hit there by banning the Yasuo. You know, it kind of removes a lot of the agency that Bruce has. Locking has been doing a good job on the Ziggs, but at the same time, I have to wonder what would happen if you just gave him a traditional marksman and just let him do his thing, get ahead, maybe snowball out of control, and just carry the game for his team.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think one of the conversations we had off stream was the Tristana maybe being the pick that could suddenly come into the mix of things, right? Gives you that traditional marksman, gives you that ability to scale into the late game, a lot of damage, very similar in some regard to the Ziggs with your sieging potential, but your ability to output the more consistent damage in the front lines as opposed to looking to try and play from the back line. Now, I'm very curious if we do look at the jungle, what we could see go out there, because sure, the Rengar could get banned away, but what could fill the void? Because, you know, Domeng might just lock in the Nunu. He is a bit of a smite goblin. Nunu has 2 smites. He has the chomp. He has the smite. He does it all. Maybe Domeng is just the king of the jungle, the king of the game. Maybe he can be the absolute hero that Fenrir University needs.
It's possible. It's possible. But given the trends we've seen so far, I think Domain would want to pick up something that can fight, that can brawl. I think we termed the name of the game here for Fan University to be Chaos, right? Nunu kind of does fill that role, but he doesn't have the ability to duel, to fight, which I think Domain has been doing really well in tandem with Power.
Yeah, probably could pull something like that out, but it involves changing out their playstyle tremendously, and we kind of see what happens when they do something like that. Instead, yeah, probably just stick to what works best for them. I'm quite curious. The Rengar is actually going to face a ban going through this one, and then if that happens, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to switch up with something like the Ribbon, for example. We have seen them play that, but it feels a little bit lackluster for sure for me. And if that's going to be the case, does he default back to his usual champion stuff like the Xin Zhao, you know, or stuff like the Javan, where he's really just acting as a tank, you know? His stats kind of reflect that as well, where he has really high kill participation numbers, but very little damage. He's really just there to soak up and build space for his team.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the bans that we've had in this series so far going into that Game 5, the mainstays have been the likes of the Yasuo, the Camille, to say the least. The Renekton has been that one up in the air, but it's mainly been banned away from Flash Wolves because they're terrified of Power locking that one in. But I would love to see if we do go into this game with Flash Wolves opting for the red side, which you'd imagine they wouldn't, being the losing side in this last match. Don't ban it. I mean, just leave it open. If the opposition then has the option to go Riven, Renekton, cool, you take that trade.
Yep.
Why not? Because, I mean, we're looking at situations where it almost feels like they're drafting themselves into a bit of a hole. Fenrir University have got that read on it, and, you know, they sort of know what they're anticipating. There's going to be dives topside. They're going to look to try and get Ysera online. He is going to try and be that stability factor, but when he's not, the ship ain't sailing. It's bouncing around.
Yeah, we are heading into Champion Select here. I think that's a great point you raised there, Skimmy. I think there's a sweet spot of the number of OP champions which you need to kind of figure out. And if you do have an idea that, okay, you know what, if I open Riven, Renekton, Rengar, they can get 1 and I can get 2. It's just quick math. But Flash Wolves, they're just going to be opting for blue. I think they want to secure the Renekton. Ysera has kind of been showing himself as a bit of a one-trick, which is quite a disappointment to me, and we'll have to see how this one plays out.
Oh, well, I mean, what can they really do, Mo? Flash Wolves go blue side, they offer the Renekton. That's exactly what you said they should do, and now you're still disappointed with them. Do exactly as you say, still disappointed. Don't do what they say, you're still disappointed. But that being said, though, I do like what they're trying to get done here. Both the Rengar and the Riven banned out. That's a good adaptation, seeing what Fan University brought in that game number 4.
This
yeah,
is
it's
crazy
definitely
to me, though,
good.
quickly, Omo, because this is
Go
the
ahead.
fact that they're on blue side, right? They are banning the Rengar, they are banning the Riven as well, which has caused them so many problems, but they're leaving open the Lee Sin and Rakan.
They do leave over the Lee Sin and Rakan. These picks haven't been shown by Fano yet today, but they have been successful. What are you doing? Flash Wolves, what are you doing? This isn't it. You don't give up the Renekton that Ysera's... It's kind of Ysera's one trick, right? I understand they don't want to give up a Domain's Lee Sin, but this is just going to get snatched up. And what does Ysera play? If your answer is you're going to tell me Darius again, you deserve to be knocked to the lower bracket.
Yeah, almost about to hit somebody, Skimmy. I think we just seen the Lee Sin first
If you
pick.
watch their regional league, every single game that they lost to one team, they were playing Darius. Surely you can put 1 and 1 together at this point. They won every game they played Renekton. They lost every game they played Darius. They still insist on Darius. No way, right? Surely there's something else here.
Yeah, it looks like Show's also going to get his Orianna, so Fan University seem to be off to a pretty good start, and I think Flash Wolves, they put a lot of emphasis around the Ziggs Braggy's bot side. I know Skimmy has been talking a lot about this, and it's interesting to see that they're still going to insist on this going into Game 5.
So much displacement. So much displacement with this composition right now. A lot of damage, obviously, to follow up with, but it looks like they're trying to split apart the Fenrir University roster. I mean, at the end of the day, the Orianna is going to bring them all together. You can split us apart. You can look to try and address this Renekton, but Zaya's just going to be able to juke everything that comes out her way with the Featherstorm.
Oh boy. Yeah, Zaya Rakan, this is gonna be a big one here for Fano Adversity. Like you mentioned, right, the Rakan was not picked up or banned away. They're gonna just snatch that one up together with the Zaya. It's gonna do pretty decently into this Ziggs bot matchup if they can find engages on him. And I think a lot of burden will come down to Eason to try to shut down these engages.
Well, I'm looking at this Zyra Khan right now. I'm actually liking this a lot for Feno University. We haven't quite seen very much from them with regards to this bot side duo. As
Oh no.
before I let Omo go all out with that point, I'm just going to quickly finish. Yeah, Zyra Khan, I think, is going to have a good time against Ziggs and Gragas. Even post 5, it makes them have to expend their ultimates, their disengage tools, just to to stay safe.
Look, I have no point to make here. There's no pick that's been taken by Flash Wolves, which would give me an aneurysm or anything. So we're just gonna talk about Fano Adversity. They're gonna go for the, like you mentioned, right, Gamenism. I think you're the one with the crystal ball. They get the Jarvan on Domain. That's great. That's really nice to see. He's gonna be very facilitative here, and I think they have a fantastic front to back team fighting, team comp, a lot of synergy going on. I'm actually gonna call it Fano Adversity take game 5.
He said it. He's absolutely said it here, Grandin. He's just going back on his word. You know what? Predictions mean absolutely nothing when he just flips the script in a game 5. The first one of the SCA champs. He says, you know what, guys? I actually believe in this one because I've had enough of Darius. It's making me sick. Get me off this camera and throw it to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Skimmy. Well, we're here into game number 5. It is down in this one. It's a do or die between these both teams in the upper bracket final for Flash Wolves and Feno Adversity. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. Riku, how are you looking at this series? We're down in the last one.
Yeah, it's really incredibly close so far. I mean, this is actually could potentially be the preview of the finals we're having for this particular bracket. So, yeah, first game 5 that we're seeing right now. Fennel Adversity forming this very strong classic mid-game 5v5 with the Jarvan, with the Renekton, with the Orianna. This is looking to be a blast from the past back in League PC days. But of course, on the opposite side of the spectrum, there's that Lee Sin for Cookie. And we know that Lee Sin can incredibly scary when it comes to the early game and can basically, you know, propel the lanes, especially Bruce, especially Darius. On top side with a Sarah, which, you know, we know when it comes to pre-level 3, Renekton will have a struggle against this Darius.
Yeah, and you predicted this pick coming in from Flash Wolves. You were thinking, Power goes in for Renekton first pick for Fennel Adversity. You know what? Let's go for Darius. And now I know why I'm the play-by-play and you're the analyst. Because what I'm seeing right now, it's just a man with an axe versus a crocodile. But you see that, so...
It is. We see the crocodile and the man with an axe, and also with their jungle duos, which is Doming here on the. Oh dear, Bruce.
Oh, early roam coming in for Fennel Adversity. They want to take it down, but Bruce is still gonna be alive. But good punish from Fennel Adversity.
The trigger discipline coming from Bruce though is crazy as well. Held on to the flash and barrier, wanting to see if he will be able to live. The thing is though, Raffi didn't let go of his ignite just yet, so a little bit of that discipline there as well. So it wasn't needed at all for Bruce to consume any of his sums, so he can still feel safe, at least when it comes to level 3. Doming is a pretty good spike for a potential gank alongside Shaw with an easy dissonance. So we'll see how Cookie can relieve pressure or actually add pressure because he's a Lee Sin.
Yeah. Level 3, we can expect a lot of things coming from Cookie at this point in time, especially you're considering that Fennel Adversity is going in for a very, very aggressive playstyle here, and Lee Sin went in for the full bot side clear. So we can expect him to go into the mid lane or into the bot lane, and it's okay, it's gonna be mid, as Doming is also gonna be there, so it currently is a 2v2, but so far no one's gonna go for the full-on engage here into the mid lane.
It is that level 3, so all of that counter ganking will be there available. Still pretty hard though to try and catch Bruce because of the dash. The Cataclysm later on come level 5. Can just use that to get out of the big crater. Look at this, Power is able to spot out Cookie, but it is just to deter him from taking the Rift Scuttler to buy some time because Doming and Shaw are going to be rotating.
Yeah, it's a meet and greet between a crocodile and Lee Sin, or a man without eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I think he
that's
still
also
has eyes though.
He has eyes, I can't see.
He's just, yeah, he can't see.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not a meet and greet. It's just a one-sided meet. from Power. But
They are
what's
pretty
gonna happen
hostile
here?
against each other.
yeah, speaking of hostile, that's gonna be a flash coming from Domeng. Power comes through with the stun as well. Isera is now getting pinned down. Smite actually to slow him down, but Domeng is also slowed. Power is also slowed. Isera is into enemy territory here, just walking away, but Cookie
at
gonna be
this.
too late to the party, and that's gonna be the first blood for Fennel University.
Yeah, nicely done here coming from Fennel. We saw how Isera wants to constantly be aggressive. And it's very understandable. We talked about this matchup before, but come level 5, things will get a little bit awkward because the dominance is there to make Power. Tanky! Dive!
The Sam at Dragon Rays, that's gonna be the kill that Flash Wolf wants, but here we go. Rafi's now going
Danny.
into the fray as well. Goes in for the grand entrance. Cataclysm to lock down 2. That's gonna be Cookie falling down. Huge kill for Fennel University. As now Eason goes for the body slam, disengages. That will be the 1-for-1.
Nicely done by Fennel Adversity. They're basically matching the pace of Flash Wolves, creating all these opportunities across the map because, again, they have a Lee Sin. They're going to be expecting Cookie to enter these lanes in a sneaky manner from the Raptors, from the side lanes, or from the Riverside. So, nicely done rotation coming from Danny here and is able to, you know, come back in time for the next wave as Locking still going to be on that Ziggs with a ton of wave clear. So this is really good coming from Fennel.
Definitely looking very, very close as well. But Fennel University, you know what? 1k gold lead already for Flash Wolves. 20 seconds remaining for the Mountain Dragon and also the Rift Herald to come up. What do you think is going to be the priority here by these two teams?
Yeah, right now for Flash Wolves, rather, they would so desire most likely to unlock the lane. Or rather deny. A 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing always, all the time. Especially they've managed to already get 1 kill off of Isera. We'll see though, as the Mountain Drake seems to be the priority coming from the side of Flash Wolves. It's a good deny though, because they do have a Ziggs, so the shields, if Fennel gets it, will be most welcome against the poke.
Yeah, but Fennel University has the information. It was a ward that has expired but has seen Cookie starting on the Rift Herald, but he's just baiting the Rift Herald away from his pit. Just delay how Fennel University wants to play this out. And so far, no one's going in for those objective takes. Everyone wants to wait for a jungle to be taken down before they do so.
Yeah, Flash Wolves still has massive respect to Fennel Adversity's big 5v5. Or a 4-man actually, with just Power being on an island at topside. It is much easier, you know, with a shockwave, with a ball delivery system that Domeng provides. It's just so easy. With the knockups as well coming from Rafi. We've seen Flash Wolves ban this before, but looks like the adjustment is, look at Power. I think he's trying to buy some time here for the rest of Fennel to rotate atop. Nope.
Yeah, it's a 3v1, but he goes back away. Flash Wolves going for the Rift Herald. Fennel University just gonna leave it open, and Flash Wolves gonna go home with a Rift Herald traded for the Mountain Dragon for Fennel University.
It's going to be a good pickup. Again, they need the shields against Locking later on. Especially when he reaches and picks up that Rabadon, he's going to hurt. The same goes for Bruce as well. Having to focus more on that 100% crit rate. Solari Charge Blade into the Infinity Edge after this Essence Reaver. So those are the spikes that Fennel should watch out for. But of course, we've seen this combo before. We've seen Fennel's composition before in the Buriram United series, where it was that big late game, Danny coming through with Isaiah, self-peel all day, every day, with Shaw and Rafi tag teaming to set up these big game-changing ults like the Charm, like this Shockwave. So that is something Flash Wolves should watch out for later on.
Definitely. If they don't, it's gonna be Fennel Adversity, potentially even taking this home once again. But so far, they're doing just that. Very patient for Flash Wolves and Fennel Adversity. Although you're looking at Rafi though, going for the wrong top side. So this might be the Tapper's Blood going to the side of Fennel Adversity.
Exactly, the Ziggs.
Oh!
Oh.
No!
Dear, that was
Flash Wolves took it
too
first.
close. That was very close. Yeah, Locking didn't join the bottom side siege just because he can just be on his own in the mid lane and just wave clear. But at the end of the day, Fennel is still able to get first blood. Tower Flash Wolves, though, not too far behind. He's able to equalize the map score at least, but we'll see if Flash Wolves decide to open up mid lane or top side as well with the Rift Herald later on.
Yeah. It really do commend them though with the leads that Fennel Adversity has been creating for them. Flash Wolves is just nearing them behind. Only a difference of around 1.3k gold up against Final Adversity, and I think if they want to equalize this, they need to do it before the 10-minute mark. Because if Final Adversity continues to balloon their gold lead, especially with the Baron Nashor that's gonna be alive very soon, this is gonna be very difficult for Flash Wolves, considering that Cookie is on a Lee Sin that is actually faltering towards the later game of this match.
I have to agree with you there. Doming is going to be that really tanky frontliner for the side of Fennel. Nice sidestep there. Oh, they're engaging.
Also cast though. Featherstorm actually saves his life. That's gonna be
Rafi.
Danny, still gonna be alive.
Cataclysm.
Look at Sarah into the backside.
What?
Dragon Rage almost kills down Danny. Just a tad bit close, but still alive though. Flash Wolves
Flashing in.
pushing into the mid
Power.
lane. Power comes into the fray. He wants to join the party, and Flash Wolves will not be able to take down the tier 1 turret mid lane.
That was a very aggressive Flash Proto Belt. Didn't get any stun in though. And we saw how Danny wanted to just stay away from the fight because Danny was just one ult away from Miss Sarah from dying. So this is a good call coming from Fennel Adversity. Really nicely done. Again, the self-peel will definitely save the Feather Storm. As well as Rafi knock up. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Banny Slam for the flank, calling huge damage. Power now trying to go back. Not gonna be a kill still though for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, the Dominus really did save Power's
Eason.
life there. Again, Eason. Eason has been on this Gragas most of this entire series, and he has been performing really well.
Again, Inferno Bomb clears out the wave. No ultimate for Ziggs for a couple of seconds. The Final Adversity still hovering bot side with Ocean Dragon spawning up in 13 seconds while Flash Wolves is here on top side. 3-man roam from them. Not going to be able to take the kill instead of a turret.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit late to this Dragon, though, as Fennel will take this tower with no contest whatsoever. I really like the response, though. They decided, hey, we can break open mid lane. It's only Danny and Rafi here. We have a Gragas, Eason, who can set up for big casks and baiting out the Featherstorm possibly for this next fight. We'll see, though, because Shaw actually backing away. So it is now actually Fennel Adversity who will be a little late to this. We'll see if FLA can buy some time before this Dragon goes down.
Doming is ready to contest. Fennel Adversity is ready as well. Explosive cast, zoning them away, but the Dragon reset. Flash Wolves' effort has been fallen down. No Mega Inferno Bomb, no Explosive cast for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, that is huge. Those are two big ults that can set up the fight, that can disengage. But Fennel, complete ults. The fact that Shaw went back to buy Rabadons and had time to even go to the Dragon, Flash Wolves giving it up. I think this is really, really great for Fennel. Remember, this team likes their Elder Drake win condition, and so far they've gathered 2. This is looking to be very dicey for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and they have to pay the price. They were starting on the Dragon, made it into half HP, then left it open for Fennel Adversity to pick up. Yes, it has been reset, but not to its full extent. And Flash Wolves already used their 2 massive ultimates that really just placed him in a massive disadvantage in that game. Or in that match, specifically. So Fennel Adversity right now have 2 Dragons and also 2k gold lead. They're rich up against Flash Wolves. And if they can balloon this into a 5k gold lead into 12-minute mark, this could really put on Fennel Adversity in a very good show matchup against Flash Wolves. Because as we keep on bringing up a while ago, Lee Sin is going to fall off later on.
Yeah, it's just going to be a kick bot, just going to be there to see if he can steal, pass through terrain, steal a Baron, steal a Dragon. But at the end of the day, you know, Doming is still going to be much tankier for the rest of the squad. We'll see, though. Because right now, Shaw doesn't have much mana. He's probably going to go back later on. So this could be just a small opportunity without the shockwave for Flash Wolves to enter. Again, they're going to be heavily relying on Eason to start these fights. And also, the biggest factor is going to be Bruce as well here on this Lucian. So I feel like if Fennel eliminates Bruce...
Oh, the ward! Eason actually goes in for the Battle Flash. But
Oh, Mega
Power
Inferno
still gonna
Bomb.
be alive. Mega Inferno Bomb, huge damage. That's gonna be
Wow.
Flash Wolves taking the kill
They're
down.
going in.
Doming uses the flash as well. Quickness saves his life. Doming goes in for the flag and
Danny.
drag Cataclysm to follow through.
Oh, the
Now
flash.
Bruce and Cookie, the only one alive, into the top side of the map. As Fennel Adversity will be happy with just the 1-for-1 that will be the support for the Baron.
And that's going to be just 1-for-1. And despite Fennel Adversity in expending their resources at topside, Locking still hasn't been able to open up the mid lane. So this is still really good for Fennel Adversity at this point.
Yeah, they're not letting a big
Cookie.
goal lead to flash rolls, but here gonna
Shockwave.
be Raffi with a grand entrance to follow through. That's gonna be Cookie
What?
saying goodbye as he rests in his graveyard. Now, Fellow Varsity though still has this massive lead. Flash Wolves doesn't have his jungler, so Fennel can start on the Baron.
Yeah, we talked about this before, you know, Lee Sin, Cookie. He wants to set up these plays. The bicycle kick, the insect kick. Just to possibly get a pick, get ahead in the numbers advantage across the map. But we didn't get to see that. It was a big, great punish coming from Raffi with a knock-up into the Shockwave. And that is a combo that Flash Wolves has to watch out for. Time and time again, when Raffi goes in, when Domin goes in, Shockwave almost immediately, especially as the items are going to rack up Morello's Oblivion Orb, it's going to be very painful.
Although Fellow Varsity, even if they got in the jungler away from Flash Wolves, they're not gonna start it up. So Baron's still gonna be alive for anyone to take. No one's gonna push through. I think Fellow Varsity still has that massive amount of respect onto Flash Wolves, even if they don't have their jungler available a while ago. And so far, it's looking 3k gold lead for Fellow Varsity still, with Flash Wolves still hanging on into this game 5.
Yeah, still going to be a tad risky. Fennel Adversity, I would definitely assume that they would be very much comfortable to take the Baron once Cookie is eliminated. And I think the punish play will be there because we've seen Cookie wanting to get a kick, wanting to catch someone out of position with his Dragon's Rage. And once
Positioning.
he possibly, you know, doesn't execute it right, then it's going to be an easy punish with a knockup.
Yeah. Positioning though, can they do it? As you stated, there are going to be crucial winning conditions onto those team fights, while Final Adversity might initiate onto the Dragon. They don't care about Flash Wolves, just waiting around. Dominic's gonna start us up. Flash Wolves is gonna go back for a bit, giving space onto Final Adversity. Waits for an opportunity. 5k already for Cloud Dragon. Look
Eason.
at Cookie. Look at Eason. They're waiting for it. Sonic
Seal
Wave
coming
after
in?
ready it up.
No.
That's gonna be Final Adversity though, taking Cloud Dragon. Now Flash Wolves is on the edge of their seats. They have to go back away as Cookie is dead. This won't be the 5v4, and they have to wait 30 seconds. Final Adversity has everything in their power to go to the Baron Nashville.
Exactly what we're talking about just a minute ago. Cookie's going to be pressured to create these opportunities, but once he dives in, usually he has no way out because of the CC lock Fennel Adversity has. Now Baron has spawned. That locking is on the Zig, so the poke's going to be strong. No
Thank you for the
shockwave
bomb,
miss!
Thank you for the leash. It's Fennel Adversity though, taking the Baron Nashor for security. It's now Cataclysm. Forces out the flash from Bruce. That will be the 1-for-1. But Fennel Adversity wants to go for more. That's gonna kill onto Danny. Trying and trying. They're going in. They're not
Teleport.
stopping. As now gonna be a Sarah to follow through. That will be the 3-4-1. And Fennel Adversity still pushing
Danny.
through. Cookie is still gonna be alive. 1 HP for both champions. That is alive for Flash Wolves, but can they defend it?
I don't think so. Locking is incredibly low. Raffi is still there. Even though without mana, there is a possibility of a potential pick-off and an extra prize, a bonus. 3 dragons and a Baron. Power already ahead of the curve and just split pushing before going home. This is Fennel Adversity with a huge lead right now.
Huge indeed. I mean, it's 7k gold lead. And Fennel Adversity has the Baron, has the Mountain Dragon, has the Ocean Dragon, has the Cloud Dragon. What else can you ask for? Maybe a little bit more gold, but do they really need it? I don't think so.
I mean, all of the gold went over to Danny. He is 2k gold lead ahead of Bruce, who is the 80 carry on Flash Wolves, and as well as a 5k gold lead on his, counterpart on the dual laner. So this is the time. This is the time where Fennel Adversity can just keep taking on these fights. Wow,
Yeah,
that's
look at
Thunderstorm.
Cookie's HP. Cookie's HP. That was from the Baron buff Siege minions, bringing his HP down into half. So that is how squishy currently he is. As Fennel Adversity, very, very pursuing of this tier 2 turrets into the mid lane. But here on top side, that's getting Fennel Adversity. Power outplaying, killing off Bruce in a 2v1. And now they got the tier 2 turret as well into the mid lane.
Yeah, if I'm guessing correctly, what happened, Bruce dashing into melee range and just Power having the time of his life. And now the result is tower gone, mid lane and bot only stands, and Fennel Adversity still has this Baron buff to use.
Yeah. Although, as soon as he said that, it's gone. Fennel Adversity is going back.
I mean, they got a lot out of it. A lot.
True. yeah, they got tier 2 turrets pretty much in every single lane. They got the inhibitor turret in top lane. So it's hashtag worth it. For Final Adversity, getting that Baron Nashor opens up the base for Flash Wolves. And so far, I think the winning condition for Flash Wolves, or their comeback condition, is to get the Elder Dragon. Considering that this is an Infernal Drake in the form of an Elder.
It's
What
a
do you
big
think?
possibility because they have Cookie on the opposite side that can maneuver around terrain. This could be another 1v1. No, they decided to just call it for now. But yes, it's the Lee Sin. It's Cookie there that can potentially do a steal. But we've seen it time and time again. Domeng has been so laser focused in getting these smites down. Even some of the instances like a steal in the entirety of the series. Even during day number 1 when they debuted here at the Summer Super Cup. Well, no, the C Championships rather. And it has been, their focus are just so stable and consistent. It's very, very impressive. Especially, again, these are new generation of players coming into the esports scene. And look at them now. Just game number 5 against Flash Wolves.
Zoomers zooming in.
They'll
Although
say
Final
that.
Adversity starting onto the Baron Nashor while actually looking up the Infernal Elder Dragon, but Flash Wolves is starting this off, and Final Adversity needs to contest this. So Flash Wolves is gonna go back away. That's half HP for the Infernal Elder Dragon. Flash Wolves is currently waiting. You have Renekton split pushing into the mid lane. That will be the 4v4 currently into the Infernal Elder Dragon. Shaw is there, zoning away the enemy team, 4.5k. Culling will be there now. It's
Cookie.
actually a lot of damage coming
He's
through.
gonna
Sonic
steal?
Wave will come in. That's gonna be Final Adversity
What?
stealing down the Elder Dragon. And now they can finish the game. That's gonna be the Flash. All used up by Flash Wolves. And now Locking will use the Stasis Enchant to delay the time, to delay the push from Final Adversity. But can he do it? He cannot, as that will burn him away from the Elder Dragon. And Final Adversity is looking for the finish, is looking into the mid lane, is looking for the game 5 win. That's gonna be the TPs coming up. 2.5k HP remaining for the Nexus base, and Final Adversity took the game number 5 of the series.
The 5v5, 4v4, 4-man composition coming from Final Adversity. Look at them. Again, coming from the summer season when they made their debut. They were eliminated right away during the summer season. 3 straight defeats. And look at them now, here at the C Championships, defeating Flash Wolves 3-2. They've come a long way, and their journey is still not over.
It's not over indeed. They won the upper bracket finals up against one of, if not the most dominant teams that everyone is expecting in the bracket B. And I think TJ has been stating that this is a group of death. This is the bracket of death. And Final Adversity is now on top of every adversity in this bracket to go into the grand finals.
It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. And now it seems like that could be potentially our finals in this particular bracket.
Potentially. I mean, can we have 6 more games? Or not 6 more games, maybe 6 game or 7 game coming in for the series? I don't know. Skimmy, you answer that question. Take it away.
Well, we got a bit of a greedy casting duo over here because they've just had 5 bangers and they said, look, give us 7 more. Maybe that is the caster buff. 2 Filipinos on the stream there saying, look, we're going to cast the game. We're going to run the pride for our roster and say, look, we've done it. We've won 3-2. None of us
Yay!
banked that this would be the
Yay!
case.
Yay!
But they have made it a possibility, Grandin. I mean, how we found ourselves in this position here.
Yeah, I think the first thing that really has to be addressed is the lack of Renekton. Once again, it seems like Darius is slipping further and further away from the light. Ysera seems to have completely, I want to say, dropped the ball when he's not on that Renekton. And so having Blue Sign in the first pick, the Lee Sin, yeah, I kind of get that idea. But you're kind of up against Domeng, buddy. You have to remember that. Every single smite from Domeng has been so critical and so instrumental in Final Adversity getting the win. In fact, Flash Wolves probably would have closed the series out already if Domeng had not stolen away the Baron
That's
in
true.
Game 4.
That's a very good point, Grandin. I think as well, it's important to note that Flash Wolves nearly did come back in Game 4, making this a 3-1. But overall today, I'm extremely disappointed with the performance of Flash Wolves in Games 2, 4, and 5. And I think honestly, Final Adversity, they proved they deserved this win. They were a more consistent team. They were, you know, from top to bottom, were more stable. Every role, I think they outperformed their counterparts. Locking here as well was stuck on mage duty the whole game, played 4 games of Ziggs one game of Orianna. They need to change something up. Ysera is not stepping up. Cookie is not performing outside of his one Riven game. You need to make Lock King try to maybe be your carry. And I need to remind you guys as well, don't forget, Demon is still on the roster, on the bench of this team. Another very capable marksman. If you're not getting carry performances out of other roles, maybe it's time to make your Dragon Laner your carry.
Because I'm looking at this again, and yeah, Cookie coming in with the Lee Sin, it just doesn't feel quite right. It doesn't feel like the Flash Wolves that we've come to know and love, and TJ has put it kind of best. You can't put your faith in Flash Wolves. And it feels like in these moments, these last most critical points, where you just need Flash Wolves to pull out the last win, that's when they start to kind of crumble and look back at ideas that maybe seem better in theory than in execution. And while the Lee Sin is very prevalent in the meta, and that is good reason why you have to ban that away, it just doesn't seem like it's a composition or it's a kind of champion that fits very well with the team. And so hopefully moving back into this, you know, it's not quite over. They still have a second chance. They had a good run the first match, and so they still have the upper brackets, the lower brackets to play through.
Yeah, they're going to drop into that lower bracket, and no doubt, I mean, they're not going to be happy about it. Let's not beat around the bush. They're not going to be happy that the series has gone the distance, the first of the SEA champs, and that they've fallen down in that regard. But they will have that second life insurance policy. That is the benefit of doing so well in these opening stages. But I mean, let's flip the script and go back and start praising the likes of Fenner University, because they did such a phenomenal job of bringing things back. Show all these games on the Orianna said, okay, you're going to insult me with the AD carry performance. You're going to get a win. I'm going to run it down. I mean, not literally, but I'm literally going to play 4 games of Orianna just to prove a point that I am the best in SCA. And I think it's almost fitting here, guys, that in that last game, it was Danny on Desire, a champion that he is so familiar with. He had the perfect game, 8-0-2. He was the self-nominated MVP in that performance. And it was that Lovers Duo combo which works so well into Invade Esports.
And I think exactly because of that, we see such an interesting performance come through, and we harp a lot on what we expected from Flash Wolves and the kind of performance that they had. But to be honest, we have to give props to Fan University as well. You know, being able to come in and overall outperform what we saw. And I think we have an MVP ready as well to take a look back at this one. Because honestly, I think this is pretty self-sufficient. You don't really have to explain this all too much, but yeah, we should be bringing up our MVP stat right now. I'm not gonna expose it just yet, but I think we should all have an idea what we are.
I think we all do know.
Yeah, I think everyone is aligned with this as well. I don't think anyone voted any other way. Let me make a quick look to make sure I'm correct. Yeah, every single one on the casting team gave our vote to this man on your screen.
Yeah, let's bring it up then. Let's see exactly what it is, because we know, but you guys at home don't know. So let's give the old grand reveal. And it has to go to this individual here, because Domi played out of his mind. 80% kill participation. And whilst that alone would be a pretty formidable stat to talk about, for me, I'm talking about damage, but I'm mostly talking about dragons and barons being stolen away.
Maybe DPM for Domain doesn't mean damage per minute, it means dragons per minute.
Oh, true.
Is that every time he's killed Ysera, right?
Yeah, that is actually that is a fantastic point. Securing the Dragon Smite as well as killing Ysera.
There's too many layers to this one.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Domain. I mean, he proved he can carry on the picks like the Ranga. He proved he can, you know, perform his role as a tank on champions like Chav. He really did everything he needed to, and I think it made such a headache for Flash Wolves in the draft as well. They knew they needed to ban Ranga, and when they opened it, he carried with it. And in the last game, they banned the Ranga. They felt pressured to snatch away his Sin. They didn't dare to give it to him, and that just caused Renekton to fall over into the hands of FLA as well. So many problems here with the draft, and it just seems like FLA, they are one step ahead of Flash Wolves.
You know, Omo, that's exactly it. FLA, we're going into this competition. It was difficult to really assess where they were standing. You know, you talked about it. I was having a discussion with you earlier, and you were saying like, yeah, it's difficult to figure out exactly where the Philippine region is because they're kind of in a vacuum. They don't really scrim other teams. You know, the main playoffs, the main run is filled entirely, exclusively of Filipino players, I should say. And it kind of just goes to show just where they stand in the whole stage of things. You know, they have a lot of faith in their own talent. And in this set against the Flash Wolves, I think they prove exactly that.
Yeah, because we coined this one to be a bit of an upset, and an upset it was. The first series that went all the way to 5. It is taken here by Fenner University. And up next, after the break, our final series here in day 4 of the play-ins. It's LFD up against QWQ. Welcome back for our final series of the night here in day 4 of the Wild Rift FC Champs play-ins. It's been a long one, but I'm joined by two very, very happy casters who call all the action. They're now joining me here on the desk. Guys, how are we feeling? Riku, you were beaming about that performance.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive. Final Adversity just never, they were very consistent. They never broke like their identity, and 3-2 Flash Wolves as predicted.
What about you, Infinity?
Well, my prediction didn't really go right, but
Wait, who did
I
you go
believe
for?
in Final Adversity. I voted
Points
for
and
Flash
laughs.
Wolves.
Oh no, you've just revealed yourself to Twitch chat. You're going to get flamed, but you're not going to get
Oh,
flamed.
no.
You're not going to get flamed as much as our sponsor, because you know what? We don't flame them. We actually appreciate them. We're very happy with Franklin Templeton. We're going to say a big shout out to them because you can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. So you can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers today. Now, guys, today is where we're at. Fancy that. Kind of imagine that one. We're looking at a series now, QWQ taking on Looking for Daddy. It should be a series that, quite honestly, I think we could actually anticipate this going all the way to 5 games as well. What are your bets? What are we thinking, Infinity?
Yeah, I think it's going to game number 5. I think these two teams were actually quite dominant, to say the least. Well, not the most dominant, but still dominant at the very least. I think QWQ favors going in for select pick compositions that they do in the past series that they provided. Even Ash being picked up by QWQ as well.
Yeah, I think for me, it could go either way, right? There's a big question mark. Either it could go, if it's going to go full on game 5s, it's going to be high kill count, it's going to be chaotic, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a fair bit of variation from what their preference is for some of these champions. Who can forget the Ash, swerving around with some arrows, going neither here nor there, but you know what, we're not going to harp on about that too much. We're going to start talking about these lineups. Let's bring up the first roster. It is Looking for Daddy. Riku, what makes this team so strong?
Yeah, there's a number 3 seed coming from Taiwan. I mean, they had a rough start. They got 3-0'd by Team Flash yesterday. But I think this team really shines when Wolf gets ahead. He's able to secure objectives for the rest of the squad and is able to sort of secure that, again, similar to Fennel, maybe that Elder Drake late game. But the thing is, while they can be strong early, it is about the polishing of trying to keep their lead, smashing it home, and win the game.
Yeah, and I echo your thoughts. I think if Wolf actually gets ahead of the curve in this series, I think it would definitely be towards the side for Looking for Daddy. I think this is one of the teams that has a carry jungler for them. And I think Looking for Daddy is going to capitalize their jungler for this series as well up against QWQ.
I have to agree with you there. I mean, LFD, again, I feel like Wolf has been such a big shining player for the rest of the squad, but it's one of those things where, Wen, Juan, Chi, and PP having to step up their game as well to complement Wolf's performance from yesterday.
Yeah, PP, I think also, as you stated, needs to man up a bit. Because I think when he was fighting against Shy last time, it was just so dominant coming from Shy. So I think at this point in time, we could expect something from PP for Looking for Daddy. As we're looking at stats right now, KDA of 3.25 for a fall season team. And then fastest match run is 13 minutes and first blood will be 5.
It looks to me like, Riku, that the standout player so far has been Wolf. He had a stellar performance. He picked up the majority of the kills. I mean, there weren't many to share around, but if you're looking at likes of PP when and so on, 4-5 kills shared around them, then Wolf just sneaks in there quietly with 20 kills to his name. He's saying, all right, guys, look what I'm playing. I am going to be the aggressive one. I am going to be the one doing the hard yards, playing the Zinzao, playing the Vi. We're going to try and set these moments of success up for us to talk about. We're going to have some highlights to talk over, but it really felt like the Wolf show.
Yeah, it really did. And I think that is, I suppose because the pick is a Vi and having to get all the kills, it's one of those things where you wish that you were on a carry jungler, not a jungler that can set up and will eventually fall off and having to rely for the rest of your squad to deal damage. So I think that is the underwhelming part of it. But of course, Wolf will see if he's not on a Vi, maybe something that can accelerate the game, perhaps an Olaf, perhaps a Xin Zhao, and that can be a little bit more reliable on that damage department.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think LFT is really focusing on the pre-level 5 power spike, which means they really want to capitalize very, very early at level 3, at level 4, at level 2 to try and set up a play, especially on Wolf, trying to roam elsewhere to try and get that first blood. But when it comes to the late game, can Vi really be that champion that can be ahead of every others on this series, on this match, is going to be the question.
Yeah, I think we were a little bit critical at times as to why there was the priority towards the Vi, because whilst it can look very good when ahead, it looks absolutely awful from behind. I don't think I've seen anything as bad as an assault and battery where you're dying mid-animation. So it's a champion that we're looking to try and see, is there a little bit of evolution around it? What else could really come out from them as a result, and sort of what spice can be delivered? I feel like the likes of Lee Sin and Rengar are going to be highly contested, but let's now throw it here, Infinity, to QWQ, their opposition tonight.
Ash for QWQ. I want to see it happen once again. But kidding aside, I think one of their main compositions coming in is going to be the Twisted Fate and Rengar. We've seen it a while ago in the first series of the day. If QWQ can bring this back once again with a Twisted Fate Rengar composition, I think that will be their main key on winning on to some of these games up against LFD.
I have to agree with you there. The Twisted Fate, maybe possibly getting Renekton for Hotian as well. Having the big trinity, the Lee Sin, the Renekton, and the Twisted Fate, or maybe, what, as you mentioned, Infinity, the Cat Ball that we've seen in the tournament time and time again with the Orianna plus the Rengar. I feel like this QWQ is definitely not afraid to try, well, not exactly try, but to bring in an orthodox pick to throw their enemy off the board. So, you know, maybe we get to see something new aside from the Axe that we've seen yesterday or 2 days ago.
Something unconventional, something new, something untraditional, something we could expect for QWQ. So we'll see. We'll see on to that as we're looking at Team KDF 3.5. I think similar to looking for Daddy when it comes to the overall Team KDA. Fastest match in 12 minutes and 12 seconds. First Bloods, though, is actually quite different as they have gotten 24. And I think this is something that LFD needs to look out for, especially considering that looking for Daddy really focusing on to the early game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a scrappy game to say the least, right, given how low those KDAs are as they're collected between both of these teams. But I like the point you touched on there about the champion diversity, because they have had a fair few roster swaps coming into this tournament. There's a lot of variation that could catch these teams off guard. And I start to look at, are we going to see Seraphines, Sorakas, Timos, Master Yi's, all these champions thrown around into the mix that you don't commonly associate with pro play, Riku?
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, when we look back at the QWQ history back in the Summer Super Cup, I think my most favorite moment from them is when they used a Jinx composition. A Jinx composition that scaled really, really fast because all they did was take turret plates, roamed around the map, and won the game.
And they're very familiar with this composition. I mean, QWQ has been picking up Lulu composition with sort of a long-range engage coming from this team. So I think there is a huge potential if you want to go for that distance and going for a Jinx composition alongside with a Lulu, and even bringing up Olaf as Tommy has been playing it so far in C Championships 2021. So I do believe so that it can happen. Jinx can be an alternative onto a Nash pickup for QWQ.
Yeah, exactly. And because of this Lulu that Batsai decides to bring into the competition, it just synergizes so well with a lot of things. Maybe a Xin Zhao, maybe a Riven as well. There's just so many options where a Lulu can fit in a composition, and I think that can be one of their strengths coming into this series.
I suppose really we're just hoping that whatever they do put together actually works, actually is cohesive. It isn't going to be this sort of amalgamation of, hey, that looks cool, and what if we put this one? And it's almost like a pick-a-mix where you're getting all your bits of candy and realize at the end of the day, you got yourself a bit of an upset tummy. Analogies aside, let's talk about this team, because we got ourselves a cheeky little insight video. So let's see what QWQ had to say.
我嘅感覺非常之幸運啦，可以參加今次嘅比賽，亦都識到好多唔同嘅人，亦都有今次唔錯嘅經驗，同唔同嘅對手去交流，亦都學咗好多嘢，令自己進步咗唔少。
覺得好開心咯，可以同一班一齊有夢想嘅隊友，然之後去打呢個比賽，然之後亦都拎到個好嘅成績，咁亦都可以代表香港出賽，咁係一件好開心嘅事嚟。 我諗都係 EOS 啦，因為佢哋始終都係上屆嘅冠軍啦。咁打佢哋亦都佢哋嘅打野好強，令到我哋覺得好大壓力。但係同佢哋打嘅話係會好有挑戰性。
如果講賽區嚟講，我諗同台灣隊應該係一個好好嘅對手啊，因為上一季嘅 Icon Series 都攞咗唔錯嘅成績，所以都希望喺佢哋身上學習咗唔少嘅技術。呢個比賽嚟講，對我哋嚟講係一個肯定啦。如果我哋香港區嘅隊伍可以喺呢個比賽上面有一番嘅成就，或者係有一啲嘅獎項咧，可能係對香港區以後嘅電競產業，或者係對我哋香港區嘅無論係手機版或者電腦版嘅英雄聯盟嘅選手，都會有一個鼓勵嘅作用。
我覺得我哋賽區最厲害嘅隊伍就係 SVP 同埋 QWQ 啦。咁 SVP 就成隊都好有實力，同埋佢哋嘅風格亦都好出眾啦。咁而我哋 QWQ 就偏向我哋嘅 AD Carry 古仔身上啦，因為佢係我哋成隊嘅核心。咁當然我哋其他隊員亦都好出眾啦。咁多謝大家留意我哋。
硬係要有一個對手嘅話，可能係 SVP 嘅皮哥，因為佢而家轉打上路嘅話，佢嘅水平都非常之高，亦都係好難對付一個對手，所以我希望係可以藉住自己嘅實力去打敗佢。
Easy to execute compositions, seemingly going to be the key word here in this head-to-head matchup as QWQ do battle with looking for Daddy in this best of 5. A chance here now in bracket C to try and keep their tournament dreams alive. And I feel like, Riku, it's going to be that game one that really is going to be the tester, the gauge of really where we're at as to what is strong, what is not, and how these teams are going to look to try and feel their way in as the series goes on.
Yeah, 100%. It is basically a contrast and clash of approaches in the game where you get to see QWQ play a little bit more around their AD carry, and in the meantime, LFD is playing towards more on top side. So I am very interested to see how the execution is going to be with these two approaches to the game clashing.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be an unexpected turn here for these two teams. Although, we're looking at support. Lane matchup, Chief are looking for Daddy and Butjai for QWQ. You're looking at Butjai as more on that presence in those team fights, considering that he has that 4.9 KDA and being that playmaker for his team, that engager with Galio and Nami as his top picks for the tournament.
Yeah, KDA 4.9, yeah, definitely always in the middle of things, being more involved, especially early. When he's going to be using a Galio and a Nami. But on the other side of the spectrum, Chi is definitely more on, having to protect their AD carry, having to protect one in the duo lane, most likely waiting for that scaling, which makes sense because, again, in the early to mid game, LFD plays a lot towards the top portion of the map. So we'll have to see how he's able to set up and protect and see and manage and stabilize the duo lane in the early game.
Yeah, and on the other hand, as a contrast for QWQ, I think we've heard it from the interview as we've seen a while ago and heard that I think QWQ is really focusing onto the bot lane. They're playing towards their ADC, cool, on what they want to do, on what they want to play. So I think really it's up to Butjai to be that defense wall here for their ADC and be one of the strong ones to come through.
Do you think that's going to be the lane to focus on then? Is going to be that Dragon lane where we see that the support's going to have a huge role to play, not only in terms of giving some support and pressure with global champions like the Galio, but the Enchanter preference to allow the likes of Illusion Corki to really hit those strides nice and early here, Riku.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Both of the supports really like to play their Namis, and it's really telling because one and Lokien also likes to play the Lucian. Nami has been one of the best pairs, not the Braum like LOL PC, just because of the Staff of Flowing Water. You just provide a lot of utility and as well as ability haste. But something that also coincides with that is the potential Varus. So we may see that as well here. Of course, Lokien is gonna be looking towards this, the setups, the draft building around him, which I think is very contrasting because one will be basically all alone in the early to mid game and shine in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely. The composition is going to be crucial here for both these teams, QWQ and looking for Daddy. Although really what I'm looking at here for LFD is if Wolf, their jungler, can be able to impact the bot lane, just decimate lock-in to scale out into those mid-game, late-game stages.
I'm curious, really what sort of style of play we're going to have here. Are we going to have a game where it is going to be bloodthirsty with early game champions like the Lucian being the hot preference, where we're going to have like sort of Darius and Garrett and so on look to try and really drive that narrative? Who can forget Renekton, obviously? But those sort of champions that are looking to try and get the tempo, get the 5 to 10k gold leads in those initial minutes, or are we going to look to maybe slow down the pace a little bit more, look to lock in the likes of the Corki and start to think, okay, we don't want to take too many risks. We're looking to try and feel each other out in this tournament, get an idea, because once again, guys, I mean, this is a lower elimination knockout, a chance for you to keep that dream alive, but also, I mean, there's going to be some nerves in this tournament, Rico. I mean, there's a chance that these teams feel like we're not ready for this moment, but it's coming at them.
Yeah, it's no safety net anymore. You're in the lower bracket. This is a do or die situation in a BO5, and it is both, you know, probably disheartening during their debut in the C Championships, because both of these teams got 3-0'd by, you know, Banana and Team Flash respectively. So I'm excited to see, and I'm predicting that it's going to be a bit of a quiet, slow game in game number 1.
Speaking of predictions, that is the key word right now. So let's bring that up on our screen and let's see which way we're swinging and who we think might actually take this series. Oh, okay, well, I guess we're all just looking for a daddy, because apparently that's the way we're going. Infinity, what's your score prediction and why?
I think it's gonna be 3-2, as we have stated a while ago,
Okay.
even before the series began, and even before the panel began. We're talking like how both these teams are actually quite close when it comes to their powers. So I think this will go into a distance of 5 games for Looking for Daddy and QWQ.
Well, for me, I think it's also 3-2. I just really like how Wolf performed, and imagine as well if, you know, Juan, Chi, Wen, and PP is able to like step up and, you know, be on the same level of performance as Wolf. I think it can be potentially really solid.
Well, I've gone for a 3-0 just because I want to annoy Twitch chat and keep them excited and perhaps prevent the curse of what we just saw happen before, where we did go to 5 games. I know people like watching us on stream all day and all night, but, you know, sometimes you like to see a dominating performance come out from some of these teams, and it could be scrappy, it could be exciting, but I almost feel like game 1, having set the tempo, could be that momentum swing, and I feel like, quite honestly, it can go either way. Maybe QWQ get that game 1, the mental boom is there, the champion pool is being explored, and the ability to close things out can come from there. So before we get ourselves into champions, let's highlight some of those key picks once again. Let's familiarize the viewers at home. You mentioned before, I think it was Infinity, the ability to play the TF and Rengar, that they wanted that global pressure. That was going to be a bit of a crutch. Do you think that is a one size shoe fits all, or do you think there's more depth to it than that?
I think really there's a two-sided to this type of composition, right? If Rengar is able to roam into the bot lane, is able to impact other lanes, Twisted Fate could actually follow through with the ultimate. So I think if they go through into the level 5, they could really go for impact. But if LFD is going to be playing very, very safe, this is not going to be looking that great for QWQ onto this composition, considering, as always, as we talked about, if Rengar doesn't stack up 5 passes on 10-minute mark, it's going to be so much harder.
Yeah, there's just that really, really small window right now. And looking at LFD, though, they're starting with an Olaf and the Gragas. And it's really a tad telling whether or not they might play the Varus into this game, just because there's no threat of just, you know, that Ragnarok heading straight to the backline. Galio now being prioritized, which could potentially mean we could see a Diana pick come in as well, and as well as Jarvan just for that big Wombo combo.
Yeah, the Wombo combo, that Venn diagram that we keep on talking about when it comes to the CC chains. LFD could definitely go through that, but QWQ is going in for an aggressive Baron lane and jungler, potentially having to pick up Camille and Renekton in the same draft.
I love this so much here, Riku, because I feel like when you put Camille and Galio in the same category together, they just do so much as a duo. Forget about the jungle and support link up. These two together, they can lock somebody down for 20 years.
I have to agree with you there. The Hextech ultimatum and just a ton of burst damage coming from the side of Renekton. You will feel a tad bad whatever TP is going to pick up, because this top and jungle duo is just very, very strong.
Although now looking for Daddy, Kai'Sa and Lulu has been picked up, so QWQ will go to another route picking up the Zaya and also the Nami instead. The huge AoE CC can potentially disengage some of the engaged potential for looking for Daddy.
Yeah, exactly. So I can imagine whatever jungler is going to get picked up. I imagine this could be a Xin Zhao and could potentially match the big level 3. Never mind, it's going to be a Kha'Zix. I will anticipate Wolf going in. We talked about this before. Not a Vi. Something that can provide damage, and a Kha'Zix will be that pick.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate gotta be locking in for QWQ. This is what we keep on talking about for QWQ as one of their main key champions that can literally carry the game and be present onto the map. So QWQ locking that in is a massive takeaway for QWQ.
Yeah, this is them gonna be saying, hey, we're gonna play more towards top side, level 5, we're gonna gank tower dive, PP rather, on this Darius, and it's gonna be more on towards Chi side to see if he can catch up, roam, get that hero's entrance.
It feels crazy to me that a Twisted Fate can come in that final pick. We sort of know that's what QWQ are looking for, but they're saying we're not going to bait ourselves into that trap. We want that global pressure to match the Galio, but we don't feel threatened. I feel like the Camille Renekton in those first 2 picks was a nice little adaptation, right? Steal away the combo, but also guarantee that you got 2 of the strongest champions in that portion of the map nice and early on. So QWQ, I'm leaning towards them right now. I'm feeling like they've got themselves a good little start here. But I tell you what, somebody else that has a great little start is our casting team. So let's throw it across to them. It's Contra and Omo.
Thank you very much, Kimmy. And this is going to be our final series for our Friday night. And it's the lower bracket in Group C. So far, Omo, I think we've already seen the draft between both QWQ as well as Looking for Daddy, both having very similar ideas to bring into the table. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one. It's the last chance in this series.
Yeah, that is correct, Contra. We cannot forget that this is an elimination match. Of course, both of these teams getting dropped down here to the losers bracket after losing their own matches 3-0. But I do want to point out that they lost a different caliber of opponents. But first of all, let's take a look at the draft here. I do like what QWQ are running. I think the draft gives them a lot of opportunities for success to dive top lane for this Renekton, to look for split push options in the mid game. And LFD, they have very limited options to engage onto QWQ. So I think they have a good draft going on. On the side of QWQ, their draft got limited pretty heavily. I think a good ban choice from LFD to take away the Jarvan as we're going to the game, Contra.
That's right. It's the first match here between Looking for Daddy and QWQ. And we have a fresh new face here for QWQ. Look in. Comes in from the substitution to replace Cole. Yep. On the marksman role. So I wonder how much of change will that be for QWQ.
Well, the first change that we're seeing right off the bat is no Ashe being picked up. And I know a lot of you guys have been very vocal for not liking the Ashe. So here going for a more traditional pickup in the Zaya Nami combination. I think that's perfectly fine here in the Baron lane. Sorry, in the Dragon lane rather. And I think it's going to be a good 2v2 matchup into this Kai'Sa Lulu.
If this were to be a movie scene, it might have been very close to Wanted. But if Angelina Jolie is going to be watching, she might just be disappointed with the Ashe too. So, PP against Houghton, and we're already seeing barrier being popped in, and Houghton flashes forward with the ignite, might just be in time to pick up the honey fruit. PP survived.
Barely survives there with a tick of health. Both of these Baron laners with just a tick. PP, I think he'll stay to catch this wave, which means whole team he can recall here. Or he can pick up the honey fruit and come right back. Looks like that's what he's doing. 2v2.
Wow, mid lane, Millie having some scuffle, and that's first blood still. We're looking for Daddy with the ignite, taking down the health bar.
Ignite and rip off the dots, take down Tommy. I didn't quite catch what happened, but Tommy got dropped before I could really notice what was going on over there. And that's going to be a good start, right? We talked about how QWQ, they have a lot of options with the TF and Camille to fly towards the top side to get the Renekton leads. But if they get set back themselves, then this Kha'Zix has a very real chance to take over the game.
That's right, and you mentioned how much this is kind of like a mirror of their ideas of getting the mid laners ahead, and now they haven't got their elements just about yet. But once they do, probably there will be a little bit more of that global roaming, and Kha'Zix getting that kill, this is going to help him snowball a little tad bit.
It is indeed. It's going to be really nice. Kha'Zix is a champion who wants to, who enjoys snowballing. I would say he's very good when he's ahead, much less good when he's behind, as we saw from Bananas Vendetta, right? In 2 different games, he gave us 2 different Kha'Zix forms. When he was ahead versus when he was behind. Wolf here committing the ulti, but won't quite find anything. Quite cheeky, actually. I liked his usage of the ult to dodge the ward, but Hoteen will just one-shot the wave, and QWQ's Baron lane is finding some pretty good leads for himself.
Yeah, so far, I think it has been pretty great for PP. I'm really going for the Bramble Vest here, and probably will be able to exchange a few more blows against Hoten. But
yeah, but Hoteen, when he's coming back, he items himself. I think he's gonna be happy. Not gonna be able to lifesteal against that Bramble Vest is always gonna be nice, though.
That's true. Well, we have pretty much of an even scoreline here, except for the fact that Looking for Daddy got that first blood over on the corner.
Yep.
So I want to see on that bot lane matchup here between this Kaisa as well as Xayah, which both have pretty safe support enchanters that could possibly get them surviving, especially when she is going for...
Keep them safe. Yeah, the heal is going to be nice for both of these supports. I'm quite curious that neither of them took the exhaust, which is so good against Kha'Zix and Camille respectively. Just opting for the keeping your AD carry safe, getting a little bit more healing and shielding going on there with the barrier as well. That's always I want a timer. It's almost 4 minutes. Both of these teams have their globals available. Galio against TF, both with the Roa. And it looks like they're just going to be facing off in the Dragon lane.
And speaking of the Baron lane, this
PP.
is where the Hexen Omen locks him right under the turret, but PP still trying to survive. The Ignite has already been popped. He did not land the Noxian Guillotine, and Chi just arrived to the scene.
Nice.
Holtein's gonna drop. That's a double for the Kha'Zix. And Wolf wants to secure every kill for Looking for Daddy.
Every kill, and now the Rift Herald as well. They're going to get first move to this one. He's 1,000 gold or more up on Tommy. It's going to be a very big and scary Kha'Zix here. They want to fight, I think.
One having some exchange with Lokin. Lokin dropping low. He
solo
does
kill.
have the barrier. He still survived while the Herald is getting taken
Yes,
fight. Looking for Daddy. Still the exchanges come right through. Dodges
nice.
that Void Seeker. And well, QWQ still survived.
Yeah, that would have popped the plasma there. A lot of burst for Juan, but he opts not to go in. Knows that Locked In still has the 2 disguise available. So he's going to play it a bit safer there on the conservative end. And the big thing to take note of right now is how big this Kha'Zix is, right? He's going to be a very scary force to be reckoned with, but he can't take over the game just yet. Couple of things for him to keep in mind. There is going to be a Destiny to review him. There's going to be a Hextech ultimatum to lock him down. And it's not a simple task to try to assassinate a Xayah. Yeah, PP here getting out-traded pretty much constantly in this game.
Yeah.
Wolf, though.
I'm glad that you pointed out. Now Wolf playing a little bit too aggressively. And he burned the flash just to invade to the blue. I don't think that is the biggest of takeaway. But Looking for Daddy opts to reset on that drag.
Yeah, they're going to try to start that one off, but we'll just give that one up since Wolf blew everything that his ultimate, his flash. They're going to be behind on spells. I want to point out Galio's getting jumped right now.
Oh boy.
Not going to see that, but that's fine.
I guess they don't really want to see it, but he still managed to walk out of it while Lokin just struggling to keep himself healthy. Many a times that you look at Juan playing extremely aggressively, and all you could possibly do as Butjai is just to land a perfect bubble, which isn't all too easy to do. Here comes Juan, once again, trying to rush right through. The bubble will connect. Same goes to the tile wave that's just dropped right in. Destiny being brought out, and that's where Wild Growth gets popped, but he won't be able to survive when just arrived to the scene with the hero's entrance. And Tommy, 1 HP, gets ignited, and one still most right in with just his punch. Not really the best move with the gold card being popped. That's one more for CLJ.
Big mistakes there. When flashing in the straight line means that he will just get caught up by the wild cards. Kha'Zix wants to come in and look for something, but won't quite find anything. PP misses on the spin and goes for the dunk. Either way, a lot of mistakes coming across the board. Can't say this is something which we did not expect. Both of these teams, I would say, on the lower end of the skill in the playing field. And it's pretty much exactly what we're expecting, right? Mistakes across the board. Starts off with Juan getting too aggressive. And Wolf, he has Dominus.
He's diving right in, and now this is where Tommy comes in to turn the reverse. So no cards being brought to the table, and that's where Chi is kind of stuck in between. LFD.
Big mistakes for LFD. big mistakes, and QWQ, they're just gonna pick up a bunch of kills, and just like that, Tommy is back in the game. You want to give this to your Camille, my friend. He's gonna take that one for himself. That's fine. Let's look at the map though. Wen is pushing the Dragon turret, gonna do some damage here. Let's take a track of the goal. Let's tell you how things are going. QWQ with a slight lead. Herald is of course still available for Wolf. He did donate his shutdown over to Tommy, and leads on the side of QWQ gonna find themselves in the pockets of Hoteen as well as CLJ.
Yeah, just looking back at that dive that went absolutely wrong. Now that actually brings the Renekton back up online, finishing off that Blade Ruin King. Look at Wolf currently just by the side. He might just be able to go in for some good setup when now
Righteous Glory
goes in just to chase them over. And Thunderstorm immediately getting popped. That's where they managed to root down Wolf. Tommy goes over the wall. We'll be able to find Chi. Wild Growth being used. Destiny coming in as well. Now, Wen as well as Wolf won't be able to negate all these damage that come right through. 2 kills for QW.
Yeah, so many mistakes here. They're gonna try to trade the mid and bot turrets for the bot turret of their own. Tommy though.
Wow.
Okay, well done. I am at a loss for words right now.
I know.
But basically, the TLDR of that was an over-engage for LFD. They tried to jump into the Feather Storm. That's not gonna be a good idea. Basically, any time, right? That results in them losing Dragon. And of course, this is gonna be the first Dragon of the game at 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a hot mess here for QWQ, but they thrive in chaos and looking for Daddy. They tried to make all these calls work for them, but the only member that's currently having any form of lead is going to be Wolf. So we keep an eye out for him. He's only got that Dustblade of Dracula working towards a Black Cleaver as well, but they went for that Zaya.
What is this, man? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? Once he goes into ulti, why are you still trying to chase her? Why is your Lulu walking in and getting chain CC? You know there's a Destiny's Gate available, and they just get completely punished. And I was gonna criticize Hoteen. He went for a very early teleport enchantment buy, uses it to defend the mid lane turret. So I guess it does kind of work out for him. That is a big investment of gold, because that means that 2 turrets do get dropped. Both bot lane turrets are down. Current lane on the side of LFD is low. QWQ's mid is low, and that one I would say is infinitely more valuable. Steve will find a chance to go there and take that.
Indeed. Now, just having a little bit more of a reset. More vision being set from the side of QWQ. Now the problem is this. When you look at this Wolf, he probably has tried to dive in multiple members of QWQ. Didn't work against the Renekton. And of course, what happened in the bot lane here, not only did Loki survive, the rest of LFD, they took the short end mistake. Now they're going to be looking for PP as well.
Yeah, they're gonna just break that turret. It's so low. I dislike how LFD try to make a rotation to come and save him when it's obvious that the turret's already dead. It's way too late. They should be here at mid lane trying to pressure that turret. They need to get that wave down, and oh my god, Juan's gonna get caught.
Tommy, Hextech Ultimatum being dropped right in, and that's all that they even need. Not a single. Destiny was probably going to be utilized into full effect. Now, QWQ just keeps picking on a member after member from looking for Daddy, and this is the way that they wanted it to be. And you just look at the itemization, they've already got so many things in the bag.
I mean, if you look at these team comps across the board, right, honestly, they're really similar. Bruiser Baron laners, Assassin-y, or rather mobile and high damage junglers, global utility mid laners, and hyper carry marksmen with a utility enchanter support, right? So it's very similar team compositions. QWQ are just using it to its full effect. They're using the TF ultimate proactively. We have not seen the hero's entrance being used once proactively. I think it's been used once defensively. That's not what you want to see, right? You're reacting to QWQ. You're letting them dictate the pace despite your Kha'Zix starting game 3-0. And look at CLJ. Look at his items right now. 5-0 and 2. Roa, rapid fire cannon. He skips the Lich Bane, goes straight for Death Cap.
Yeah, this Twisted Fate is absolutely huge. He could just basically remove one player by himself if he wants to. And the thing about QWQ is that they have great ease of execution. Now Loki's just going to flash away. A lot of pressure coming from LFD, but that's good Blade Caller to just chunk back some of the health bars of LFD.
Yeah, they just chunk some health bars, but nothing really comes out of that one. Biggest of these teams is the flash for Lokian. We do see a bit of an attempt here towards BP. He's gonna see it on the ward though, so he's gonna be just fine.
Right. Invading into the right side of jungle, looking for Daddy will secure the turret as they continue on with the pressure. Here comes the Destiny. That will be Win just spotting him out for the moment. And interesting enough, the timing on that Destiny definitely calls to question here. It could definitely be pulled in on better moments when they actually have opportunities to catch somebody out.
Yeah, I think they were just fishing a little bit right there. Not gonna find anything. Wolf is way too ambitious. That's rapid fire.
Oh, great gold caught onto One. He turns golden for a bit. One just trying to hold him back with the taunt. Well, the rest of LFD, they're stuck in their own jungle. Hippie will have to take it all. And this is an early ace for QWQ.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed an early ace. They're gonna get the Baron here as well. Lulu Wildgrowth was in use. Galio just flashes into the Xayah Featherstorm. You know, a lot of things which should not be happening are gonna be happening. This looks like one of my ranked games, right? But ultimately, QWQ, they're gonna pull ahead to a massive lead after this Baron drops. Yeah, you look at CLJ, he's still pushing mid lane. He gets a tier 2 for free. They get the Baron just like that. 13 minutes in the game, 10,000 gold lead for QWQ. Baron, Dragon, they are firmly in the driver's seat, and this looks to be a dominant game 1 here for QWQ.
Yeah, that's 10,000 gold lead that we're talking about here. I don't think that they're going to be dropping the ball anytime soon. But if there's going to be a point of contest looking for Daddy, it probably will look to the Dragon. Let's have a look at the replay again.
That's gonna be, yeah, look at that. Aggressively into the Xayah, who can just use his ultimate to disengage the fight when he should come back, peel away the fight with his team. And it all starts off, of course, with Wolf once again. Overly aggressive, jumps in for no reason into a team comp which excels at punishing your over-aggressive attempts. And it looks like QWQ, when they don't have the Jarvan, when they don't have the Vi, their overly aggressive tendencies are just getting punished. Sorry, LFD rather.
Yeah, and the bigger problem here is also opening up the Camille on top of that, giving Tommy so much of that accessibility where you can just free your roam, dive right in. Now they get one more turret right down bottom, and that's Tidal Wave dropping onto One with the Hex Element just to put him to place. And
they're trying to end.
They're already having minutes in there. I guess
yeah,
it's not
just gonna get mid. Okay, so a bit of an iffy situation right now. I think they could end though if they find one more pick.
Right, good bubble onto 2, but they're not looking to dive too much. QW, they're feeling absolutely confident and comfortable, so they just go in, siege each side of the lane one after another, while they just send 2 members onto the Drake.
Yeah, and they're just gonna get the Drake for free, gonna get some resets. Once they come out of base, they are just gonna come in the top lane and just try to break the inhib and the game. It's a pretty simple situation. QWQ fighting themselves in right now, firmly in the driver's seat. They have the handle on the game. They should be able to close this one out without much issue.
And you just look at Lokian once more, right? Like, this is his debut performance, and he's playing a very clean Xayah. You gotta give credit to Bajai, because many of all these occasions, it was not only great setup with the Tidal Wave, on top of great Octo Prisons as well. So, whenever the situation arises, this support has always been side by side with Lokian. Just having that wall growth to keep him alive, and still having that heal that most often than not necessary for them to even pop out in some of these fights. But Destiny now being called in, there won't be any dive though.
Yep. Yeah, they're just using it for the Destiny and not for the gate. It's not necessary. They just want to have a full handle of things. They want the information. Just like that, turret's down. Nothing you can do, LFD. You're just too little, too late. That's going to be super minions in all 3 lanes. I'm quite surprised they even opted to back. Why not just try to end the game right here? Guess they want to wait for one more Baron Nashor. Gonna play it safe, play it by the book. QWQ 15,000 gold up. They don't want to risk losing it.
And we look back into the past series where Flash Wolves got taken down. Now looking for Daddy, just being another hope for the Taiwanese region, isn't really in a good starting performance at all. And we haven't seen QWQ perform this way, and I kind of wish I see it sooner in those earliest series.
Well, QWQ, they kind of got rolled by Banana.
Oh,
so
getting rolled right now as you speak. TP coming in, Hero's entrance. drops onto Tommy. Well, it is a perfect taunt onto QWQ. The collapse comes in. Hokin cleans
man.
up shop. It's a
have
double
Gate.
for Loken. And that Gate will connect that gold car on top. But when the last member remaining for LFD will get jumped upon. Minions crossing in left, right, none in the center, but that's about it. LFD takes his first loss with QWQ taking the point.
I'm really surprised at how that game turned out, Contra. I voted this to be LFD taking it. After seeing how they did against Team Flash with that overly aggressive Vi Jarvan combo coming in, I thought they were the better team here. It turns out I was completely wrong. LFD got a lead in the early game, but without the simplistic nature of the Jarvan Vi team composition, they were unable to continue that lead, kept making mistakes, kept getting punished. And QWQ, they came back strong.
Indeed. And we saw great scaling potential coming in from this side of QWQ. Ease of execution, having great utilities to lock down members after members of LFD. LFD was kind of baffled in many of all these team fight, and I wonder what can they do in the next game. So, Skimmy and Co., back to you.
Thank you very much there, Contra, as, yeah, that was a bit of a game. That was a bit of a situation where we saw Twisted Fate be kind of good. Who would have known? Twisted Fate really is the QWQ pick. It popped off. It had a phenomenal KDA, but I really want to talk about how that game started off, where we saw a top lane Renekton. He looked like a tasty little treat. The Darius tries to go for the kill, tries to go for the flash execute. It doesn't work out. Then Wolf's like, all right, second time a try. He jumps in, and she's like, maybe if I come and follow them, Lulu can help. And ultimately, it felt like the game snowballed out of control from there with a dominating 21-4 performance Infinity.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking for Daddy was just so aggressive on the top side of the map, but keeps on failing towards that. And after then, it's just CLJ being able to be so dominant in that series to follow through with lock-in and butt jive for QWQ as well. We keep on saying, we heard it from the interview that they're really focusing onto their ADC, playing around it, and CLJ is just so proactive in those team fights, and I really do commend them for that playstyle.
Over here, it's just so good when it comes to punishing plays. If you're going too aggressive, then the level 5 will kick in with the Destiny and CLJ.
Right? Proactiveness for Twisted Fate is just something that we need to scour away from. And we keep on talking about the Twisted Fate for QWQ alongside with Rengar. Unfortunately, we did not see Rengar for QWQ, but see the power that Twisted Fate have if QWQ has it in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can talk about the Rengar being so strong, but a Camille can fulfill a very similar role, right? You're not pouncing out of bushes, you're just hook-shotting off walls. I mean, essentially, you're doing the same thing of getting in their face and saying, hey, that's a lot of damage. So, I mean, at the end of the day, QWQ were pretty happy with how that game plays out. I mean, obviously, it's too early to talk about drafts, but I mean, a scoreline like that really tells me that momentum may just be in their favor now. As we jump into the break, QWQ lead this final best of 5 of the night. welcome back as QWQ got off to a flying start here with game number 1 in the bags for them. And it wasn't just a case of them winning the game here, Riku, it was the case of them dominating that match.
Yeah, that was a very convincing win, and it could be the trend that QWQ sets for the rest of the series. And it's a little bit worrisome too, looking at LFD's, the entire condition of that game itself. It may be very solely reliant on the draft for them to have a comfortable early game.
Yeah, and then that dominance. Twisted Fate, Camille was there for QWQ to really just set up a play for their team. So I think really how QWQ played that was exceptional from that game number 1.
Somebody else who's exceptional is our sponsor, One Esports, the home of esport heroes, as you can get your daily dose of esport action all the way over at oneesports.gg. It's a fantastic place to hang out, but not as good as this place because I think we're having a lot of fun so far. We're 1-0 up. QWQ leading the series, having a good time. Do we think it's as simple as just banning away to Twisted Fate and seeing what their next move is?
I think that's a step. That's a step indeed into trying to hinder down onto QWQ. But do take note that the mid lane for QWQ also plays Ari and Galio, also playmakers for their team. Galio, as we all know, can have that semi-global ultimate that can also pick up into those bot lane onto the top lane. So I think so far banning away Twisted Fate is a step to try and hinder QWQ down, but not exactly gonna be putting them in that I don't know, drop hole for this game number 2.
Into the pit.
Yeah, into the pit.
I think this is the time where Wen can, dish out a bunch of his interesting pocket picks, like the Riven mid, maybe something like the Renekton, because when you're up against a very squishy mage, then you can easily just 1-2-3 hit combo and immediately burst them down. So maybe we get to see that in the next game.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if you're LFD right now, you're looking to try and recover. You want ease of execution. You're probably looking at a composition which hits level 5 and spikes phenomenally. I mean, we look at a comp that they had beforehand. Sure, you got the Galio to target pretty much any lane you want. You got the Kha'Zix with the evolution, the Darius that can bring down the guillotine. You're really at that point hoping that someone is going to fall down. That's going to open up either a structure to claim, an objective to take, or some form of tempo to utilize to then try and snowball the game further. But I suppose we return to that 7-minute point in the top lane where it was almost that overforce to take Renekton, and when the wheels weren't turning anymore, when they realized, we've just gone 1 for 3 and we've lost everything, Riku, they kind of looked like they were lost as a way of getting back into that game.
Yeah, it was purely towards execution. And, Darius versus Renekton has a very, very small window because as much as possible, you want to see whether or not you can win the level 1 and the level 2. Come level 3, it's going to be a tad difficult already. So I saw, LFD tried to execute that, but unfortunately, it wasn't there.
Yeah, and it might be an odd comparison here, but we've seen how the past series was all in pressure onto the Baron lane. Maybe that is the reason why Looking for Daddy is playing onto the Baron lane as well. They're trying to lead their Baron lane into success there, but the problem is they're going in all too focused onto the top side of the map, wherein they're leaving the mid lane, they're leaving the bot lane as an opportunity to actually scale out as well.
Yeah, I suppose you start to then think, is it a case of then playing some more unconventional picks, right? Looking to try and get yourself back into the series, throw that curveball out. I think you, Riku, mentioned, where's the Vi? We want it. Wolf, forget about that Kha'Zix. We know that you're looking to try and play a little bit meta, but we know that Vi is something in your back locker that looks fantastic, that, hey, look, even they can play in the top lane with PP too if they want to be really creative. Give us something different. Give us some form of fashion of saying, you know what, I'm bored of the snooze fest. I don't want to see more Renekton or Riven or Camille. Give us our items looking like. What are we aiming to really play towards as a win con? So do you think the unconventional picks need to come out sooner rather than later?
Yeah, for sure. I think it has to be now because that loss LFD experienced in game number 1 was surely crushing. So with that, how do you get that reset? How do you set it to that 1-1? And unconventional picks, maybe not a lot of options towards top side, but maybe towards the mid lane and as well as a little bit down bot. Maybe we get to see top lane picks being flexed towards the mid lane perhaps. Maybe they go all in on the global ults. Like we get to see TF, Pantheon, and a Galio and just funnel everything in, and someone will surely die, one or two.
Hopefully. I mean, I think you even mentioned Diana in a mix of things leading into this series as well, right? As a pick in the mid lane that could be quite exciting. What do you think, Infinity?
Now, I think Diana could potentially actually work with the Galio in their team, but the problem with the Diana, it actually scales out a little bit longer. He is powerful into the mid game, but into the late game, if you do not have that opportunity to actually go into those team fights in the center and go for that moonfall, you're just gonna get disrupted. Especially with a lot of champions that currently has a lot of CCs, moonfall can easily be cancelled too.
100%. I think that's really the talking point right now, right? Is that you do need to channel up to its maximum duration to get the maximum benefit. But there is so much CC right now that might not be entirely possible. We're jumping into the second draft here. It is QWQ this time actually opting for first pick.
Yeah, they are now going to see if they can secure first pick Renekton, perhaps. I mean, Hotin had a very stable performance there, and it just pairs so well with so many early game junglers. We're talking about Xin Zhao, Camille even. But that is the biggest question, whether or not it's going to be open as the Camille LFD has massive respects towards Tommy. So look at this. All picks flex top, flex in the jungle. Maybe a Riven first pick perhaps would be available.
Yeah, I think QWQ would want that, because considering that you don't have Camille, you don't have Renekton, you don't have Jarvan 4, pretty much the choices currently would be the Darius or the Riven, but Darius being bad away for looking for Daddy leaves Riven open for QWQ and puts in pressure for looking for Daddy on what they want to do as a Baron lane for this team.
Yeah, but looks like they've changed their mind, saying QWQ says, okay, it's fine, we're gonna secure this Galio because we can flex it in CLJ's lane or towards Batzai. And LFD can take possibly the 2 picks, like the Riven, but instead, no, they're gonna show their mid lane early, anticipating possibly forcing CLJ on towards this mid lane, or we can get a Diana versus Ahri matchup.
I mean, the Gragas is open, and looking for Daddy is really just going through. I think it can be flexing to the top side of the map, not something that we see traditionally so far in the C Championships 2021. So far, it has been the top picks into the support role or even elsewhere. So I think looking for Daddy locking it in has the potential to be flexed into the top side currently or the support, but QWQ might potentially hover into a Senna composition here up against looking for Daddy.
Yeah, this could be what, Senna Galio, or they could go Senna Singe, Senna Nasus, the infinite stacking that we were talking about. And there it is going to be the Riven, possibly towards CLJ perhaps, or maybe in the jungle for Tommy and Hotin. There's a lot of mystery towards this draft, but this is looking to be an insanely strong, straight curve upwards, strong mid game, even towards late for the stacking. We'll see how they can assemble this.
Yeah, if Lucian's gonna be locked in, Twisted Fate is also open for QWQ to lock in. It's a 1v1 up against Ahri if they want to go for that route, and Twisted Fate gonna be hovered by QWQ.
They're just gonna get double globals here, which just feels criminal to me, Riku, because LFD have said, right, we want to go for this Lucian Nami. We want that early game pressure to try and beat you in lane, but we're sacrificing so much pressure that if they make a play in the map and it doesn't work, they just lose so much control after.
Yeah, so LFD is going to opt for, again, strengthening their lanes. And there you go. There's that Vi, there's that jungle and mid lane synergy. Get that charm, get that assault and battery. There's a lot of single target CC involved.
But when it comes to the team fight, that will be their problem. The only one that they will depend on is Nami and Gragas for the Exosu cast and the tidal wave. If they can connect it, that will be exceptional. But QWQ have to remember, you have Twisted Fate, Riven, you have Aurelia, Galio. All of this has CC, and even Senna has root as well. So pretty much QWQ has all of these utilities up against looking for Daddy.
I mean, our wish has been granted. We asked for the Vi, they've delivered, we're happy, and I think our casting team is very happy as well, so let's throw it back to them. Contra and Omo, take it away, boys.
Indeed, I'm feeling great so far, Skimmy. And now we're going in for Game 2. We saw some interesting draft here coming for Game 2, where they finally managed to bring the Vi in for looking for Daddy. So, Omo, any thoughts to the draft that we just saw earlier?
Well, I'll pose it as a question, all right? We don't know if it was Jarvan or Vi that were winning them games. Maybe it was both, but now we'll find out. Since QWQ banned away Jarvan, gave them the Vi, we'll have to see if that's enough, right? If one Vi alone is enough to fix the problem of LFD's aggression not working, maybe this will be it. Maybe a tanky pick in the hands of their jungler, Wolf, will help them out a lot more, but we'll have to see how that one plays out. I do like what QWQ has, though. A lot of aggressive bruiser diving in kind of thing going on, and they got the globals to back it up as well. They've got both the globals that they 3 globals actually. So I think their comp has a lot of potential.
Yeah, it's all about the globals here for QWQ, and
is.
also the big gates here with the Vanguard's Edge locking them all down. And QWQ so far already with a win. Can looking for Daddy secure one of their own in second game of the series.
Indeed, and I think that based on the draft alone, I'm actually gonna have to favor QWQ once again. I think it looks like a very good draft that kind of fits what they want to do. What we saw from them in the last game was CLJ being in the right places at the right time, using the Destiny's Gate proactively. I think we'll see that yet again this game, and he has a lot of avenues, a lot of possible locations to go towards.
And when we go back into the drawing board for LFD, now that they're bringing in the Lucian, that's going to give them a lot of all these great trades against Bajai as well as looking. But Bajai could easily sustain out of this. Just get the heals up, and you know that the Senna probably will skill infinitely. We've seen some of all the other matches with Senna who may or may not have all this sort of success, but I think QWQ here at least got a lot more going on for the rest of the picks.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I could say is the upside for LFD is kind of what you pointed out, right? The South and Battery combo with the Charm, with Ari dashing in, you have the Vi dashing in. It's kind of a substitute for the Javan Vi combo running. Will it be as effective? I think no, because it's a harder combo to execute on. It's more finesse needed. While Javan, you just EQ R. That's it, right? That's your game plan.
Whoa!
Once again, Baron lane gap.
Moment that you talk about finesse, Houghton showing some finesse up over the top side there. That's 2 sums burn, and yet again, PP still dropped. Not having that much energy to go with, and here comes Tommy, though, just saying hi to Wen. While they're already moving into the river, looking, getting caught out, but that will be a charm coming from Wen. With the gold card stunning right through, Wen has to pop the flash, and another one goes by. QWQ. Still gonna be continuing on. Good bubble onto 2. But they don't have the resources. Tommy will drop.
Oh, Tommy.
While Flash comes right through. Juan, he's looking for the wrong target, though. Looking somehow. Gets himself a little bit more safe distance. While Juan is still chasing in.
Oh,
Gold card!
Oh,
And he survives! What?
he survives indeed. I think he got the level up. I think what it was he got the level up from the creep, but PP comes in to clean that one up. It's been a very disappointing series so far from PP, but here we go. 1 kill with him to start things off. It was QWQ to start that one off, but a little bit overly aggressive. They do get punished. Wolf here on this Vi, his specialty pick, and it was paying off for him. We'll see if it can really snowball, right? And we look at what's going on up here. There's no aftershock on the Gragas. You want to be playing Electrocute to punish the Riven. You need to make sure you're not body slamming in, because then he can just chase you down the lane.
That's right, and I think that looking back at the replay, it went pretty close, but PP probably have already run out of cooldowns right there. Opting for a Blasting Morn start could go into a Rod of Ages still if he wants to get a little bit more HP out of that. So, full AP Gragas, what are your thoughts if it's going to be put on the top lane? And they're going to be losing a little tad tankiness, especially when Wolf is also building more towards the damage department.
Yeah, Wolf is always going to be building damage, right? And when he does that, usually we would see from the side of LFD, they would pair it with a full tank Jarvan in the mid lane. Now, going full AP Gragas here means that you guys are going to be glass cannons on the side of LFD. They're going to have so much damage, but if they mess up a spell or two, if they get caught out, if QWQ get the jump on them or get a good engage on them, they are just gonna shred through the team of LFD. And that might be a bit of a problem, because we do see Houghton here getting some leads.
Big problems here. Houghton now in trouble. Senna will send in the ult. Houghton still survives, getting one off at the very least.
Oh!
That Ignite trickles down the HP bar, and yet
Nice.
again, Houghton survives to tell the tale. Wolf could have possibly give chase, but I guess that he knows the rest of them are coming. QWQ now works on that Rift Herald.
And part of why Wolf backed away so early as well, is he knew that Destiny's Gate was available, and we saw CLJ use that to come up. They want to contest this with no jungler.
Good charm, and now the rest of them will secure
need to get
the
out.
Rift Herald, and that's not going to be any more of casualties being shown. Looking for Daddy. didn't commit to that trade. Now they're also getting more pressure into the mid lane. That's where Vanguard stands. Catch up to 3, and they drop in Hero's entrance on 1 as well. Tommy now negated with a bubble, while 1 still trading right back. LFD working it well enough, but no kills for them, and they drop PP once more.
Indeed, they do. That's gonna be QWQ here, just picking up some kills for themselves. They still have the Rift Herald. Dragon has not been started by either team, so that's still an opportunity that's up for grabs here for QWQ. Very real possibility of them just coming mid lane, dropping the Herald down, and using that timing to rush the Dragons like we see most teams do.
Yeah, and I just look back at some of the fights, and I look back at the itemization. Rod of Ages for Nami. Share me your thoughts, because most supports nowadays, they just rush in for things like Redemption and maybe Staff of Flowing Water for the Nami. So
yeah, we do see some Enchanter supports still favor the Roa. Reasons is because it makes you less susceptible to getting one shot, because as an Enchanter like Nami especially, you really do just get one shot if you get caught. So I can understand the rationale there. Ignite might get PP. Will you get make it in time? Not quite.
Oh, he was so close for that honey
So
fruit though.
close.
I feel for him.
He started the animation. Yeah, it was close. And I think the executioners from Hoten, they're playing a part as well, right? Cutting the Happy Hour passive healing from PP is always going to help, right? But back to the point about the Rod of Ages. That makes you tanky, gives you a lot of mana so you can spam those heals. And AP is always nice for someone like Nami who does damage, who wants to be healing and pumping out those heals. So it's always going to be nice. I do like items like Staff of Flowing Water, but I can understand the rationale behind snatching that early roll first if you're not having too bad a game.
Yeah, especially the higher amount of healing would possibly give more sustainability for looking for Daddy. More pressure up mid still, while Tommy looking sharp as ever. So far, having some really key plays in some of the team fights have been able to bring QWQ some leads. And not like Colton possibly need any more visits from this point onwards. Now a few items come in.
Hoten has been finding solo leads indeed. CLJ potted once up to try to save his Baron laner, but wasn't even needed. Those 3 kills that you see Hoten have, they are entirely from himself. He worked hard to get those kills, all 3 on PP.
But
like it's caught.
He gets caught out in between. Now it's going to be a good bubble, and that will definitely negate them with a tidal wave go-kart onto the Lucian. But over the back, it's the Nami that will fall prey. But Jai goes down, same for Chi as well. So a support trait going over, while they're still WQ.
And they do have the Rift Herald still as well. I believe that's in the hands of Tommy. He can't drop that. Ooh.
Oh,
nice.
That's some really good play out there. Great ideation, and that's where they just send down Dawn in Shadow, and yet again it's a killing spree for Tommy. Just diving through turret, and he's definitely feeling great about this Irelia pick.
And I mean, that fight started off with Botjai getting caught and one shot to there. They did commit the Vi ultimate, but that was about all it took to kill him. And QWQ, they still managed to come out so heavily on top in that fight. Really impressive stuff from them. I'm just curious about when they're hoping to hold this Rift Herald until.
Oh, it's just a little bit overzealous right now. And Tommy, if he keeps playing like
I
this,
think they should drop it.
Most likely he will be punished if he's going to be going for such a stance. But there's not enough members from LFD to just do about that. So QWQ still watching over. Harold being dropped though.
He pops it in the bottom lane. That's a little bit curious here. I expected them to want to go for mid lane.
Hotain had the assault and battery locked onto him. But yet again, I don't think anybody wants to go fighting 1v1 against the Ribbon.
Wait, they get this for free?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, they don't get the mid lane turret, but they get the bot lane one for free.
Yeah, I question about some of all these macro plays that's being shown from looking for Daddy. Now the rest of QWQ going in for a little bit of chase against PP. I guess a turret defense is just about good enough. And they can still try to secure the Baron lane turret while the rest of QWQ works towards mid. Oh boy, Tommy.
They're trying.
That's going to be a culling there that almost completely misses. Just a little bit of massage going on for Tommy. While Wolf secures the scuttle for himself. So
yeah, just a messy situation from QWQ. Your dual lane is in the top lane right now. For what reason. I don't really understand. They're losing so much pressure on the map. They move their dual lane up there while their team is suffering in mid lane. It just needs to be reassigned, I think. And this comes back to the Herald point as well. You really need to save it to break the mid lane turret. If you have Riven, Twisted Fate, Irelia, you have no problem taking these side lane turrets as long as you have an advantage. Mid lane is going to be a hard nut to crack though.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little tad, well, I wouldn't say too difficult, but it's still going to be a little bit of a challenge. And
Yep, it
QWQ
will.
probably is going to be using that dragon as a bait. Not that looking for Daddy is going to be in an optimal position for now. No Baron being slain, just a little bit of teaser that is going to happen maybe in a few more minutes time. But QWQ already taking this dragon
Wow.
for free.
I want to point out something very interesting. In every series, right, we see the dragon being contested and fought over 4 to 6 minutes, I would say. In QWQ versus LFD, game 1, the first dragon dropped at 8 minutes. In game 2, the first dragon dropped at 10 minutes. I'm wondering if we'll see 12 in the next one. These teams are just, to be perfectly frank, these teams are just a little bit lost right now.
Yeah, maybe they're just taking things a little slowly. They want to play by their own pace. So potentially we are getting maybe a maximum of 3 dragons for this matchup. I think it's going
Yeah.
to be okay for QWQ if this is going to be the case. Well, I want to look back into the setup for LFD. If they're going to be looking for anybody, it always has to start with Wolf, and maybe that's a major concern here when PP is not participating in the majority of the fight.
Yeah, he can't, right? Because he needs to hold the side lanes. I really want to see QWQ now start using Hotin to split push, knowing they've got the globals to back him up if they try to gank it. They've been doing a lot of nothing for the last 5 minutes.
Oh, there is something at the very least. Turns golden for a little bit, but that's not going to be
What?
anybody knocked up in the air. Culling brings Tommy to 50%. Here comes Destiny, though, looking for one. Well, they will collapse on mid. Flashback behind, looking now survives, but Tommy is not. Good cast on top of Tommy. One secured by one. Well, they still continue on with the trade here. Gold lands on Swan, but possibly this is just about the best scenario for looking for Daddy. And now they are just going to slowly go in for similar pickups from here onwards.
I don't know what I just saw there, Contra. Wolf tried to start that one off with a catch. QWQ tried to respond, but somehow with double globals, they could not find an adequate response. And it was just one free kill. Tommy drops going over to LFD, right? They burned so much trying to re-engage and keep him safe that when he eventually went in for the dive, they had no more spells left to buff him up, right? They didn't have the Senna ultimate. They didn't have the Galio ultimate. He had to dive in alone. Just gets taken down. And gold lead's still in favor of QWQ, but it's basically close right now. It's a 1,000 gold lead. Both of these teams not finding any significant leads to this game.
Yeah, Omo, I believe that you might just be infuriated when you have so many global ultimates and you can't really coordinate them all together to get some good team fights going on. And that only resulted to looking for Daddy getting one, and the QWQ's response was a little bit lackluster, I must say.
Oh, a little bit lackluster is a bit of an understatement there, Contra. I agree with the sentiment. I think it needs to be emphasized a little bit more, though. I just feel like QWQ, their team comp is so OP, it's so easy to play, but they're content just farming it up, just chilling, engage attempts. I don't know what that was. That was an attempt, I guess. You maybe want to let your gold card start that one off.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not a great game, right? Not a great game. And once again, Death Cap second item from CLJ. What are you trying to do with that, my man? You don't want Lich Bane to buff up your cards. You don't want Rapid Fire Cannon to make it easier for you to stun. You want Death Cap? Maybe play Orianna instead.
Well, I guess that could also be a way to work it around maybe for the next upcoming match. If they really want to go for Orianna, it would have actually worked pretty well into the composition that we are currently fielding. Now, Guardian Angel is already up for Wolf, so I guess that he can play more aggressively if he wants to. And if QWQ is going to give so much more time to LFD, I think that this is going to be a good enough of a scaling for them to pick up proper fights in the late game for LFD.
Well, I do want to point out 2 Death Caps. Ooh, what is this?
Just a...
This is nothing. That's it?
Yeah. I was about to go into that direction too.
He bumped Destiny. I'm trying to bump Destiny for what? For what?
Hey guys, I want to take a look at this fight. I didn't pop my minimap, by the way. Maybe I should join, maybe I should not, but he went back to the base, and now With a great pickup here up battery onto Loki, not the target that he's looking for. Tommy dropping in with a hero's entrance. Will be able to knock out Wolf, and that's a dive. Coming out of PP, one now under the turret, in trouble, flashes over the wall, he survives! And for how long more? It will be the gold card here from CLJ, stopping him on their track. Logan misses that does this punch, and well, let's dance forward. PP still does not secure the kill, but he does have another barrel to just that.
Contra, if LFD win this game and we go to a game 5, I'm absolutely gonna lose it. This is... What was that? Everything missed from everybody. They just hit no spells. The engages are really weird and random. It was good start to the fight from Wolf, right? He got the punch flash off. That was a nice start. That was fine. Tommy then used his ultimate to dash into the backline by himself. Goes way too deep. And I want to point out whole team right here. Look at what this man does. So Tommy, he dashes in. He tries to find something. He doesn't quite get anything. Hotin, this Riven, he did so well in laning phase. He comes here to do absolutely nothing. That was the worst Riven I've ever seen in any team fight. And he just dies. Okay, he doesn't die, but it was close. Lokian dies in his steed, right? It just really bad for both of these teams.
Yeah, zero coordination for the moment.
Zero. Yeah, zero.
Could be negative. Could be negative. But
Could
then
be
again,
negative. Okay, well, LFD is a bit better because they have the Vi, right? And Vi is Vi's like a go button. When Vi goes, it's very simple. Everyone knows, all right, Vi's going in, guys, go, 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 go. QWQ's comp, it's not like that, right? They have like, oh, am I going to dash in right now? Am I going to wait to dash in later? Or something like that. So it's a lot more complex to play.
indeed.
And on LFD, they have more success because of the simplicity.
I guess it's a little bit of nerves coming into the series when both sides definitely don't want to take any L. But if QWQ is going to be playing passively, then to use the strength to their abilities currently, then maybe it might just be another game handed over onto the opponents. But here comes Gold Card.
Contra, please. Oh, look, when you have rapid fire cannon, you can stun them from one screen away. Who would have guessed it? Why you predicted it?
Wow. 300 IQ play, but no one's going to be able to follow up. That's a turret for QWQ, so I guess finally they got things going.
I don't know if he predicted it or if he guessed it or what that was, but he nails the ultimate onto Juan. Whole team gets some chip damage onto this bottom lane tier 2 turret. Doesn't quite take it down just yet. But CLJ, who would have guessed that if you were Twisted Fate, rapid fire cannon would be so OP for you? It's not as if this is something that's been played by every other team, every other TF player, and if failing that, you buy a Lich Bane, fine, I can still understand, it helps you hit turrets. This man goes for Death Cap's second item, Rabadons. I lost for words, Contra.
Well, a little bit of burst doesn't really hurt, but I guess that...
Lich Bane gives you burst!
Yeah, true, it does. And speaking of which, he finally gets his 4th item, so... Yeah.
He's big at least.
Just,
Yep, he is big.
just at least
17 minutes.
4 items. I'm happy enough that he just have all the right items, just miss priorities, right?
Eventually, we got there, right? We got there in the end. It's just frustrating that this could have been an effective TF 10 minutes ago. I like what we're seeing right now. QWQ, it took them 17 minutes, but are they finally gonna do it? They're doing it!
There we go!
They're doing it!
2 versus 1. Not gonna be fair for a PP. But here comes the TP coming in as well. QWQ is gonna be moving right in. A Baron call out of nowhere. But that's gonna be Tommy with the GA. There's not the target they want. Both turns go in for a bit. Vanguard's Edge holding them back. But Jai goes into safety, not for long, with Flash coming out of Wolf as they hunt them down one after another. Tommy did not survive. Now they're going in with a charge as well. But you know what? Maybe the Baron is gonna be much more worthwhile.
First question, how do you lose that fight? Second question, how did QWQ not get bot lane tier 2 turret? Third question, is this contest gonna work?
We hold you to your questions for the moment. There is still a little bit of contest going on. Wolf going low, and that's not gonna be any sort of smite available. Yet again, QWQ, they did not really get it.
Oh my goodness.
This is a Baron for looking for daddy.
It is indeed, and Hotin gets a mid lane inhibitor. I'm not sure what the call there was, but if they were trying to trade objectives, they need to call to not run it down. They need to call to just buy time for Hotin. He flashes for what reason? I don't know. He flashes to secure the kill, I guess, wants to be sure about it. He has Ignite, you know, but that's fine. Whatever, he wants to go all in.
Just style points, man. No
points.
No other reason. There's no other reason that you want to flash on top of an RE on 1 HP So let's give him that. Okay. Now LFD possibly
Yes.
is going to be happy about that. They got the Baron. Now my question is, how are they going to be using it? Now QWQ probably have a way of crashing right downwards. And look at this. We already got the Elder up available. So it's all about that objective focus for now.
It is indeed. It's gonna be all about that. We'll have to see what QWQ do. I want to point out once again, it took them 17 minutes for them to realize, hey, Twisted Fate should be potting to the Riven lane, and we can do so much here. 17 minutes, and they still botched to follow up on that successful play. What's gonna happen right now? Are LFD gonna get this for free? So many questions, Contra.
So many questions here left to be answered, but CLJ will drop the cold card onto PP. Bring him down low, Dawning Shadow being utilized as well as the culling. Here comes Hero's Entrance. Perfect one for QWQ. They got them collapsed, bottlenecked in the jungle, and that's where Wolf, QWQ, goes in to sweep them off their feet, looking for Daddy. Now, gets a question on their side. Who's your daddy? QWQ probably will be able to crash right in to take another end hit up top.
Oh, no. Please just tell me you're going for the Nexus here, QWQ. You don't need this in hit. What? Okay, I guess I'm bringing the wave in. That makes sense. They're going for the end here, Contra.
I guess that will end your misery, Omo, and that's where we are looking at an equalizer eventually, but QWQ still will take another game off of looking for Daddy.
Trying to find my center right now. I'm trying to find the Zen here. It took 20 minutes for QWQ to find a proper team fight with that team comp. It took them 17 minutes to realize that, hey, when we have Twisted Fate and a carry top laner, we can just run it down the side lane. And it took them 10 minutes for them to realize that, hey, we can start Dragon, guys. So, hopefully they're learning these things for the next game. And hopefully if they take that game as well, they keep these lessons in mind, because that means they're going to be continuing on to in the losers bracket. But yeah, that's all I have to say for now, Contra.
Well, still a pretty explosive series out there. Felt like an ARM for a tad bit of a moment. I wonder if Riku, as well as Skimmy and the rest of them, alongside with Infinity, is going to feel great for this sort of the momentum that's going over to QWQ. So let's pass it over onto the analyst desk.
Yes, what I've heard that champions can scale into the late game, and I've heard that teams can scale into the late game, but I almost feel like Omo has scaled into the late game because he's getting angry. He's had enough of these builds, right? What are you doing building Rabadon Scabs as the second item? That's illegal. Get the Lich Bane, get the RFC. And as he said, I think 1,000 times, oh, look what TF can do when you start to pop off. Now, it was disjointed. It was, at times, a little bit flamboyant. But in the end, QWQ brought it across the finishing line. They're now 2-0 in this series, Riku. And I mean, what do you look into that series as being a defining moment? Was it as simple as saying they just had more globals, they had more options? Or was it just, at the end of the day, it was an absolute fiesta?
Yeah, I think it's just an absolute fiesta. I feel like the early game is just that set pacer, I suppose, and who will eventually win the game, because I think both of these teams do have that struggle playing from behind. So it's really, really critical to get that early lead. And it just so happens, QWQ is just much greater in that aspect when it comes to execution, and as well as, target prioritization and the way that they manage these skirmishes and the globals too. So at that point, most likely all the time, LFD will have the numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, we touched up onto the draft composition when we were looking at it, right? LFD, you're hugely depending on Nami and Gragas, while QWQ has a lot more to pull through. You have Twisted Fate, Galio, Senna, Irelia, pretty much every single one of them, even including Riven, has CC potentials to actually bring down LFD. And yeah, just the semi-global ultimates coming from Galio and Twisted Fate just is the toppings onto maybe the dessert.
Do we think, though, for LFD, it doesn't really get much easier than that? I mean, we sort of mentioned going into the second draft that they wanted ease of execution at level 5s. Once they're there, they need to find some form of success. We saw Wen go for the Soul Stealer, looking to try and snowball his lead as an Ahri, but ultimately, those ultimates weren't getting themselves that success. You start to wonder, okay, how much easier can they make their life? Because now you're down 0-2. I mean, you're not feeling comfortable, that's to say the least. So we keep asking this question. Pocket picks, unconventional picks. What more can we do here, Riku?
Yeah, I mean, there is that option for Wen as well. He usually, he also has like the Jarvan 4, sometimes even the Riven. So it's one of those things where how can those pocket picks fit well to execute that early game? And unfortunately, you know, by the mid game towards the Baron, they were ramping up, but it doesn't change the fact that QWQ had Hotin already 601. Tommy was just insane, diving in time after time. And at that point, you do have two forms of disengage, but at the same time, just WQ is in such a huge lead. It was kind of hard to come back from that one.
On the top of all that, you know what, QWQ very aggressive when it comes to the early game. And even though with this lineup, they have early game and mid game real estate. When it comes to late game, you also have real estate coming from Budjai going to Senna. So pretty much, I think QWQ in this composition really just secured, you know what, we have to strengthen ourselves in the early, into the late game. Pretty much every single phase of the game, we need to be strong. Seemingly looking for Daddy has just that strong composition that we need to be flexible with.
And I think in terms of objective control, these guys are much more interested in fighting one another, much more interested in minion clearing as well. I mean, we saw, as Omo pointed out, in that game, 10 minutes was the very first dragon. Doesn't seem to be a focus. They don't seem to be concerned, but I tell you what, they should be, because they're down 0-2 in this series. QWQ on match point. Let's see how it concludes after the break. QWQ one game away from keeping themselves alive here in the lower bracket for Bracket C. A chance for them to get excited because this has been what a series that started off in dominating fashion. Big game 2, LFD brought it back with a fair bit of fight. You have to say, Infinity.
Yeah, it was an amazing comeback coming in. I think it was a bit of a roller coaster in the early game for QWQ. It was LFD who was able to bring down, I think, 2 kills immediately in the first early game. But QWQ just brought it back with those 5-man roams in the mid game.
Yeah, it was just really difficult again with how the early game went and just how many tools that QWQ had to just get the numbers advantage with all the globals, the global ults that they had. But yeah, I think my expectations now for LFD is just maybe go back to basics, something that they've used and were comfy before back in, again, the TLC, which is the big 5v5s. And I feel like Wen will definitely assist in that. Again, the Jarvan 4 or maybe the Orianna pick in the mid lane. Jarvan 4, Renekton, just a big 5v5 classic.
And you know what, Riku? Do you know what makes me comfy? Opening the door to my financial future with Franklin Templeton. Who would have guessed? Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Now, how do you manage this game? Because I see 2 particular angles of your LFD looking to try and come back into this one. We were talking off air about perhaps playing some AP in the bot lane. Ziggs has been banned both games by LFD in particular, but I have a sneaky suspicion that they've got that Orianna tucked away for a rainy day. Maybe that's the time to bust it out. But also, I suppose, the flip side of that could be perhaps Corki or Varus for the objective control. Now, Riku, we haven't really seen the objectives be their main focus, but you can't really beat a piercing arrow, a chain of corruption, or a package to say, this is where we're landing, this is where we're fighting, come at us.
Yeah, I think a double poke composition could be possible. Maybe Varus Corki in the mid lane. Again, Wen has a pretty deep champion pool, so I think it is also very much possible. Or, you know, something that we haven't exactly seen today. I feel like we're missing something. We're missing the brand. It's so interesting how the brand has been such a popular pick for 2 days, and then suddenly would kind of disappear out from the radar. So possibly brand can be another option. You know, Ziggs has been constantly banned. So get a brand. Get a brand.
I'm glad that you mentioned about brand because I think Skemmy, you know what, proposed having an AP bot lane. And I think brand is not really the typical support that, you know what, sustainability, defensive capabilities, rather than brand is more of that damage output support that can deal off massive amounts of damage in the early game. And I think that can potentially disrupt the early game of QWQ on how they keep on pressuring in that early game.
I mean, it's a triple flex for some reason. I mean, it's a mid lane by nature, but you can certainly see it be played in a support role. And I would even go as far as saying make it an AD carry as well, because you pair that with some champion like, I don't know, Leona, and suddenly you've got yourself a lot of CC. Very easy to then layer that Pillar of Flame. Guarantee the explosion is going to really connect. And, you know, you're looking to try and get yourself, you know, a winning trade. It's just not going to happen. I mean, you're not going to be known as the brand that roams like a Rakana or a Fresh, but certainly you're looking to say, we're winning this lane, we're making something happen. Either they're recalling, we're getting turret plates, we're getting objectives, some form of pressure. I feel like that has to be the opening they're looking for. So I'm not sure, Riku. I mean, I feel like brand, as you highlight, should be that initiation.
Yeah, I think the brand has a very straight slope outwards when it comes to the late game, very strong in a 2v2 scenario, and can also deal a lot with a Pyroclasm when it comes to the team fight. So there's just a lot of flexibility in that champion. A little bit vulnerable, but I think it can be remedied with Gragas jungle, maybe Gragas top, perhaps, if you want that disengage. So just put the utility and the safety across the lanes, across the other lanes.
Yeah, or you know what? Just ban out Twisted Fate. I know we talked about
We're going
this
back to the start of the day.
Yeah, we're back because I think Twisted Fate is just so dominant. I think you know what, Amo is a bit salty onto the item build of
a little bit. I think it might be the biggest understatement of the day. That is,
what
did you say, low key? I think it's the biggest high key of them all.
Yeah.
Right, but I think it's just a global presence coming in from Twisted Fate is just so obnoxious coming in from this team. And I think looking from Daddy could look at that aspect. You know what, ban away Twisted Fate, maybe pick up the Galio for themselves, put it into support role, put it into the mid lane. Depends on how LFD wants to play this out, but I think Twisted Fate is really just a crucial moment coming in from QWQ, showing us this big type of playstyle in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you know what are the other options, I would love that. great towards the silence. Galio is one. The third next thing would be Aurelion Soul, which is, he's, I believe, twice already the entirety of the C champs. But that's the thing. Force maybe on Assassin, maybe skirmish heavy for PLJ and fight fire with fire, because we've seen how Wolf and like their skirmishes, like their level 3 power spikes, so force them in that situation as well.
What about the Pantheon? I mean, that's basically my best friend. It's another global champion. It doesn't really scream to me as a champion that either of these teams have played, but let's see what LFD do. Oh, forget it. My point is null and void, because I was going to say that it has been LFD always banning the Zegs. What happens if they don't? Well, QWQ say, we'll just ban it instead.
Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to be seeing the double poke, Ziggs Varus perhaps, or Ziggs
TF
plus Ezreal. Oh, there it is! Looking for Daddy has banned the TF. Now what will CLJ play? Will Galio in the mid lane? Unless LFD decides to, first pick the Galio to set up for a 5v5 team fight. There it is.
Huge potential for them to do so. I mean, stealing away these champions coming to the mid lane forces out CLJ to potentially go for maybe an Ahri, maybe another champion that we currently don't know, maybe that unconventional picks that we keep on talking about in Series 1 and Series number 2. But so far, we're not going ahead of the curve. We're going for a Renekton or a Khan. First 2 picks for QWQ.
Yeah, red side, QWQ can just take their time, see what the mid lane matchup is going to be for when, so that CLJ can plan ahead and get that earlier or better matchup. But looking at LFD, Kai'Sa and the Graga. So it could be a Kai'Sa and Galio lane, which is going to be, depending on the bot lane, which is going to be a Xayah and Rakan, I think that could be potentially very scary.
Yeah, I mean, very flex for the current composition for looking for Daddy. I mean, you have Kai'Sa. The supporter role can be either Gragas or Galio. It can go either way. What do they want to do? But considering you have Xayah and Rakan for QWQ...
Oh, no!
No for QWQ?
Oh, wow, where's this going to go? Is it going to be in the mid lane? I mean, we talked about Aurelion Soul, Twisted Fate, Galio, in that particular order of importance. So this could be mid lane where you build snowballs and then you try to affect the side lanes with that as well? Really?
Braum.
Maybe?
Looking for Daddy, one for Braum.
Oh!
So...
We're just so excited about the new pick. We were just... Okay, for LFD, it's gonna be possibly a Gragas top, Galio mid, and then... No, Gragas top, because the Sin's out is already there. Unless Origin Series Sin's out top. We're gonna wait how is this gonna pan out.
So flexible coming from looking for Daddy.
Yeah.
I was looking Xayah Khan, potentially actually going for Galio because of the pressure that Xayah Khan is doing, but no! They're gonna pick up Braum instead. I think they're sending away this champion. And I think that is gonna be a banger of a series that I think potentially looking for Daddy can win it.
I think we actually have some magical powers here, team, because we said, where's the brand? We haven't seen it. They said, you know what? I'll do you guys one better. I'll play the very first game of Nunu in the CE Champs. Omo, are you tilted? Take it away.
Yo, Skimmy, let's keep it rolling right here. The first Nunu in the entirety of CE Champs, and I'm already looking at my dear partner, Omo. Are you feeling sad? Are you feeling happy? Are you excited? No words can describe right now. You're Omo.
It shouldn't have been like this. This should not have been how we had the first game of Nunu. It needed to be something cool, This is just not the game that I wanted to see it in. They took that from us, Contra. They took away the good Nunu first game.
All right.
It is what it is, right?
Maybe they heard your cries like, where's the dragon security in many of all these matches? Like, okay, this time I'm gonna bring in the guy that can help me smite better, that can basically
Wait a
power
minute.
in, and
Hang on, Contra. Are we seeing some roll swaps here, or is this a graphic error?
oh,
You're on the side of LFD, right? What's going on here?
TP, who's probably trying his role at AD, or you could just bring it to the Baron lane. Maybe it's like, you know what? This Gragas here is gonna be pretty tough of a matchup, so I'm gonna bring it over on the other corner.
Oh, it is.
TP,
The roll swap.
it's a roll swap. It's a roll swap, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, guys. Maybe the last 2 games wasn't going
You know
their
what
way.
happened?
Okay.
You know what happened after game 2?
Yeah.
Juan said, dude, you're getting solo killed way too much. Let me show you how it's done. Move aside, move aside. Just go play AD. I'm gonna play Bradley. You're a noob. And he took the Gragas into his own hands, and he's trying to, send a message. He's gonna solo kill whole team. And I don't know. That's the most rational explanation to me.
I guess so. And as much as Juan might just be a name, but if you turn to Chinese, Juan means change. So
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
maybe that
That's
sort of
true,
change will be necessary when we go into some of these team fight. But as we get into the game here, this janky bottom lane synergy is going to be interesting. But I guess it's okay.
We'll see. We'll have to see, right? I mean, I have no idea how this one's gonna play out. I'll tell you that much for sure. PP already not off to a great start. You see the Prey Seeker second skill there, just missing the last hit on the creep. It's already not boding well. Wolf gets spotted out though. This could be a 2v2.
Oh, maybe a 2v1 if this Nunu does not
It's
going
gonna be rolling it in.
It's going to be rolling it in. And that's going to be a double ton. Perfectly set up from Woodward, just as much as well. Then Flash comes right through. What they will look onto taking down CLJ. Gives them a tornado, and I guess that's about it. But Butchai says, you know, it's not about over yet. He takes a little peek. I think Win saw that coming. So none of that is going to be happening. Still no first blood from QWQ or looking for that.
Yeah, just gonna be underwhelming Nunu gank attack. That's what Nunu is good at, right? He's good at ganking, but he's bad at counter ganking. Or rather, he's bad when he gets counter ganked. Nunu's not great when he's in a scenario where he has to fight and skirmish. You see PP close to getting solo killed in the second lane of the game. I think that's quite an accomplishment, right? You know how you have like things like a EGOT, right? Where you get an Oscar, you get a Tony, you get a Grammy. PP is Mr. Worldwide. He's getting solo killed in top lane, getting solo killed in bot lane. Maybe we had another game, he gets solo in bot lane, in mid lane. But Houghton, what is this?
He goes down, and there's still the dominance. It's a double.
What is this?
Look at that, 2-for-1 trade, well worth it. Buy one free.
All right.
QWQ.
Call the pause. PP needs to say something to Juan right now. He needs to say, not that easy, is it, huh? Baron lane, you thought it was easy?
Not at all. And guess what? Juan says, you know, time to Juan lanes again. So this isn't the case. Yeah, I guess it is. Like, you know, top lane, not my territory. Let's go mid. Let's go mid.
Yeah. I will be sure to tell my Hispanic friend Juan that his name means change, and I will make sure that he understands that. But other than that, I mean, if you look across the board, I think they're gonna swap back the lanes. Yeah, this gank is never gonna work.
Yeah.
I mean, Juan doesn't even need to use the body slam there. Yeah, they're just gonna swap back the lanes. They were just catching some waves when it's gonna come to the mid lane. And Contra, I got a question for you.
I'm listening.
LFD when? LFD, when did I ask?
Well, you got me there. So, another question.
I don't know. At this point, I'm running out of content. You know, I'm running out of jokes to make. I had to go for the lowest hanging fruit there. And yeah, it's going to be a slow game once again.
Okay. Now, question is, when are they going to finish these items? Like, it's about 4 minutes. We're looking at BF Sword for the Kaisa.
Yep. We see some rollers.
I guess that's not too bad with the roller. But now, with the rest of QWQ already by the Drake, they're not looking to secure it. They say, you know what? Let's play bowling. Tommy might just roll up top, but guess what? No, that's not happening. We see a Croc up top, and Houghton now gets jumped on Hero's entrance, and they will still continue with the chase. But here goes Tommy, though. Great setup for the last grab, and that's where Wolf will eventually fall. Absolute Zero secures the kill. Maybe not necessary, but Chi gets a great knockup with the Glacial Fissure. They will now defuse the scenario and look to take arrow for their own. It might just be a Lish, though.
Oh, LFD, they're so low. Can they really contest this?
Not entirely sure, but I guess it's whatever for the situation. Tommy,
they're just doing a dance.
He's got the smite. He can just take a bite off if he wants
to.
Why is he buying time? Just
there we go.
Take it. Okay, here comes the late taunt, and everybody else collapse. Looking for Daddy, slowly losing members after another CLJ flashes over that Ignite, and well, oh well.
Yeah, what was that? I mean, I understand not wanting to give up the objective, right? But there's a time and a place to contest. That was absolutely not the time or the place for when. Instead, he doesn't realize that. He just flashes in. This is also not the time or place for you to try to gank Renekton. And I think whole team, in my books, he's been playing pretty well. Mechanically, individually, doing a good job. It's just when it comes to where do I need to be on the map? How do I accelerate my lead? How do I put pressure on the map? He's not doing these things. But individually, laning, mechanics, pretty good. And I think you were right here, Contra. Smart one. Color caster on our desk. Tommy picked the Nunu, so they finally get objectives. You called it.
Yes! Another smite. Another bite.
There we go. Yeah.
And I love it, you know, like, this is the power of Nunu, and I guess we should see more of it, but QWQ possibly
Well, I
could
mean-
get cleaner fights from some scenarios of what we saw.
Yeah, we saw the strengths of Nunu in this game, right? But we also saw its weaknesses, the 2v2 mid. It's kind of a throwback to game one, right? You come in with the snowball, you go for a bit of a gank attempt, but if your opponent jungler is there, and if your opponent jungler is someone like Xin Zhao, you're not winning that fight, friend.
Indeed. Well, I just really want to know what's
Oh.
next for looking for Daddy, you know?
Contra. Tommy's building AP.
It's going for AP. He's
AP Nunu.
It's like, that's how we do it. That's how we want to build a semi-tank Gragas, which we'll still be seeing a 1v1 against the Renekton. I guess that's fine for now. It's going to be
that's
one
fine.
item on both sides.
I'm just waiting to see the full AP Nunu sit in a bush with absolute zero on and just pop some fools. I think that would be the best part of the scene.
Yeah. Let's get that going somewhere in the mid game, probably. And
Yeah, hopefully.
if he can get giant snowball off of a few members, because we saw onto one, that could possibly disrupt any sort of charging time, and that's going to be the grand entrance, dropping onto PP with Wolf fizzing right by, and that's where they will just use a
What?
defensive
What?
quickness to run away from PP. He
Oh.
does right in, looking, will not survive the gank, and that's a very late redemption just to ensure that LFD survives.
Mechanical errors all across the board right there. You see the Kai'Sa trying to... What?
Okay, we're playing bowling.
He missed!
GG.
Gets out. He got out.
Wow.
Tommy dived in. Yeah, Blue Smite. Blue Smite would have killed him right there. I'm just saying, Blue Smite would have killed him. You didn't need to use Absolute Zero, right? But you tried, you went for it. Doesn't quite work out. They might lose that mid lane turret here, no?
Yeah, eventually. They're still looking for their chase. Look at that. Tries to curve the ball.
Yeah.
But that is a little bit harder to land. I guess that the difference between Nunu in Wild Rift and in PC, he doesn't get that ramp up of speed when he rolls the snowball.
I think he does get a little bit faster towards the tail end of that one, but I want to point out this has a bit of similarities, right? It's kind of like the Ashe flashbacks that we were talking about. Just trying to curve the bullet in somewhere. Not quite gonna work right now for Tommy. And I do want to see CLJ actually make his way toward the team when they start looking for objective fights, when they start looking for big fights. Because his ultimate is gonna be so key. They review him! Tommy got reviewed by Sinzao.
Well,
Oh, nice!
that's a good crescent sweep, but that won't be able to buy them too much time to survive till the tilt. Chi goes down. And that's a huge chunk of damage coming from only 3 individuals of Looking for Daddy. Now, where is the backup? They're still waiting, chasing right in. Great grand entrance, and that will secure 2 more kills for
Nice.
QWQ.
Finally, a good play from QWQ. It started off really bad. They were camping the tri-brush, but they were hugging the wall a little bit too tightly. Wolf, trying to use his second skill on the Crux, actually reviewed Tommy right there, but I think he reacted a little bit too slow, and it was a great engage from Butchai. Look at this right now, gets both up. Now just imagine if Yasuo was here for the follow-up, but that's not necessary because of 4-on-3, you're gonna win it anyway. I think the good usage of the Sinzao ulti to try to disengage that fight, it's not gonna be enough though. Loki maybe didn't need to use his third skill there, but that's gonna be okay. This is just great. This is good, easy, all-in dive attempt. And this is looking like QWQ. I don't want to jinx anything, but it might be a trio.
Yeah, and I guess that has proven the whole Atlas does wrong on their votes. I'm glad I
Me
didn't
too. I put trio for LFD as well.
I put 3-2 LFD. So
Ah.
I guess that at least my 2 pointers to QWQ is worth
You know
mentioning.
what? I think the people who voted 3-2 are probably closer though, because this was a very close series. We look at the scoreline, we see 3-0. We might think it was a huge stomp for QWQ, right? That was not the case. It was pretty evenly matched, right? I would say for the wrong reasons, but it was pretty evenly matched. So 3-2, not the worst call here.
Yeah, I guess that whichever the call is, it's definitely a huge surprising factor to see how QWQ have managed to not only improve in such a short duration, but they're making some plays happen. That's going to be the last grab dropping right through. Wolf gets a good sweep onto all 3. And that's the absolute zero that we're looking for. But he will have to flash away. Killer Instinct over wall. He will only be able to get one more. LFD potentially can come back in here to secure that barrier right here, right now.
Renekton, you need to buy a TP. You can turn this fight around. You just need to go home and buy a TP. They're opting not to do it. Want the tier 2 at the bottom lane. They want the tier 1 at the mid lane. They're just gonna trade objectives. But look at the health bars. They're so low. You can just kill all of LFD right now, but they opt not to pick the fight. I don't know why. They just want to play it safe, I guess. You know what's interesting, Contra? They started off the fight with PP walking into a full channel absolute zero, losing half his health, and they still win the fight. Crazy shit.
Yeah, and I really do wonder, right? Like, now he has that F cap and he hasn't been really getting, you know, heavy damage. I think I did some experiment on my own, you know, putting Nunu into mid. And fun fact, you know, before we even jump into this broadcast, okay, I'll hold that for a bit. Good knockup. Okay. Oh boy. Now we're going for the turret. LFD jumping right in. That might just be a good catch onto Tommy. And look in as well. Absolute zero onto 4. They bring them down low. Redemption popped in, and they will still survive. Looking for Daddy with this Baron power play.
They want hold in. They want hold in.
Effect. Just right there. And that's CLJ, who might just fall prey if he cuts right into the jungle. So it definitely was a little bit of slow turner out there. Holton somehow did get cut off.
So, my question is, if you guys have been winning every single team fight inside of QWQ, why are you guys trying to split push on 3 lanes? Send one guy to split push at most, get a TP in on somebody else. Maybe Holton didn't need the Gargoyle Stone play right here. I've never seen a Renekton buy a Gargoyle Stone play over something like, you know, a teleport if you're planning to be split pushing the whole game. And you have 10k gold, the most in the game. And this is why we criticize Holton, right? He played laning phase well, he has good individual mechanics, but when it comes to knowing where to be on the map, he's absolutely clueless. He has no idea.
Not a single clue at all. Now, let's make a vision game here. Just look at some of all these sports here. Line it up for LFD. Now they're going for another catch. One just constantly dropping in.
Save him, man.
Now he goes in with the Pharisum. Not going to be all too enough, as that's going to be PP on a rampage. I guess maybe he's playing a better marksman.
If I was playing Xayah, and my Rakan just left me like that, I'm leaving the game.
FF.
I'm just out. Like, what?
Okay.
He has everything.
Oh,
this is huge.
Great cancellation. You saw the cast, and now the rest will follow through. With a hero's entrance dropping in, Ultian will make it out while looking for Daddy. Did not have the Baron buff intact any longer, but they will still secure tier 2. Now, let's take a chill kill.
And the gold is tied up even right now. Exactly what we want to Contra. An exciting, evenly matched, closely fought game between these two powerhouse teams here, QWQ and LFD. I want to point out really quickly that Holton has not been a part of a team fight for the last 5 minutes. The man has been living his best life in the sideline.
Well,
and Yasuo as well, CLJ has not been a part of any single team fight for 5 minutes too. So these two guys, they've been chilling while their team gets 3v5.
Yeah, if that's going to be the case, if it's going to be living life by the edge or just having a really good time. So, QWQ sitting under their ward as PP
they are.
Spot them out.
Dragon's
this is going to be Dragon though. And
look at
where's
this, Holton. Make up your mind. He can't decide if he wants to go up, he wants to come down, he wants to help his team. He's gonna decide to come down. Look at that, TP's OP, huh?
TP definitely is OP, and that's where Wolf will dive hit first. Not gonna be able to catch anybody here. And wait. I'm looking at Bajai. He misses the quickness, and now that's gonna be a flag. Whole team comes right in. Absolutely zero already being utilized. And LFD, they're screaming for help. Help me out, Daddy. I don't know what to do with this team fight.
Contra, no! Wolf is gonna get chased down here, and I am shocked, Contra. Frankly, I am baffled. I am shocked. I am in disbelief. Who would have thought that if QWQ brought 5 people to a team fight, they would win?
Right. And, well, it baffles me too. Like, I guess that definitely worked out for him at the free end of it. Now here comes a good setup for the Yasuo. As he kills Hasaki. And one's just gonna be holding the line all alone. And QWQ is looking for that clean sweep, needing more damage, but the rest of looking for Daddy is right here.
No way.
With the Killer Instinct, they drop into the fight. Gatan onto Lookin, only having 1 HP, and a dream will go down to the hands of PP.
And the Nexus is so low right now, but they managed to hold on. Another breath of life here for LFD. they're going to be looking towards the Baron as well. They want to take this one down. I think they will be able to. It's going to be very risky for QWQ to try to contest that. They might not even make it here in time. Let's see what they opt to do. Yeah, they're just giving it up. Nunu's going bot side.
Yeah, I guess that they're just gonna get their hands on the Drake, a low-hanging fruit for them at the very least. Well, they could have actually contested them. Just look at the health bars that dropped from PP as well as she. Looking for Daddy, they know that this is gonna be an important objective to last a little bit longer and possibly another team fight with so many waves. Just gets all the dragons, so working perfect for them.
Yeah, this is the second Baron actually for LFD. They're still behind in gold, but at this point in the game, I would say that a 4K gold lead is rather inconsequential. Comes down to execution and how you play the team fights. You want to point out PP sitting at 6-1 and 2. He is huge right now in the Xayah. In this Kai'Sa. 4 completed items. 2,000 go up on Loki, and he's gonna be doing a lot of damage if he gets into your backline. But we just need to see one good team fight from QWQ.
While we're waiting for a team fight, let me teach you a little bit of Malay. So, PP actually means cheek in Malay. So I guess that's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek of how he could possibly go in with some cheeky plays, and that's where another team fight breaks loose. While Chi-Chi is going to be at the back. Absolute Zero holds the line. Well, there is an exit for Holton, but he won't be able to last for all too long. GA already being
reset the fight.
We'll be able to get one more for a killing spree. Now looking for Daddy. Could potentially turn this and reverse sweep the match with the Baron buff in play. 4 versus 5 though. Can they do it? TP's coming back in for this long haul trade. And when looking for the Justin Punch does not connect. And finally the in hit. Well, Wolf comes right in as well. Now they will just try to negate the danger. They got what they needed already. Now slowly working on that bottom lane.
Indeed they are. It's going to be mid lane inhibitor going over to LFD. Yeah, things not looking great here for QWQ. They messed up a couple of team fights. It's not a good situation to be in, and a lot of that stems from just poor team fighting, right? They're not getting the engages to set the Yasuo up. Yasuo's not getting on the backline. Kai'Sa's having a free game, and that is gonna be a disastrous situation for QWQ. Gold is tied up. Elder's coming up in a little bit. I think they want to go for some split push right now. I don't really know. They're just spread across the map. If they get caught, this could be disastrous.
And I spy with my little eye right now. The boot for the Yasuo is not completed with any enchantment. But maybe he's just going all in with that 110 buff. Here comes the grand entrance immediately into the Yasuo ult. While Wolf will be able to swipe them away with the rest of LFD. They try to fall right back. QWQ didn't get anything out of that.
Yeah, and they committed the Rakan ultimate in exchange for the Xin and Gragas ultimate. So not the worst case scenario here, right? Still got a bit of time to Dragon. Still got a bit of time till Baron. So I think we are going to be in a bit of a stalemate for a while longer. 5 members group from QWQ. If only they've done this 10 minutes earlier. The game might have been in the bag by now. Now the question though is it too late? Is this 5-item Kai'Sa gonna just 1v9 the game? Is what it took for LFD to win to swap PP to Marksman?
I think it's still a really huge potential for looking for Daddy. If you look at some of these past few team fights, they've managed to catch Lokin out for multiple times already. And when you don't have that Xayah to deal with, they just absolutely lack damage. And Holton is already going in for a little bit more of the sustainable HP build, where you got GA, you got Gargle Stone Plate, Starouts. Yeah, you name it. She's not going to deal too much, just about enough to maybe take one person down. And that person most likely wouldn't be PP.
That does mean, though, that it's going to be very hard for him to play the side lanes because he doesn't have teleport. And that's going to be an advantage that Juan has over him. I'm quite curious why Juan is not opting to push the sideways at all right here. But, you know, it's going to be what it is, right? And Wen is going to be the one pushing the sideways. He has Hero's Entrance, so that's going to be A-okay. Baron is alive. Elder, Ocean Dragon, 10 seconds as well. Look at how disjointed both of these teams are. Look at how scattered all of their members are. All it takes is one team to try to pull off an engage, and honestly, it could be a wipe either way.
That's right, and I'm just surprised how they managed to even get even into the late game. Here comes the Death Camp coming out. Well, QWQ already moving into the
ramp so fast.
They might just be able to actually punish them though, but here comes the snowball, charging into the mid lane here. And he gets anybody who's looking for Chi, does not get any at all. It gets blocked! Now, Hero's Entrance Great knockup.
Where's the
Rakan,
Yasuo?
and everybody get caught in between the Absolute Zero, picking up that Galio, and this is where QWQ goes in for that chase. They manage to get what they need, and they're already falling back. PP now 1 versus 4. He won't be able to last all too long. QWQ, they won the war. They might just be able to sweep this entirety of the series, not giving any chances for looking for Daddy. Now marching up mid. How much time can they buy? Quan now all alone. Is this gonna be it? Well, Sintel, he's gonna fit it away. And this is the series, my friend. Omo, it's QWQ here that will proceed forward in the play-ins.
QWQ win the game, but to me, it feels like there were no winners here today. QWQ, they managed to pull out the game at the end. All it took was a great Rakan ultimate. I like the call to start the Baron, force them to come to you, and turn with the Nunu snowball. There were some good moments at QWQ, but these good moments were far and away overshadowed by the horrible moments, I think. There were so many moments of indecision, poor decisions. Their leads from the early game amounted to nothing, and ultimately in the last game winning team fight, series winning team fight as well, Rakan nails a 2-man knockup onto PP +1, and Yasuo did not manage to ulti because he was CC'd. Why was that? He didn't buy a QSS. He was sitting on Merc Treads at the end of the game. So many questionable moments from this team.
Well, oh well, I guess that's the end of the line for looking for Daddy. I guess they will still be on that pursuit to look for that Patino figure since day one. So they will carry on for that, and we hope to see them in the upcoming Southeast Asia Championship or even more major tournaments to come. So as it is right now, I guess that there's going to be a lot of things to talk about here. But I'll leave that to our dear analysts to cover the entirety of the series. It's Contra, it's Omo. Well, I guess we had a blast, and wish you good night.
I don't know about you guys, but I felt like Contra was being held hostage there by Omo because Omo was giving them an absolute full run. He's just like, okay, guys, like I'm just trying to watch some Wild Rift here, man. I don't know about you, but regardless, QWQ hit them with a sweep. It's a perfect 3-0. But that third and final game, the Nunu was spicy. It built full AP. Plenty of opportunities for them to try and interrupt the Absolute Zero, but when it did land their Riku, it packed a big punch.
Yeah, having to wait for the Absolute Zero to pop, and it's just really scary if you don't get to interrupt that. And yeah, the setups on the snowball, sometimes it gets a little bit awkward. I saw Tommy like bumping into walls or getting blocked by the Braum, but it happens. It's part of it. And you know, because of them bringing the Nunu into the very first game for the C Champs, it also brought the first victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Ashe, curving the Ashe arrow. It's similar to Nunu curving out the snowball.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're touching at straws here. Yeah, I mean, they're both ice. Sure, I'm picking up what you're putting down. But I mean, yeah, it was a very tight game because, yeah, Nunu did its job. It definitely made sure that the objectives were the focus, but maybe so much so that we were playing this big game of cat and mouse. That final team fight there, this big question mark as to, no, you go for Baron, no, I'll go for Baron. How about we go for Elder? Ultimately, let's just fight in the mid lane where we have no inhib tower, and let's just try and end this match.
Yeah, it's very commendable for QWQ. I mean, they've gotten pretty much every single dragon, right? So I think the objective game for QWQ was spot on.
Yeah, it's I mean, there's a Nunu on your side. It was such a roller coaster ride for sure. There was an instance where they would have lost because they couldn't end the game around the Nexus, and then LFD, of course, they had this scary late game Kai'Sa already coming through. Look at the damage, and that was one of the actually the only threat on the side of LFD. So QWQ, they got the perfect setup, perfect knock-up coming from that side, and CLG following through with the last breath. I feel like, you know, that was the winning formula at the end.
Yeah, and that final clash as well, I think something to really just take on and touch on is that PP used the Stasis enchant when QWQ initiated that fight, which means just that they lost a lot of damage coming through from PP, and it was just a battle of 4v5 until the Stasis was up, and then PP, when he was up, it was all over because his teammates was already dead. So I think that was the final clash coming in from these two teams.
And I mean, we'll have our MVP of this series in just a second, but let's touch on what LFD did so well and perhaps what they didn't do so well. I can't tell you what on earth went on there with the lane swap. I mean, PP said, I've had enough of top lane. I'm bored of it. You know, I'm not having any fun up here. Let me play AD carry. Maybe that's a role that can actually do stuff. But it almost feels ironic as an AD carry when a Renekton's jumping up on you thinking, how on earth am I so fed? But one stun, one slice and dice, and I'm dead. So, I mean, it was an interesting situation. They took a risk, a game 3. They felt confident that that could have been the play, but for them as a whole, that means LFD are now eliminated from Bracket C. Commiserations to them, of course, but they had some moments. They showed some personality here, Riku, and it's a team that certainly could have challenged more in this tournament, you'd say, with that particular series, but will be bowing out gracefully.
Yeah, at first, you know, they had a very big impression, mainly Wolf in the jungle with his Vi plays, as well as having to get a lot of these objective control when they faced up against Team Flash. But it was a different LFD that we saw this time around when they went up against QWQ. It's like that, the lane swap. And then PP was now the AD carry. It was, you know, just seeing him in a new, different light. And he seems to be very comfortable on the Kai'Sa. I mean, look at the trust that LFD had. They built basically around the Kai'Sa with double disengage, with the Braum, with the Gragas, to make sure that the late game is going to be comfortable and all the damage, purely all the big boy damage, will be coming from PP on that Kai'Sa.
Yeah. And now I'm thinking, what if they did not switch? What if Juan stayed on Kai'Sa? What if PP went in for... right? What if? Just what if?
I mean, hindsight is a beautiful thing, isn't it? We all know the exact right move to make after the fact, but in the thick of the moment, I suppose that really is what decides these teams that deserve the ability to progress in tournaments and sort of make their way towards becoming a championship contender. So, commiserations once again, obviously, to looking for Daddy. That means they're knocked out of the tournament here for the Wild West C champs, and we look forward now to the lower bracket match now that will be between QWQ and Banana. Another rematch. We're getting a few of these now across these brackets. No doubt we'll be looking at those brackets at the end of the show in just a sec, but I mean, now that we've seen QWQ show a little bit more fight, last time it was a 3-0 against them, do we feel like we've seen a little bit more this time?
That's a good question. I think the QWQ learned a lot from this. I felt like they have more confidence now. Look at them bringing up the Nunu. So maybe their next match, the rematch rather, up against Banana, should be a different story. I feel like, you know, if they may bow out from the tournament there and then they go out with a bang.
They certainly do. And Riku, apologise. You know, we just throw the question out there time to time again, see how people react. And yeah, QWQ, not going to be their case. But they can give themselves a chance at that rematch. Let's bring up that MVP. I believe production said we're ready. Let's see where we're going. Who was the one that popped off in this particular series? It's going to be Tommy. Tommy, the man that busts at the Nunu, says, look, jungle difference every single time. And Infinity, do you think this is the right decision?
Yeah, I think, I mean, Tommy was able to bring on like a banger of a match consecutively. Nunu was a bit of an fridge edge in that game number 3, but still, his objective game in that game was still absolutely insane, giving his team pretty much every single dragon that they need to have or they want to have in that game number 3. So far, Tommy played very, very well. I mean, the kill participation speaks for itself of how much proactive he is into those team fights.
Yeah, 100%. It is, again, looking at throughout the whole entire series, it was usually the early game of QWQ that set the tone and was able to lead them to victory. And, you know, who was able to help with that is definitely Tommy. The way that he was able to secure all of these objectives and as well as get the skirmishes down to get that early lead in gold. So props to Tommy on this series.
But we've broken off the seal now. Nunu is being let out of the cage of a brand new champion on a brand new patch. We've seen Brand, we've seen Nunu, we've seen now, I suppose, everything that we need to really in these play-in stages as to what the group stages, what those teams will be looking at now and thinking, okay, what's the meta looking like right now? What sort of adjustments are being made? And okay, it wasn't AP Nunu. You'd probably prefer the tank Nunu. It looked pretty strong though, regardless. Yes, it's not going to be your conventional Vi or Zinzao or Kha'Zix, to name a few, which is looking to definitely contest, but that's not meant to be its strength in the first place, right? It is meant to be looking to try and achieve as much objective control and play around that facet of the game instead. So I'm curious to see how much more Nunu we will see as the days and weeks go by and sort of how teams can integrate it in. I mean, I think you even mentioned, Riku, maybe a bit of mid Nunu. Now that would definitely get me quite excited. AP in the mid lane, maxing Chomp perhaps, just sustaining yourself through every bit of CC and damage thrown your way. I wouldn't mind it. Infinity, what else would you like to see? Because we have seen a fair handful of different champions, but we haven't really had all the crazy picks that we've asked. Maybe Aurelion Souls would be the wildest of them all.
Yeah, I mean we've seen, as you stated, Nunu, Brand, Aurelion Sol. We've seen Leona even as a support, and I think pretty much every single thing we've seen already. Maybe a Blitzcrank not being seen so far in C Championship. We've seen it in the Philippine region though. So I think that can have a good impact maybe in the early game, but considering how much long these games are showing through in the C Championships in the respective brackets coming to 20 minutes, I think it would not be favorable for Blitzcrank to come up.
Yeah. For me, it's definitely the similar thing. I feel like, the more AP junglers that pop in, the more chances we'd get, 80 mid laners to have a chance to shine. So I like the dynamic. It also opens up more opportunities for mage bot laners to be a little bit more common, same as traditional bot laners. So I like it. I like what we saw today.
Yes, and I like it too. So let's bring up the brackets and let's see where we're at, because it is now the end of day 4. It's been a long run, but we have now got ourselves one step closer to figuring out which teams will be advancing. And well, we do know that some of these teams are sadly already going home. This is bracket A. This is how it all plays out so far. The story that was really a part of yesterday with Buriram United making it through to that grand final. They'll now be hotly anticipating that rematch in the lower bracket with Boom Esports taking on Divine here, Riku.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that one because, of course, Divine, they were, the first game? This particular series was the debut game for the C Championships at day 1. So I'm sure after a few days, Divine has managed to, review the VODs, cook up something against Boom Esports for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm really thinking about, because if Divine Esports cannot handle Boom Esports, I think this will be a run back from what we saw in the first match in the upper bracket, bracket A, with Boom Esports dominating 3-1 up against Divine Esports. And I think, as you stated, if they watched on to the strategies, the composition of Divine Esports, or Boom Esports rather, I think this could be a very close match between these two teams.
Of course, we also got bracket B. Of course, today was very, very happy for the Filipino fans out there. Final Adversity 3-2ing Flash Wolves. This was a new generation of players versus veterans in the esports scene. So this was so huge, and that's why we're seeing Final Adversity now waiting at the tippity top in the grand final of bracket B. But of course, they're still waiting for their see a potential Flash Wolves versus Final Adversity again as the grand final, or maybe Invade Esports may get that upset against Flash Wolves.
We don't know, because it is going to be very interesting. Both these teams, Flash Wolves and Invade Esports, is going to see each other first time in bracket B. So who's going to be the better team coming down to it? Who's going to go to the grand final?
But I know you guys are both very happy that Final Adversity are there, so perhaps a little bit of bias towards bracket B, but that's all right. Flash Wolves might be able to bring things back. Bracket C, though, that's what we're on about. That's where it all really started here with Team Flash making it on through. And as you would have just seen before on your screens, QWQ with the perfect 3-0.
Start through the lower bracket, and they have to face Banana again. And we all know how that ended in the BO5 series. It was straight up 3-0. We'll see how they'll be able to adjust. It's that confidence that they have achieved today. Maybe could help a little bit in their series against Banana.
Yeah, and I think the first step to that, ban away Rengar. Ban away it. Ban it. Don't let Vendetta play it. But yeah, I think QWQ needs to level up, because as we've seen, as history states, Banana 3-0'd QWQ, and I think this will be another dominant series so far for Banana if there will be a very hard decision for QWQ on how they want to tackle onto Banana.
It's a good point. Certainly could be an interesting jungle matchup, given the fact that we do have a carry-orientated jungler up against, the crazy lad himself known as Nunu, if that's going to be a case to see as a rematch. Let's bring up that schedule now, because that's what the brackets look like so far, but this is what the action looks like for tomorrow. It all starts off at 1 PM Singapore time, once again with another best-of-5 Boom Esports up against Divine for that all-important rematch. Flash Wolves right afterwards will then be doing battle with Invade Esports. And then to close out the show, Banana taking on QWQ. That's at 5 PM Singapore time. Big stakes, big opportunities, and a big chance for a lot of these teams here, Riku, to get themselves into the grand final and possibly cause more upsets, but more importantly, raise the prize money that they can earn from this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. The play-ins is almost over, and most of these matches are towards the lower bracket. So I'm excited about the first game for tomorrow. Boom, rematch versus Divine Esports. I think that's going to be pretty spicy. The way that these two teams play the early game is going to be fantastic.
What about yourself there, Infinity? Which is your potential banger of the night, given that all of these games have serious implications?
I think I'm looking forward to Boom Esports versus Divine Esports. I think this will be a very, very close 1v1 into the bracket A on both of these teams, and who will be the better one. Can Divine Esports really return them onto their form that they've shown us in the lower bracket so far? So I think this is really going to be a banger for bracket A. Boom versus Divine.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a return to form, a chance for them to find redemption more so than anything, because as you said, Riku, that's how the show started. That's how we did debut things here in the Wild Rift Sea Champs. But that's day 4 now, sadly complete. I know, only 4 days already. I mean, we're just blitzing through this competition. We've still got more, though. Of course we do. We've still got plenty of action to keep you entertained going into the weekend. So I'm quite excited about this one. I know you guys at home are as well. And a big thank you for tuning in. But that does it for us tonight. Stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.